Righto. Jack, it's printed single-sided. I assume you'd prefer. So.
I mean, I think that's quite important. In a room like this.
Righto, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and welcome back to Prosperity Institute, or welcome to Prosperity Institute for your first time if you are a debutante. This is the third year in a row we have hosted the Free Market Roadshow in partnership with the Austrian Economic Centre, which is run by Barbara Kolm, the Freedom Party MP and Austrian economist par excellence. Barbara has run the Free Market Roadshow for many years, touring universities and think tanks around Europe and beyond, spreading the good news about freedom and free markets. Every year I say this, it's a perilous time for free markets when we do the Free Market Roadshow, but I think 2026 is a particularly dangerous year for free markets. Earlier this week, we found out that the British government is trying to fix food prices, and today, very, very appropriately, the piece of legislation happening in Parliament is for the nationalisation of British steel. Quite an extraordinary moment. And I'm happy to say we will have two MPs speaking today who will be participating in that debate. The Shadow Secretary of State for Business, Conservative MP Andrew Griffith, and the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice. It'll be interesting to see whether they have similar or divergent views on the nationalisation of British steel, and it's something I hope all of you will be able to probe them on throughout the day. Brexit is back on the menu with a vengeance. Since I wrote the agenda to this conference a few weeks ago, the government seems to have gone from wanting a better relationship with the European Union to dynamic alignment with the European Union's economic policies to now apparently wanting to rejoin the European Union entirely. So it will be fantastic to see what the implications of this with our excellent panel discussing the EU reset. Later in the day, we will dive into the digital crypto universe, flying through the blockchain to find out what sort of world we can create via the radical decentralization of payments and how the state might respond to that. In the afternoon, our guests will debate energy abundance in Britain and whether that can be delivered by free markets or a determined state. And we will enjoy an in-depth conversation covering life behind the Iron Curtain and how it compares to modern Western countries with an esteemed economist and a great supporter of the Free Market Roadshow. But first, let us turn to our opening speaker. He is one of my favourite thinkers in Parliament today and one of the brightest and highest energy MPs from the Conservatives' 2024 intake. He has written extensively about the perils facing young people and entrepreneurs trying to make a living in modern Britain, and how today's web of tax cliff edges, a bloated welfare state, exorbitant housing costs, a dysfunctional public sector, and years of immigration have not just eroded freedom and free markets, but have shattered Britain's social contract. So, trying to find a way of putting that right, let us welcome to the stage the MP for Windsor, Jack Rankin. May I remind you that we are being live streamed throughout the day, so your questions will be public. Absolutely. Jack will chat for around 10 or 12 minutes, and we'll do some Q&A. Thank you very much. Jack, welcome.
I'm not as tall as you, Fred. Well, thank you, Fred. I'm not going to be able to do that justice because that was a very kind introduction. Can I just say what a privilege it is to open this event? This country really is in quite a sorry state, but like in the year 878, I know that's a date that means a lot to people at Prosperity Institute. It can be saved, and I know that prosperity is at the heart of that, and it's one of the institutions which gives me hope for this great country. You are truly one of the most influential and important think tanks on the right, home to some of the most talented minds in policy. And if we are going to get that full-scale overhaul of the British state that this country so desperately needs, I can see that this institution is one which is going to do a lot of the heavy intellectual and policy lifting. So thank you for the invitation and the kind welcome, Fred. I want to start with a warning, really. The greatest modelling, policy papers and statistical analysis in the world will mean nothing if we collectively on the right don't win the argument. And today I want to talk about the language that we use, our opposition's language, that we don't turn over often enough. Because not only have they very rarely actually defeat us on the numbers. And in fact, if you look at the record of this government since it came to office, they are losing that battle comfortably. but they have defeated us on the language that we collectively use to talk about those numbers, and then what that flows through to our economic policy. And we keep letting them do it and playing by their rules. Now, one of the things that this august institution has been excellent at advancing the argument on is the need that we must entirely reverse the Blairite constitutional disruption, which has decisively shifted England's historic political constitutionalism to a much more continental legal constitutionalism, and in the process has broken the connection between our institutions' responsiveness to democratic instruction in favour of managed decline, which rejects entirely the notion that they should operate in our national interest. And we must too, I think, now reject their framing of public policy. Because when we use their words, they have embedded, in my opinion, socialist assumptions about the world into our fiscal and economic and broader public policy. And when we take their phrases into our vernacular, we imply that we endorse them, whether that's the language of levies, of relief, of benefits, of subsidies, of support. And ironically, in trying to make this point, I want to use the words of the socialist George Orwell, who wrote, when talking about language, he observed that bad habits which spread by imitation, if one gets rid of these habits, one can think more clearly, and to think clearly is a necessary first step towards political regeneration. And I think it's our job collectively to train ourselves to spot these rhetorical tricks and call them out whenever we see them. The primary example I'd give of this, as Thatcher put it, was the confusion of public money with taxpayers' money. If you just look at Hansard of Rachel Reeves, since she has been Chancellor of the Exchequer, she's had 877 contributions, and she has used the word taxpayer 9 times. The Chancellor of the Exchequer in 2 years has used the word taxpayer in the House of Commons 9 times, whereas she's used the word government 410 times. The King's speech made the EU reset a priority, and whoever coined the phrase dynamic realignment deserves a Creative Literature Prize. And I know John and Greg will talk about this next. What's such positive framing? We should never use it, okay? In reality, it means being handcuffed to a zero-growth museum, entirely subcontracting our lawmaking powers on an ongoing basis, right? And just think about how positive dynamic realignment sounds, right? We shouldn't use it. And the same goes for in the King's Speech bill, regulating for growth. Right? Let's not use that phrase. Okay, it's obviously complete doublespeak. And what they also do is they invite us to invest moral weight in socialist policies. So we see it in the language of renters' rights, where we say that those entering into fair contracts should have majority control over an asset which they do not own. The word rights creates a moral hierarchy where one party is implicitly framed as vulnerable and the other as exploitative. The triple lock is untouchable because it sounds like a protection and an entitlement, when it is really an unsustainable benefit that in the medium term outruns every other reasonable metric. Even the word benefit is linguistic sleight of hand, because we rarely ask whether those payments benefit those who pay for them, never mind those who receive them, who often are sucked into a world of grievance and dependency, which is not where true prosperity comes from. They frame solutions and problems in a way that demands intervention. The cost of living crisis has continually been referenced since the pandemic, and the word crisis implies that government action is necessary when it actually demands policies which might produce economic and productivity growth. And to cut taxes or spending during this perpetual crisis becomes politically untenable. Perhaps the best or worst case, in my opinion, of this is Labour's abolition of the 2-child benefit cap and their claims that it will reduce child poverty. How often do we hear from them that they will reduce child poverty by 450,000? Now, it's quite a genius strategy because I would argue that we've all got a moral imperative, individually and collectively, to help reduce poverty. At least it's something that we should all collectively aim towards. But let's just think about that metric for a moment. It is total and utter nonsense. because they're not measuring poverty of any sort. They are measuring inequality. They have pegged the qualifying criteria as a child growing up in a household on less than 60% of the median income. So just work that through. If the wealth of every single household in this country doubled, child poverty would be exactly the same. In the financial crash of 2007, 2008, what happened to child poverty? Well, it reduced because wealthier households' income was reduced proportionately higher than poorer households, despite absolute poverty naturally, obviously increasing. Now, we need to obviously reject the nonsense of that language, because if you accept, as most people do, the moral necessity of reducing poverty, and then you accept their definition, that is going to lead you to perverse socialist public policy decisions, which in fact increase poverty by skewering human incentives, layering cost onto productive taxpayers and cratering growth. So I think that we collectively, as small c conservatives, must call this out and argue from first principles. And the language isn't just rhetoric, it disguises thousands of distortion in free markets. It distorts our housing policy, where we talk about affordable or social housing in central London for those on benefits, whilst those doing the right thing struggle to afford a box room in suburban London. It distorts our immigration policy, where we're accepting the words skilled worker with a threshold that was set beneath the median wage. It distorts our energy policy, where we've allowed bills supposedly to be lowered, but by changing the method of taxes or increasing subsidies. It distorts our welfare policy by referring to using the word working class to encompass a vast range of people who do not work, have never worked, and have no intention of working. We should call them the welfare class. And we should use that at every opportunity. When the DWP speaks of fit notes, it's talking of nothing of the sort. It's talking about sick notes. All of these approaches are making us poorer. And I'm afraid not only have we allowed that to seep into the public sector, but I'm afraid we have allowed it to seep into the private sector when we've allowed the language of equality, the language of environmental and social governance. All these things now are obscuring the signals that markets depend on. We've allowed our universities to admit based on skin color rather than attainment, and that's distorted the labor market. And when companies prioritize and pension funds prioritize wind farms over return on investment, all of our wealth in later life will suffer. We should all know, as small c conservatives, that prices are the best conveyor of information, but they are distorted by policymaking, and that is coming downstream of cultural capture and accepting the language of our opposition to talk about those policies. And because of that, we've seen our market economy morph into what, it's a phrase I quite like, Christopher Snowdon used it at the IEA, a capitalist command economy, dictating the behavior of major companies through controlled language layered upon legislation, and then blaming the free market when things go wrong. Now, these embedded assumptions, us accepting their language, are the reason that people across this country have got the highest tax burden in 40 years, why we're facing crippling national debt and deficit. And I think is why then people then look further to the left, because we've accepted their framing. Now, I think that's one of the great ideological battles of our age. But if we win it in the coming years, then we could finally fund our public services, we can strengthen our defences, and we can restore a sense of shared progress in this great country. But if we want to change policies with public support, we must change the language in which it is framed and discussed. We must build our own lexicon and be disciplined about using it. We can no longer refer to free breakfast clubs when they are taxpayer-funded breakfast clubs. It is not the working class to describe people who don't work. It is a welfare class. It's not social housing. It's taxpayer-subsidized housing. And we must repeat these things ad nauseum until they become as commonplace as phrases like levelling up, whatever you make of that particular one. Our words don't just describe fiscal reality. They help shape it and then decide it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jack. That was a
wonderful defense of the price mechanism, trade-offs, the actual reality of a market economy. We have a few minutes for some questions. And I think it'd be worth digging into how and why you think self-identifying conservatives failed in this recently. And I've been trying to work this out myself because I think British conservatism has often sold itself on being a pragmatic, non-ideological ideology. It's the common sense ideology. It's sort of doing the right thing. And it positions itself often against a much more self-consciously ideological socialist opposition. But that does have the tendency to just lead to going with the flow and accepting the received wisdom of the day. And that's not just a case in recent years. I think if you read Just in Time by John Hoskins and you read the accounts of how the proto-Thatcherites were wrestling with establishment Tories, that was very much the case in the 50s, 60s and 70s. How do you wrestle the hegemonic or historic right-wing party away from going with the flow?
Thanks, Fred, for the question. It's a good question. Let me use two analogies, if I may. The first is that I mentioned the Blairite constitutional consensus, and that's exactly what we did in government. If you want to look at, in my opinion, where the Conservative Party in office failed to move the dial, is where we accepted their constitutional architecture. So whether it comes to human rights, when it comes to equalities, we accepted this world in which executive decisions was tied back by effectively left-wing rules, right? And such that even if you put the right person into ministerial office, the game that they were operating in meant that we couldn't get the outcomes that we determined. And you're right that too often in its history, the Conservative Party has come to office when a left-wing party has turned us leftwards, and then instead of putting the clock backwards, we've effectively frozen it in time for just a left-wing party to pick that up in the future. Now, I think we need to make arguments from our first principles about where we went wrong. I think Kemi Badenoch is doing that in the sense that she's saying, for example, on net zero, she's been that delusion, although we were obviously incredibly compromised in government on that. But she's very clearly, we're going to remove the Climate Change Act and we're going to empower ministers accountable to the House of Commons and to the electorate ultimately, and we're going to operate in our national interest, right? So we need to unpick what has preceded us in a way that we historically, as a party, I know I'm talking as a party here, have not done. The second analogy, I think, is the one you used, historic ones. Whatever the consensus of the past, and I think you can argue when the current consensus started, it's failed. And we're in a similar situation to where we were in the 70s. You know, so we need ideological new grounding to establish a new consensus. And whatever people think of the British state on the left or the right, it doesn't work, okay? Everybody knows that. And so we need to think, and I think we need to be radical. We're going to need to do that from first principles. I think those first principles are supposed small c and capital C. But I think we're going to have to be quite radical in our prospectus. And it's going to be one where incremental managerial change is no good to anybody. And it will also be electorally unsuccessful as well as unsuccessful government. But we also, I think we're going to have to change the nature of the rules which we operate in order to be successful. We can't operate in the world which they have created for us. And we're going to have creative legislative plans, day one, day two, day three, day four, in order to empower us to make those changes.
I think that's very compelling. We talk about first principles, but let's think about when first principles hit the road. A line I've heard a lot recently online and regrettably in real life is if you can't afford to pay minimum wage, your business isn't viable. How do we?
It also means the job isn't viable, doesn't it?
How do we exactly? How do we respond to this?
Well, I think Mrs. Thatcher said the truths of life are conservative, and I believe that that's true, but they're not obvious, right? I might say, right? And you have to kind of live life to kind of come to the realizations that, you know, it's true. You know, I'm a relatively new father, and, you know, all those things that I used to resent my father for, you now kind of realize, well, he was right, really, wasn't he, right? About the nature of family. And I think the same is true about the economy. But like when you poll people, and we did too much governing by polling and focus group rather than first principle, but everyone agrees that their taxes are too high, but they do want more public spending, right? So effectively there is a cognitive dissonance in the British population, but that is shifting.
right? There has been material shift in British public attitudes to public spending. People realise the situation is unsustainable. Now, they're not in a position at the moment where they realise that's what needs to happen as a result to NHS spending. That's what needs to happen to welfare spending. That's what needs to happen to the triple lot, for example. They're not in that headspace, but they're at the foothills of realising that the British state is fundamentally, financially unsustainable. I think there's two things we need to do. We need to articulate that in a way that makes sense to people. So the deficit, which is not a concept people understand anyway, and British politicians too often use debt and deficit interchangeably, and they mean very different things. But we need to bring that home to people like Mrs. Thatcher did. So the budget deficit is £150 billion a year. Before I was a politician, I was a physicist, and I grew up knowing that the speed of light is 3 times 10 to the 8 meters per second, right? It's not a number that can mean anything to anybody. So you need to divide it through. So £150 billion is the deficit. There are 30 million households, give or take, in this country. 150 billion divided by 30 million is £5,000. So when we explain the budget deficit, we should say the British state spends £5,000 a year more every year per household than it has coming in taxation. If you explain that to people, they go, wow. And then you say to them, and think about all those members of the welfare class that you have to discount from the denominator. Well, add that onto your share as well, okay? And when people start to think, when we start to talk like that, I think people understand the fiscal situation a bit better. So I think we need to communicate like that. I think we also need to do, and I think you're going to see this in the coming months, more of, before Mrs. Thatcher came to government, she had this march to conservatism, kind of an intellectual underpinning of what a new consensus looked like. I think we need to do that as a party. I think organisations like Prosperity Institute and the ecosystem need to make these arguments, because people are going to wake up to the fact, whether that is as gilts climb or some kind of fiscal event, which obviously could easily be the Middle East. People are going to realise the situation is unsustainable. And if we've been an authentically fiscally conservative party, we could stand to benefit. And that's how I would frame that. Excuse me.
Marvelous stuff, Jack. I would like to take one question from the floor before we move on to the next one. Who in the audience has a question for Jack? Okay, we'll do Harry, and we'll do Harry and Morris.
Thank you. So I certainly agree with everything you said, and I think you're 100% right that for far, far too long we've used the language of the left. But I think alongside that, and this is my question to you, is, I think alongside that, we've also failed to make free market freedom and liberty attractive, in very much that Leonard reads, how do you advance liberty? You must give an imaginative form of liberty, imaginative form of freedom that is attractive. So how do, particularly when we have the parties of the right in our country, conservatives and reform, fighting each other, how do we make free markets, liberty, capitalism attractive again?
Yeah. We could say two together, or
And Morris as well.
Yeah. Actually, sort of linked to that, and also some of the comments. I was struck by the comments you're making about language and framing. Policy and politics is not made and conducted in a vacuum. Gramsci often would talk. Central to Gramsci's concept in terms of how you fight politics and revolution through culture. Do you think that conservatives have neglected the cultural space in terms of amplifying messages like freedom? I noticed that, if you think about some of the most iconic documentaries of the last 20, 30 years, they've often been attacking things like the free market, whether it be things like the Inconvenient Truth, Cowspiracy, all of these things. Like, why is it we're not getting cultural production like that celebrates freedom, entrepreneurs, our history, free markets, that sort of stuff?
Yeah, good couple of questions. I'll take them in the order they were given. So I think sometimes what we can do, we need to win an intellectual argument, but I think we also need to take the argument to where people are. Okay, so my parents grew up in urban Greater Manchester in a time when it was post-industrially depressed. They met at secondary modern school, and I was on the scene by the time they were 19. And my very first memories are of them going to night school on alternative nights to get the qualifications they needed to set up their small business. Now, that small business in Mayfair terms or Windsor terms or Westminster terms is nothing, but it gave me and my brother life opportunities that they never had. Now, there was no party politics in my household growing up. There was probably small c conservative values when it came to family and to country, but probably the prevailing economics was probably populist left wing, if you want to call it that. But by the time I was in my early teens, I learned from my parents that with hard work, industry, and education, you can improve your life. And they were doing what Adam Smith described. They were acting in their self-interest for their boys, but in doing so, they were employing young electrical apprentices in a depressed part of the world, and they were paying taxation that paid for public services. But in that world where I grew up in, which is Ashton-under-Lyne, if people know that, Angela Rayner's the MP. I always say Angela Rayner's a good MP for Ashton-under-Lyne because she represents the politics of the place. The politics of grievance and dependency is peddled and pushed on working people to keep them poor. Now, why do I use that as an argument? You have to make it relatable to people's lives, right? So it's relatable to my life. So I saw the arguments for freedom because I saw the difference in outcome. But then I see young people today, particularly in London and the Southeast, and can you argue to them today that with hard work, industry, and education, that they will get on and move on? I think it's increasingly difficult to do that with marginal rates of tax on work at 50%, what we've done to this housing market, and what we've done to our broad social contract. So I think we need a quite radical argument to a new generation, because if you could say to them, once again, through your own hard work and industry, you can save money that can go into an ISA, that can build a deposit, right? Because the facts of life are conservative, but it's not the process of getting older that makes people conservative. It's laying down these building blocks and then seeing the benefit of, both socially and economically through the years. So I think we need an intellectual argument, but we also need to make that real to people's lives. And I think we should be making a compelling case to aspirational young people in those kind of terms. In terms of the academy, one thing that Kemi often says is that politics is downstream of culture. And I think that is to your point, to your question, sir. You can see this all over the place, right? There is this new charity which is getting secondary schools to sign up to being a school of sanctuary, right? Which is, and 1,200 secondary schools in the country, effectively with refugees welcome kind of like language. Right, that is a basic breach of schools' duty to be politically impartial. Now, we're going to have to be much more muscular in terms of implementing a law like that, in my opinion. I think we're going to have to be much more muscular in terms of asserting free speech on university campuses. So there's going to have to be like an assertion from the state of back to the mean. But I think we're also going to have to give ourselves much greater powers to shut down things that are not in the national interest. So if you've got courses in universities which continue to agitate for left-wing policy, which is detrimental to national interest, well, they shouldn't receive taxpayers' money, right? And we should say that, right? It's as simple as that. I think we need to get a grip of public appointments, okay? So I think because we've been tied up by legislation and codes of conduct and stuff, we've not actually been able to put conservative people largely into public appointments, and we've just been reheated Blairites into these positions, right? We should have a public appointments process where if the board of the National Trust want to talk about reparations, we should just get rid of them, right? And then we should put people in rooms like this on the board, and we should do that in an assertive manner. One thing that is, I didn't know anything about this, but I'm going to put it on your radar so you can write a paper, Fred. I wrote to the Charity Commission, and I know Greg's argued about this in the House of Commons, charities in the UK which are openly Islamist, right? Openly anti-Semitic. So I write to the Charity Commission and say, what are you doing about this? Which I didn't think was an unreasonable thing to say. And they say to you, well, we've got no powers. They can't. The Charity Commission have no powers to shut a charity down, right? Because our charitable law in this country is stuck in a world which made sense in the 1890s, where we had this high trust, homogeneous society. It's not appropriate in the modern world. So we're going to need to empower someone like the Charities Commission to shut down Islamist charities and lots of other charities which don't operate in national interest, because it's tax breaks that we're giving them from taxpayers' money in that instance. So I think we're going to have to be much more assertive in almost every which way in order to win back the academy, as it were. I used to think when I was at university when the trans stuff was just kicking off, and cultural appropriation was kicking off. And I used to look at these people and think, you absolute clowns. But I thought, okay, but when you graduate, you'll grow out of this because you'll end up going to, you'll have to have a shave and you'll have to put a tie on and you'll start paying tax. What's happened, in fact, is that they started to take over the public sector and the private sector. So I think we're going to have to come down much more downstream. We're going to have to be assertive about what is common to us. We're going to have to get our grip of public appointments. We're going to have to assert the law that schools should be neutral on politics and broadly just be much more muscular about this stuff.
Jack Rankin, what a fantastic conversation. Thank you very much for joining us. One here and then one on the other side. I'll take this one around. Thank you. I'll take that one. Righto, everybody, let's get on to the next session, please. Thank you very much. I hope you all enjoyed Jack's conceptual introductory speech. Now it's time to get into the meat and the detail of the discussion. I thought it was absolutely essential to do a session around the EU reset, as it actually brings together some of the biggest conceptual debates around the future of the British economy, our attitude to regulation, our attitude to free markets, and also ultimately our attitude to democracy. So I brought a panel of great speakers with different areas of expertise together today. We will hear from Lord Moynihan, who's been a great campaigner for Brexit and hugely successful entrepreneur. Ali Renison, who has been one of the sources of great expertise and wisdom on the detail and nitty-gritty of trade policy. And Tory MP Greg Smith, who has been a brilliant advocate of Britain's sovereignty and democracy in recent years and has been speaking excellently against the EU reset in a depressingly lonely field, I find, where there haven't been enough clear and articulate and forceful voices against the government's plans to realign with the European Union. So that's very much the sort of discussion we would like to host this morning. This is a great interest to Prosperity Institute and Legatum Institute, our predecessor organisation. At Legatum Institute, we published many, many papers advocating for British post-Brexit trade policy based on the principles of free trade and mutual recognition. Recently, we have published 2 papers on the dangers of the reset with the EU. So treat this panel as a continuation of that discussion. So I'd like to start with Lord Moynihan to provide a sort of bigger picture overview of what he sees the situation is, and we'll go through to questions through the panel.
Thank you very much, Fred. And Jack, what a great speech. And what you said leads, actually, I'm going to try and draw the line directly from what you said to the reset. If you think of the Pied Pipers of Marxism, there are many varieties and they all end up in failure, precisely because of what Jack was talking about. So you start with communism, in Russia, 1917, kill off 8 million people, send a bunch more to the gulags, create a new class, of course, meet the new boss, same as the old boss, who are living wonderful lives. And it's all a disaster. So in the 30s, in the UK, a bunch of socialists said, no, that's obviously terrible. It leads to state violence and a perpetuation of poverty and violence. So we're going to have socialism, democratic socialism. And they're so convincing, Nye Bevan, Attlee, Dennis Healey, all that crowd. They have an overwhelming victory in 1945. And as a result, the UK craters in terms of economic performance. While interestingly enough, the rest of Europe mostly pursues free market principles, and they grow like a weed. And they grow like a weed, except that they run into the problem of Wagner's law, which says that in a democracy, the size of the state grows larger and larger, and eventually you have to start moving back to socialism, which is what the common market and in particular the single market did. So the socialism in the UK didn't work. So we have to move to social democracy, which is now what the whole of the EU believes in. And there's this little tiny crowd of which you probably represent about 99% of this room that believes in Austrian economics and free markets. But none of them work. And in the end, you start getting price controls. Guess what we got on Monday? The news that they're going to start fixing the price of milk and eggs and so forth. Because socialism doesn't work. What they've been doing doesn't work, doesn't grow the economy. Everybody gets poor. All the problems that Jack spoke about. With price controls, what do price controls lead to? Shortages. When you get shortages, you get riots and you get crowd control and you move to violence, and eventually you're working your way back up to the chain of socialism. And I'm sorry to bang on, but I remember meeting somebody in 1980 from Venezuela. Venezuela, the richest country in Latin America at the time. An elegant, sophisticated individual who said, oh, you must come to Caracas. It is wonderful. It is the most beautiful. And it was a peaceful, marvelous place. 1980. Now, that was 40 years ago. But look what they managed to do with that country, bit by bit. Because the logic of socialism ends up in state violence. It ends up because you say, well, it's really important that I stay in power. So it ends up with getting rid of democracy. I've got to stay in power to get proper socialism going. We need a few more years. And I don't want to be voted out. So that is the story of socialism. And let's compare it with free market economics, which is the only way to get growth, with competition, with innovation, with people coming up with new products and new things, and for existing things coming up with ways of getting them cheaper to the market. That's how competition works. That's how people benefit. That's how everybody gets better, and the rising tide carries all the boats. Now, part of socialism is that you have to have rules about everything. And the EU is helped in that by the fact that they've always had this tradition, the Napoleonic Code, that says exactly how anything must be done. So that anything that's not permitted is forbidden. Free markets say anything that's not forbidden is permitted. It's a complete reversal, and that's what we have in this country. And that's what we were losing when we were in the EU. That's what we got out of when we left the EU. That's what they're trying to bring us back into with the reset. We haven't changed our rules much from when we were in the EU, which is a shame. Some of the things we have changed have been very good. But the EU has uttered 13,000 new laws and 10,000 new directives since we left. And when I say 13,000 laws, one of those laws might be describing in detail what happens to 3,000 products. That's just one of those 13,000 laws. So you have to understand they are trying to describe exactly how everything should be down to detail. And that's great if nothing is ever to change. And if nothing is ever to change, then the economy is never going to grow and everybody's going to get poorer and poorer. Now, so in the reset, the things that we have done, for example, is that we've changed the rules in the city. And the city was furious about Brexit. And now it's saying, please, don't let us go back into the EU. We're doing really rather well, having been able to change our rules against what Brussels says. We don't want to go back into the EU. The EU have passed an AI law that basically prevents any development. So we are now the hub of AI development across the whole of Europe, and very successful. And the economy is growing because of that. It's a large part of the economy. Gene editing. We believe in gene editing, whereas they believe in the kindergarten idea of a precautionary principle. And so they banned all gene editing. In my committee yesterday, we were asked, well, what monitoring of gene editing do we have to do if we go into the reset? The answer is none, because it won't be relevant. You just have to take the EU law, and there won't be any gene editing. So we've got 100 innovative companies in gene editing in this country, with 8 major world-class institutions like the Crick doing gene editing, coming up with tomatoes that cure cancer and all of that. All gone if we go back into the reset. And that's the current reset. Because we have to do that word that Jack doesn't allow me to say, that means rule taker. Whatever rules and they can do more rules that make it even worse. And so the economy won't go. All the things that are growing the economy now are because we've left the EU. Another thing that we'll have in the reset, I hear today that Rachel Reeves announced today that she's removing tariffs on all sorts of products to make them cheaper for everybody. Well, we're going to have a thing called CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which is a tariff on anything coming in for the rest of the world, making it more expensive for the consumers because of the carbon it uses. So we're going to take away all these tariffs, and we're going to impose this tariff because it's very good to remove tariffs to make things cheaper for people, and so it's also very good to add tariffs. It's all nonsense. They don't care. They really don't care, because they have no idea of what creates economic growth. And if at the next election, as several people have said, the right don't unite, we're going to have 5 more years of that. And my belief is that another 5 years, because don't forget, we've got 3 years plus those 5 years, then you're on that backwards path that I was talking about to socialism, where I don't know where we'll go, but I think it'll be to a very dark place.
Thank you very much. To follow on to that, I think I'd like to hear from Ali about the actual state of the trading relationship between Britain and the European Union, because the British government says that by realigning with the European Union, by pursuing dynamic alignment with lots of EU rules for the physical economy, that will improve trade between Britain and Europe. So, Alec, could you give the audience a bit of a summary of what is the state of the trading relationship between Britain and Europe right now? What's gone well? What's gone less well? What are the myths? If you follow Ben Judah on Twitter, you will see someone saying that the trading relationship between Britain and the European Union has completely collapsed, and it's destroying Britain's physical economy. What do you make of that?
There's a lot to unpack in there, and I should say, just for context, so I had a spell for a couple of years in government as a sort of policy advisor to Kemi when she was the trade secretary, where we didn't have to deal much with sort of a massive EU reset. We were sort of a bit more preoccupied with sort of stabilizing relations with the EU, which I'll come back to, and sort of trade with the rest of the world. And I have to put out a disclaimer to say that I am someone, as a trade sort of person, who believes very strongly in not making trade a sort of normatized thing. I don't look at the EU as a bad source of trade, or any worse or less than the rest of the world. For me, stability in trade relations is the most important thing. There is a big question about whether it's necessary to have to align to get to that stability. We have that stability at the moment. Now, in terms of, I think, what happened after the TCA was agreed between sort of Boris Johnson's government and the EU, it's true to say that goods exports to the EU did dip, but then that was, I think, also masked a bit or conflated with sort of what happened during the COVID pandemic. So working out, sort of disentangling the two is a little bit difficult, regardless of what side of the fence that you sit on. There's been a large sort of rebound, large enough sort of rebound to that. I think that looking at what is going on at the moment, and when Brexit was going on, I was heading up EU and trade policy for the Institute of Directors, which itself has a sort of historically free market kind of bent on its policy. Now, you know, cards on the table. Our members were probably, when we regularly polled them, 60-40 split in favor of staying in the EU, 60-40 in sort of favor of sort of some kind of alignment. But largely, I think that, you know, the balance and tension between is your priority continued ease of market access versus regulatory sort of control was always, I think, at the time of sort of a rupture, going to be a little bit more geared towards worrying about your loss of market access. And what is happening now is what I always thought would be the case, with some exceptions, is that largely, even amongst the exporting businesses, they have adapted to new trading arrangements. And I think for a lot of people now, it's interesting to sort of engage with the government. I've gone back to sort of working with businesses on trade issues. And I think that there is a hope and an expectation from the government currently that a lot of businesses are going to sort of throw their weight publicly behind the reset. And I think that there are definitely sectors that are going to benefit. So the retail, agri-food retail business, and I distinguish that from the agri-food sort of industry, because agriculture is definitely a bit more split on the realignment versus regulatory control versus market access, at a point which we'll come back to. But I think a lot of businesses were really burned during Brexit about putting their heads above the parapet, and I'm not sure they're going to come out in droves at the moment. The other thing I would say is that I do think, because you've had this period of time that's moved on where businesses have adapted to the sort of trading arrangements, there is a little bit more sort of pause to consider whether, I suppose, sort of giving away in specific areas at the moment. They are specific, they are delimited. Rule taking to the EU is less important or more important depending on your perspective versus sort of ease of market access. Now, if we take one of the main areas of the alignment, which is sort of a planned alignment, which is on SPS, and I think even by government officials' sort of own admission, it's more than just an SPS deal. And for those who don't know, SPS is sort of sanitary and phytosanitary sort of rules governing sort of plant and animal health. And actually, if you look at the list of sort of regulations that DEFRA published a couple of weeks ago, that sort of listed kind of the existing kind of statute book of the EU's, what they have to align to going forward, it's a lot bigger than just SPS. Now, there are definitely, as I said, in the retail business, food retail business, they are in favor, broadly speaking, of the realignment. The agriculture industry is a lot more even-handed. I think Lord Moynihan alluded to sort of reasons, for example, of what are we going to be able to do with our genetic editing? Because that is an area, since we left the EU, and as he rightly said, we actually haven't diverged all that much, because I think culturally there is an inclination amongst agri-food sort of businesses to want the sort of protection of the regulatory sort of environment that they've had, and also there's a lot of sort of nervousness about kind of US imports that aren't sort of treated the same way coming in. That's just become institutionalized in this country now. But gene editing is an interesting question. On the one hand, actually the EU is doing its own version of that. It's called New Genomic Techniques, and they're probably going to agree a deal on that in May. But there is a bigger question about, is that going to look scope-wise the exact same thing as what we've done in England and Wales on genetic editing? If we want to go further to sort of extend beyond plant health for genetic editing, are we going to be able to do that? I remember when we were in the EU, we really wanted to sort of trial for bovine tuberculosis, for example, in agriculture. We wanted to be able to sort of trial sort of a cow vaccination, and we couldn't, which is why we have badger culls at the moment. That might become very difficult. There's some great pilots that DEFRA and England are doing at the moment. Will that become constrained? So on the one hand, the EU is doing things that I'm glad to see that they're moving away from sort of entirely the proportionality principle. On the other hand, agri-food regulation is something that is so sensitive to specific markets that, if I had to pick and choose an area where I would have said definitely there's a better case for alignment on the basis so we're not going to diverge that much, actually you might look more at sort of the industrial goods sector, because there's not a huge amount of difference. There's sort of the product safety standards, the EU's approach has gone a bit sort of maybe more on the sort of product safety side. But I actually think that when it comes to agri-food, there are much bigger challenges. And the big question is, how do UK-specific agricultural questions get treated, and sort of how is our input kind of fed in? So I think that on the one hand, while you've seen, for example, where I live in Scotland, seed potatoes are banned thanks to the sort of the EU deal. So there are a couple of examples where I guess you could say the alignment is going to sort of reopen the market in Europe. But by and large, I think that the bigger question about what are we going to be able to diverge from in the future is still a valid question. And I think increasingly one for our agricultural sort of sector. The other one is pesticides. We haven't completely kept tabs with the EU sort of list on pesticides. And then, I think it's a legitimate question for farmers to say, we have different kind of pestilence issues in the UK versus the rest of sort of, let's say, Mediterranean Europe. So are we not going to be able to use our pesticides? I think those are valid questions to be asking. I won't get into now because we probably will in future on the sort of the EU ETS linking. CBAM is something actually the last government that I was in did. We did it because we had a lot of pressure from domestic industries that wanted to say, we can't compete with the, you're putting green levies on us that, our developing countries that are exporting competing commodities are not having to do. So that is why we did CBAM. Now, the argument from the government is to say, well, if we align our sort of emission trading systems, which is the other big piece of alignment, we'll be able to exempt ourselves from having to sort of dual taxes in both ways. It goes back to the question of should we be having the CBAM and what should the scope be? I'll close by saying that's just what I think is on the agenda now. I think the big question is that the government knows that it's probably not going to massively move the dial on economic growth, its current alignment deal, because it's a limited scope of sectors. And there are rumblings about where the government wants to go next. I think that's the big question to look out for.
Very interesting. That leads very nicely to what I'd like to ask Greg. Greg, you sit on the Green benches in the House of Commons. You see the government every day or so. Have they just run out of ideas? Is this really what's happening with the EU reset and the bigger realignment picture? What is driving it?
I'm not sure they had any ideas to start with. Is the honest answer to that. And they like to talk about attacking our 14 years in government. And if they had 14 years in opposition to come up with a plan, they quite clearly did. So it is absolutely clear, we're seeing it from Labour's leadership battles right now, that they're still obsessed by Brexit. Yeah. They tried to put it under the carpet in the election. They tried to say nothing to see here, don't worry, we're not going to try and go back into the European Union. In the speech Wes Streeting gave yesterday in the King's Speech debate, some of the things Andy Burnham has said, but then some of the things Andy Burnham has been saying and then slapped down for, they want to take us back into the European Union. Yeah. Let's not be in any doubt whatsoever by that. They are obsessed by it. And I asked a question of one of the Foreign Office. I know Cabinet Office technically still run our negotiations with the European Union. But as, this is channeling my inner Bill Cash. I sat on the European Scrutiny Committee under Bill for the entirety of the last Parliament and asked that fundamental question. In all their negotiations with the European Union, do they see the EU reset bill having to repeal Section 38 of the Withdrawal Act? Head in the sand, no answer. For anyone that isn't clear about that, it was a section in the Withdrawal Act that Bill Cash negotiated in that says Parliament is sovereign. Notwithstanding everything else, Parliament is sovereign. And because they won't answer that question as to whether they wish to repeal Section 38 of the European Union Withdrawal Act, that only leads me in one direction of fear, that they do wish to disassemble that legislative protection we have in this country that says since we left the European Union, Parliament is sovereign. And as you dive deeper into the detail of what they're proposing through this reset, through, sorry, Jack, what they call dynamic realignment, what we know, as you rightly said earlier, as rule taking. Well, who's the ultimate arbiter of that? Because yes, they can dress it up and say it will be for British courts in the first instance, but the only arbiter of whether something is compliant with a piece of EU legislation is the European Court of Justice. And therefore, the reset bill that we've had in the King's Speech, we haven't got the full detail of it yet, but I fear will put the UK back under the direct jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice in so many areas. And once they've done it for a few, once they've done it on an SPS deal, once they've done it on so many other things, that is just a slippery slope straight back into the European Union. As John rightly said, 13,000 directives, 13,000? That is the stuff of nightmares. That is a regulatory club that just wants to hamper anybody's economy by, we think the Employment Rights Act is bad, and it is bad, but it doesn't come even close to the level of strangulation from regulation that comes out of the Commission every single week the European Union exists. So for me, we've got to go back to the base principle question. Throughout everything this government negotiates with the European Union, is Britain still sovereign or not? Is it our courts that will be the arbiter of what happens here or not? And I fear the question to that is going to be that we will be straight back into the European Union. The other way we could have looked at this, the other way that would have been perfectly right and fair to look at this, is to fully accept, and I know you're not entirely dealing with a rational actor when it comes to the European Union, but the TCA was never it. It was never just carved in stone as the trade deal between the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the European Union. It was always meant to be an evolving document. And hell, I'm the first to admit there is stuff in there that probably isn't very good for us. That if you were negotiating with any other country, sovereign nation, you could have conversations about that and get certain restrictions changed. Let me talk about a world that I'm also very close to, a world that's a massive British success story, Formula One. Silverstone is as much in Buckinghamshire as it is in Northamptonshire. The carnet provisions that were in that first iteration of the TCA is mad. It's costing Formula One 10 million quid a year because the European Union, I mean, these are problems they don't have when they turn up to Australia or China or Japan or Brazil or many of the other places the F1 circus goes to every year. The European Union presumes they're importing those cars to sell them. They fail to understand that they are pieces of sporting equipment. And the carnet provisions are just mad. You wouldn't presume that a musician taking a violin to play in a concert somewhere was taking in something because they wanted to sell the violin. But that is a presumption that they have on cars, automotive parts, etc. That's clearly something that with a rational actor, we could negotiate a better deal on. It's as good for them as it is for us. If we go down that level of negotiation and just get the TCA to be better and in our national interest, rather than just becoming a rule taker and subjected to the ECJ again, that would be the much better way of going about it. But Labour are obsessed. They never wanted us to leave in the first place, and they want to take us back in.
Can I just add to that?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's interesting that this is supposed to be the year that there was the review, taking stock exercise of the TCA. And when you speak to a lot of businesses, one of their biggest concerns is, particularly if they're exporting to Europe, is the sort of pan-European implementation of the TCA. Unfortunately, that as a priority exercise, which really matters to sort of the friction levels across between the UK and the EU27, has become sort of a not even secondary sort of priority because the reset has taken all of this sort of the oxygen. So actually, I mean, it sounds, I suppose, to sort of Labour a bit sort of less sexy, as a bit of reset. But actually, that's the sort of the real sort of nuts and bolts of stuff that matters to trade. And the last thing I would say is that from having worked a lot with sort of the sort of intermediaries, the customs people who are sort of moving the goods across the borders, for them, the most important thing to them when it comes to sort of trade across the border with Europe is probably less the TCA and more less the reset and more how do we make our own border work unilaterally, our own single trade window within our own gift to sort of sort out. But it seems to become all these things that we could do within our own gift have become second order priorities because the reset is taking up so much oxygen.
Precisely. John, comments?
I think some of the things Ali said have been very useful. In particular about the CBAM. You made it clear, Ali, that CBAM is a protectionist device, which we need because we've imposed green policies in this country. If we hadn't had the green policy in the first place, wouldn't have to have the CBAM. And actually, the CBAM we've imposed is not quite as expensive as the EU's, but we're going to have the EU's, and that'll make things even more expensive to import from the rest of the world. Now, the rest of the world, earlier in this century, was 3/4 of the world, and the EU was 25%. The EU is now 14%. And yet there is this obsession with the EU as though this was the only thing. Where is the debate about the 86% of the global economy that represents our future in terms of trade? Well, that 14% that the EU is now will soon be 10 because it's not growing and the rest of the world is growing. The EU, because of everything that Jack said, is socialist and it believes in rules and it doesn't grow. So we've got to be really careful not to have this obsession with the EU. Yesterday in my committee, the Meat Producers Association turned up, and they said, "Oh, you've got to remove the rules for the EU so that we can export our meat to the EU, and it's tremendously important." And there are all these barriers to our exporting meat into the EU. Now, this was sheer producer capture. If you export meat to anywhere else in the world, you have to follow those rules, and everybody quite happily does it, and nobody complains. But no. With the EU, we want to remove this. Really, really important. It's a tiny, tiny bit of our economy, these meat exporters, but they're turning out in the typical sort of crony capitalist way to say, we need the government to pay for our exports. We don't want to pay it for ourselves. Well, yeah, we'll pay it for the rest of the world, for Australia, US, and so forth. But no, EU, really, really important. The EU is not important for our future, and we must stop obsessing with it. We must look outward. That's where we'll go. Now, Ali again was right to say that exports have declined a little bit. The economy as a whole hasn't, but exports have declined a little bit, both to the rest of the world and to the EU. Why? Back to your green policies. Net zero has been catastrophic for this country. Company after company has closed down, has moved abroad. And if you're not making it, you can't export it. Oddly enough, there isn't anything to export. And that is what has happened. It is getting rid of net zero, the self-sabotage that this country has imposed upon itself, which is necessary to get the economy going again, to get exports going again, not going back into the EU.
So on to the idea of going back into the European Union. Greg, you described it as not necessarily a rational actor to deal with. Ali, you've talked about how various rules have changed. What might a European Union that we could theoretically go back into look like? Is it the same European Union as the one we left in 2020? We're getting a sense of the sorts of rule changes required. There's even suggestions that the EU might move away from the veto and consensus voting and move towards more qualified majority. What does the future of Britain's relationship with the European Union look like if we were to go back in? Greg, thoughts?
The EU has never done nuance. Yes, the EU has never. I mean, actually, it was a small miracle that we got some of the opt-outs we historically did, not least from the single currency, from the euro. Let's be under no illusion. The EU are not going. They're not begging us to come back. They're not sat there desperate for the UK to be a member of the EU again. They probably rather we didn't now, having gone through everything in the Brexit process. So anything that involves the UK going back into the European Union, for which I am completely and totally against, for the benefit of the camera, would be the full fat version. It would be the euro. It would be complete and total rule taking on every front. No opt-outs, no vetoes, nothing. It would be the full fat version. And that would be even more catastrophic than the version of our membership we had prior to the Withdrawal Act taking force. So everybody that thinks it's going to be some sort of cozy deal where we can just sign up to little bits of it, or try and make some sort of contorted argument that somehow being in the customs union isn't being in the European Union. It is, because we'd have to take all of the rules. They're just living in cloud cuckoo land. It doesn't work like that. It's not like negotiating with a sovereign state actor. They have their rules. They have their system of doing things. They are a protectionist club. Their only interest is the European Union, not a global trading pattern. And then when you look at some of the things that this government, let's just play devil's advocate for a minute, that this government championed, things in the Employment Rights Act, not compatible with EU laws. The deal that, it's a relatively modest deal, but the deal that the government announced last night with the Gulf Cooperation Council, not permitted. Not permitted for the UK if we were a member of the European Union again. Likewise,
tariffs on food.
Absolutely. Likewise, a trade deal with India. Likewise, CPTPP. All of these things would be immediately written off overnight. Things that actually this government have stood up. Some of the things we did in government that they've championed since. Some of the things they've done off their own volition, gone away. And I'm not sure that we've actually had that debate in the House of Commons or in the House of Lords of what the consequence of rejoining a bit or all of the European Union would actually mean.
John and Ali, thoughts on that?
Can I just add to that just with the reset, we are signing up that the adjudicator of any dispute will be the European Court of Justice. This is unique in trade deals, that you agree, oh, well, if we disagree, your courts can decide who's right. The European Court of Justice has never ruled against anything that the EU wanted. Now, exactly what Greg was saying. We have got deals, even in the reset, with CPTPP and elsewhere, that we've agreed to do. In the reset, we will agree to follow the EU. You cannot do both, but we will have agreed to do both. So either, or indeed both, we get taken to the World Trade Organization by CPTPP and the others, or we get taken to the European Court of Justice by the EU, and we will be found in either court to be not meeting our obligations, and we will have to pay penalties for that. It is utterly ludicrous. But sorry, I just want to embellish what
No,
you're
of course.
saying.
I'd love to hear Ali's thoughts on
Yeah.
that. Then I have another
Yeah.
question for Ali in particular, which is, if we were to significantly depart from European rules and regulations, particularly in the physical economy, what would that actually mean for our ability to future trading relationship with the European Union? Would it matter at all? Or should we take the view that it's a declining market globally, it's worth the opportunity?
I agree with some, not everything that's been said here, but for different reasons. So, I mean, if you look at sort of some of the EU countries that had trade agreements before they became part of the EU, those were not entirely written off. The EU, as I think sort of Greg alluded to, is doing its own sort of trade deals. They're not going to do one with GCC. They are doing one with the Emirates at the moment. Now, it's interesting to look at sort of, for example, the agricultural sector's view on some of this. They were unhappy with the Australia deal we did. They were unhappy with the New Zealand deal we did. They think that they liked the EU's one because they thought it didn't sort of cut tariffs as much. I won't spend too much time here. I think there's an interesting tension, and there has always existed a tension within the sort of the conservative spectrum between sort of the agricultural sort of protectionists and the sort of true sort of free marketeers. And I'm interested to see how that evolves with sort of varying parties on the right going forward. I had a look at the agricultural sort of policy document that was put out by Reform last night, and it talks about not wanting to be sort of relying on imports and badly negotiated one-sided trade deals. I mean, depending on your view, I'm very glad that we sort of phased out tariffs with Australia, frankly, albeit over a sort of period of time with some sort of safeguards. I think that the way that the EU is headed, it's sort of, and I say this, maybe I may be a minority in this room. I voted Remain. I don't regret it, but I would never go back into the EU. I think it's a distraction. I watched it, the whole process of Brexit, tear this country apart. I have absolutely no desire to see that happen again in reverse. And I think that even though, it was interesting, I was in Edinburgh at the weekend speaking with sort of some SNP politicians on my panel, and it's interesting to look at the tactics that they're taking. So their view is, we want to go back into the EU because we think that that's the only way to sort of address the democratic deficit of this salami slicing approach to sort of dynamic alignment. Yeah. Which is actually sort of a fair enough kind of position. But ultimately, the reality is the way that you go back into the EU, in addition to the at least commitment, there are many countries, for example, Sweden, they're committed to go into the euro. I don't think they're going to do it anytime soon, but the commitment is there. You have to make these commitments on paper. And I do think that even though the voting rights would come back once we were in the EU, it would take ages. It would go through the process. I just couldn't think of anything worse to occupy the discourse of British politics for the next 5 to 10 years, frankly. And I think it's sort of, this fixation with Europe, I do think is sometimes a sort of, and I see it in all honesty, I see it from the right, I see it from the left. Sometimes people fixate on it as a sort of distraction from talking about domestic policy levers. And that's why I think that we need to really focus on our domestic policy levers. To your point about sort of divergence, I mean, I actually see more interestingly of a space for diverging on things like agri-food regulations. I'm just not sure this country is brave enough to do it personally. Right, okay. I think on industrial goods, I think we're probably going to stay fairly aligned on technical standards with Europe no matter what we do. And that's just having spent lots of time with businesses who themselves align to some of these standards. Because a lot of them in the industrial goods space, they are derived from global ones. In the agri-food ones, it's very, very European oriented.
So where the physical economy question touches on some of the constitutional matters, Greg, I'd love your thoughts about what happens to the Windsor framework. Regardless of whether we're rejoin the European Union, stay out to the European Union, look at renegotiating the TCA, the Northern Ireland Protocol and the Windsor framework will remain some kind of political sore. Do you think the technological advances in trade borders have improved to the point that some of those concerns from 2017, 18, 19 are much less relevant. What is your view around the framework?
I didn't vote for the Windsor Framework.
Bravo.
Good man.
It is a sore because but it actually goes to the crux of what I said in my previous answer of how inflexible the European Union are, that they are so protective of their beloved single market that they are not willing to recognize the borders of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland as a sovereign country. And as we couldn't get a negotiated point that did maintain the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the United Kingdom as part of what became the Windsor Framework after the Northern Ireland Protocol, it beggars belief that anyone thinks, that anybody thinks, that the EU is up for a broader negotiation on any front. And I really feel for our fellow citizens in Northern Ireland as part of our country, that they are still so badly held under EU laws and regulations, something that Parliament is now blind to. Because I mentioned the European Scrutiny Committee that I sat on in the last Parliament. That was a committee that was charged over many years for being the first port of call for every EU law, every directive to be scrutinised, and for the most, whilst we couldn't do anything about it as members of the EU, to be raised to the floor of the House of Commons for wider interrogation where necessary. The first thing, well, not quite the first thing, but one of the very first things this current government did was abolish that committee and not replace it with anything else. So all of those directives and EU laws currently flooding in that do affect Northern Ireland as distinct from GB aren't being scrutinised. They aren't being looked at. There is nobody, no structure that is actually understanding just how much the EU still has influence over part of our own country. And that is deeply economically damaging in its own rights with that trade, the majority of trade that actually is within our own country, within our own market. And it just goes back to those base principles of whether we are a sovereign country, the whole of our country, or not.
One thing I would add to that is, interestingly, if you look at the name, and keep in mind the Swiss have already done their own versions of an SPS deal and ETS, which is, I think, the government is trying to sort of perhaps take comfort and succor from and inspiration from. But interestingly, the name of the SPS agreement or the sort of framework is not UK, it's GB.
Yes.
And the reason for that is because come hell or high water, the most important thing for the EU is to maintain the Windsor Framework Protocol arrangements, no matter what happens. And I think there's an interesting question about, the EU, to be fair to it, I probably would in their situation, does not want to have to go back and forth constantly renegotiating with the UK. As Greg alludes to, it's got bigger priorities. So this is the UK driving this at the moment under the current government. But what the EU does want is to try and, some people call it reform-proof. I'll just call it sort of future government-proof, these arrangements. And there's an interesting question about
the Farage rule.
Interesting question about what is the cost, linking back to things like the Windsor Framework and the TCA, going to be if someone tries to undo this. And that's going to put us back into basically the no-deal argument territory again.
Excellent.
What a turbulent roller coaster we're going to find ourselves on.
Can I add one more thing about
Absolutely,
the AI Act? I think one thing that is sort of, unless you're in Northern Ireland, has gone by a lot of people in London, apart from if they work in some cabinet office and Northern Ireland office, is that the EU has requested that the scope of the Windsor Framework be, in terms of legislation applying to Northern Ireland, include the AI Act.
Yes.
And I think the UK government has studiously not said anything publicly yet about what its view is. So I would keep that one under review.
It shows that the European Union has quite an expansive approach to its regulation. It has decided, for those that don't know, that because increasing number of consumer goods are powered by AI or informed by AI, therefore that puts the threat of the European Union single market at risk via Northern Ireland, which could have dangerous British AI-powered goods flowing through the EU single market. So it's going to be a very, very interesting debate to go to. We are going to go for a coffee break now before we hear from the Shadow Secretary of State for Business. So could everybody please thank Lord Moynihan, Ali Renison and Greg Smith for the discussion on the UK.
The one bit I didn't mention was that you come back into the EU with research, and so every single farmer in the UK, the 95% who don't export to the EU, all have fixed rules. And every company importing into the UK, they have to follow the rules.
I think API more research saying British farmers selling British meat to a British family on a European market.
Yeah, but an Argentinian beef, far more safely wanting to export to the UK has to follow the EU. It's all protection, basically.
Totally.
Yeah. Today. But I was going to say to Andrew.
Oh, good. Well, he's coming up in 10 minutes. So.
Yeah. I can't. Okay. Yeah, that might be.
Well, we could.
Yeah.
Hi, Doc.
How are you? Let me just get you this just for 60 seconds. Standing about, and then we give you that. And literally it's just going to be directly the camera, yourself, seeing you on the video, and then, so that's where it is. And then just what you think with how you go, the camera, are you ready? Let's go.
Hey, thank you.
We met last year. Angus, to see you again. Do you remember Kiss Andrew video? Absolutely. Super. Yes. Andrew, I was going to pitch you a video afterwards. Can I just do it now and pretend we've done the event? Is that all right? Yeah.
I don't think I'm under actually much time.
No, we've got loads of people. I've got that on you just there. Yeah, we'll just go for just the same as it was last year, remember? So actually, we'll just do it this way so we've got a screen.
Yeah, make sure you get that nice background. What do you want to say?
If you are able to lead with, introduce yourself, say who you are, what you do, and then say you're here with the third pre-market roadshow.
Market Roadshow. Yeah.
And then what your main points are from your talk. You want people to produce straight to the camera when you're ready.
Hi, I'm Andrew Griffith, the Conservative Shadow Business and Trade Secretary, and I'm here at the third Free Market Roadshow for Prosperity Institute in association with the Austrian Economic Centre. I've been talking today against. I've been talking today about the importance of returning to free market principles, something even my party has wavered from over the years. I think we've now got a new principle leader. I feel more confident about those arguments being made, both for economic freedom, but also individual liberty than at any time over the last few decades. And I've also been talking about our 5-point plan for business to get this country growing again, whether that's cheaper energy, less red tape, simpler and lower taxes, and flexible labour market, and once again celebrating wealth creators and risk takers. All of that today here at Prosperity Institute.
Perfect, that's great. Thanks so much. Unbelievable. Let me just have a look at you. Thank you very much.
You can just
obviously, yeah, no problem. Thank you so much.
Of course you can.
Because over there, they have the Austrian economics logo.
Yeah. When you were.
Perhaps just standing.
Perhaps just standing. Right.
That side angle will work really well. Waiting for them to come around. That's it.
Right.
Okay.
Let's go.
Too much weight.
Oh, wheels on.
Here we go. Always happy to be here.
Brilliant. We have it. Thank you.
Is that okay? And we have got the Austrian Economic Centre as well today.
That's what I'm in.
Yes, I was at the lecture. Yes, it was quite good. I looked there for 2 hours. Pretty wild. I mean, there was Ash and Andre and Ash are pretty eccentric individuals. So, but we discussed a range of things. It went really well. I might put some clips on. Well, that's confirming people want they want more presence. So I'm happy to do that presence. I was on TV news yesterday talking about the energy crisis. With Martin he was a reform MEP. Brexit Party. Yes, it was quite legal heavy. But then the second half was for engaging. They had Lucy Connolly on there. And they had Graham first last name. Yeah. They're talking about their experience of being arrested.
Perfect. Parliament, thank you for the edit on mine. Very good. Philip, you're always very well turned out. I'm always impressed. I love the tie. It's really, really nice. Really, really good. Oh, hey, Josh has left. Where's he going?
He's not joining the ranks of young people who are leaving it.
Oh, but their government affairs team.
He's going to do.
That's a legit job. That's public service. That's really good actually.
Really well. He's actually
No. Oh, that's really cool. Brilliant. Amazing. Well, honestly, it's really good. Christ almighty. There we are. Righto. Marvellous work. Public service. Right, let's get this going. Okay, everybody, let's get going. Righto, everybody. I hope you are suitably refreshed after your cup of coffee, and I hope you enjoyed our first two sessions, which I think were intellectually stimulating and certainly very inspiring to me as someone that wants to keep evangelizing the good news of free markets in a difficult time. I am so happy to welcome back to Prosperity Institute's stage the Shadow Secretary of State for Business, Andrew Griffith. And this comes at a very entertaining time. As I said earlier, today Parliament is debating a fascinating piece of legislation, the renationalisation of British steel. I'm sure Andrew will be here to give us a big picture, inspiring speech about free markets, but I'd be delighted if he could give us some uncensored preview of the sort of things he's going to be saying in the Commons later this afternoon against a government that has run out of ideas, that really is playing some of the most intellectually bankrupt hits it could find. So without further ado, I'll welcome Andrew to the stage to speak, and then we will do conversation until around lunchtime. We're a couple of minutes behind, so I think we'll run to about 10 past 12 before we have lunch next door. So Andrew, take it away.
Fred, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Always a delight. I feel at home to be here at the Prosperity Institute and in the company of the Australian Economic Centre. So it's a great pleasure to be here. Today, more than at any time for decades, the foundations of our free market economy in the UK, and this is very serious, are under threat. Hayek, that great Austrian economist, said the more the state plans, the more difficult planning becomes for the individual. So true. Unfortunately, that is exactly what is happening. Not just, sadly, under this current government that's trying to cap supermarket prices, nationalize industries, regulate, literally they say this, regulate its way to growth, an oxymoron that you really could not make up. But there's been a failed economic consensus at the top of government, I'm afraid to say, for a number of decades. And it has that fatal flaw embedded in it that governments can and should plan economies. assume that free market is the realm of profiteers. You hear that word again in constant currency from government ministers, and zero-sum games. And this failed consensus has justified the heavy hand of the state being deployed at every turn. And funnily enough, as this erudite audience will understand, it's made Britain immeasurably poorer as a result. Successive governments have eroded the basic principles of the free market with price controls, subsidies and cross-subsidies, and a web of voluntary and involuntary regulatory schemes. Rare is the market that is undisturbed by government intervention today. Now, my own party, before you say it, is not innocent of this. We governed for the last 14 years, many of the preceding years of the previous decades, and too often Conservative politicians participated or were silent in the face of that attack on free markets. It was seeing the party of my youth, Margaret Thatcher, Keith Joseph, Lord David Young, lose their nerve under successive leaders that shook me out of a 25-year career in business and into Westminster in 2019. Now, the jury is out as to whether that was a very good idea personally or otherwise, but it was nevertheless an attempt to try and help, because I believe that we can change this and that we have a narrow window of opportunity to arrest our decline and restore this country to once again being the pinnacle of free markets. How do you do that? Well, first, you have to be brutally honest about the problems we face and the state we are in. Britain today is not a truly free market economy. And as a result, as I said, we are not a rich country. In 1998, the UK was one of the top 20 countries in the world on a GDP per capita basis. Not common law language, but you'll understand GDP per capita, the total wealth of the country divided by the number of people in it. Today, we're not even in the top 20. We don't even make the top 20 of the list. The government is spending 44, getting on for 45 pence in every pound of the economy, a level of state intervention many socialist governments historically could only dream of, that level of intervention. And what do we get in return for the state taking and spending, in its wisdom, 45 pence in every pound? Well, we get porous borders, unsafe streets, and our cancer survival rates rank 16th out of 18 in the OECD. Industrial energy in Birmingham, England, costs 4 times that in Birmingham, Alabama. A vast bureaucracy at every level of government has made everything too slow and everything too expensive. Insert your own examples here, HS2. For too many, working hard, starting a business, feels like you are swimming against the stream. While politicians, if they intervene at all, is to hurl insults and obstacles from the sidelines. Exactly as Kemi Badenoch said yesterday, it's like the Soviets won. Labour's solution to this, an even bigger interventionist state. Literally the words used by the Secretary of State this morning, boasting about his interventionist state. Hayek said if socialists understood economics, they wouldn't be socialists. Wes Streeting wants a wealth tax and to almost double capital gains tax. Andy Burnham wants to rejoin a superstate. They probably both want to rejoin a superstate. He just doesn't want to tell anybody until he thinks he's won this by-election. And today, as Fred mentioned, the government is moving a 1970s bill through the Parliament to renationalise British Steel, or at least to fix the botched attempt at nationalisation from 12 months ago. Right back, add a stroke to the dark days of 70s socialism. You don't have to go far to find other examples of failed intervention. The Renters' Rights Act expropriates property through a combination of de facto rent controls and unlimited tenancies. Spurious equal pay litigation based not on market judgments, but on Soviet-style committees and tribunals' determination of what they believe value is. Affordable housing targets that destroy the viability of anyone trying to build the homes we need, arbitrary discounts for welfare payments, compounding to tens of thousands of pounds of incentives to stay out of the workforce and the employed economy. An endless social restrictions on how consenting adults can spend their money, whether it's buying the type of car that they want, placing a bet, a packet of cigarettes. But beyond this litany of woes, I suspect many of us agree and share, there is a glimmer of hope. I'm more optimistic than I have been, I think, for a number of decades. Because while we've given up on the free market in favor of that command economy, other countries around the world have embraced it and doubled down on it. One of the reasons we're falling down in relative rankings is because other countries are succeeding on the fact of a small state and a bet on the benefits of freedom. So we can do that too. This is a soluble problem. Britain's position is not hopeless. We've come back from behind before. We did it in the 1970s or at the end of the 1970s, in the early 80s, and we can absolutely do so again. You have to be an optimistic in the postcode that John and I and others work in. So I'm an optimist, but I do believe that we can do that. Our decline is not inevitable. It can be reversed. We should be setting ourselves once again as a nation the goal of being one of, if not the most prosperous nations on the planet. We've got all of the basic ingredients, the smarts, the intellectual property, the history, the legacy, the architecture to do these things. We just need the leadership and the decisions to do so. So it's going to require tough choices. We're going to have to be radical, ambitious, cut the size of the state, and take a chainsaw, multiple chainsaws to regulation. And we need to, once again, be confident on the centre right. I think my party, others think others. But on the centre right, we need to be confident about making first principle arguments in favour of the free market, of the price signal, of allowing capital to flow where it sees opportunities. Too many of our young people have simply not heard those arguments. Why? Not because they've not been listening, but because few outside of the Prosperity Institute, as it then was, the Legatum Institute, have ever been making those arguments at all. I think for the first time in decades, the Conservative Party has got a leader who in their soul believes in free markets, who recognises it's individuals who should choose, not governments, who's willing to make arguments for the free market from first principles, who supports a smaller state. Under Kemi, we're no longer the party of the generational smoking ban. She voted against it. I voted against it, both on every occasion it came to Parliament. We're no longer the party of sugar taxes, of telling people what they can eat and what they can drink and the damage that fruity yogurt can do to you. We're not opposing people's right to spend money as they choose, be it placing a bet at the races without having a credit investigation first, buying a petrol or diesel car. We are the party, once again, of free market and the party of business. We're starting to put in place the plans for the revolution that needs to come. Last week, we announced 16 bills, our alternative King's Speech, a much, much better, ladies and gentlemen, King's Speech. And we're working on many more. You can help us. You can help co-curate that process of what the incoming Conservative government needs to do in order to achieve our aims. I'll share briefly, and in conclusion, Fred, before we go to questions, my 5-point plan to back British business. We know that the only sustainable growth comes from business, entrepreneurship, and private capital. So the first is cheaper energy, to stop the deindustrialization of Britain, not through nationalizing it, but from freeing it and liberating it and allowing it to compete on the basis of abundant energy resources. A return to a flexible labour market. Youth unemployment is at the highest it's been for over a decade. Fixing it starts with repealing almost every single page of Labour's Unemployment Rights Act. Lower and simpler taxes, because tax is too high as an incentive and it's far too complicated even within that envelope. Cutting red tape and the regulators who keep growing and applying it. And I mean that. Setting out a corpus of red tape that we will remove on day one, restricting the number of people who work in regulators, cutting the number of regulators themselves, and reforming a legal system that is inimical to the idea of taking risk. And finally, and most importantly, and I think very much in line with the mission and case of the Prosperity Institute. Fostering a culture that once again celebrates risk takers, people who create wealth, even when they become wealthy as a consequence, not scapegoating people, not taxing them into the grave or driving them out of this great country of ours. So Conservatives, of which I am part of the team, will make those tough choices, deadly serious about doing this. Far from giving up on the free market, we will embrace it, we will espouse it, we will advocate for it, and we will educate a new generation to understand that that is what it will take if we're serious about creating, once again, both a free country that we want to live in, but also a prosperous country that is fit for the future. Thank you.
So there is so much to get stuck into in that speech. I think it was a great jumping off point for further conversation, and also develop the conversation that we had with Jack Rankin earlier this morning very, very nicely. So you two are singing off a very similar hymn sheet.
It's almost like we're a team.
Yeah.
We're back.
One thing it made me think of is one of Kemi's lines from the leadership competition a while ago, which was talking about the Conservatives talking right but governing left. And I think we should get into that a little bit more, because why and how do you think that happens? It's not just a case of breaking promises in a manifesto. It seems to be the embrace of a totally opposing philosophy of politics and government compared to what the party said it believed.
Well, certainly I've given you ample examples, and we could spend quite a lot of this Q&A session going through the examples of talking right and governing left. So let's just take it as read that many of us share that criticism of Kemi that Kemi made. And of course, she won the leadership contest objectively amongst members by a very significant amount. So clearly, there are many people of that view. Look, why the government gets things wrong? I mean, sometimes it's because they are composed of people without convictions. Government, some people see that as a tool for social mobility, not yours, but theirs. Some people are devoid of other inspiration in life. They haven't got an hinterland and they've drifted into government. And government itself is hard, as you know, Fred, having worked at the centre of it. Government hits bumps in the road. If you don't have a plan, then as soon as you hit those bumps, everything's going to be scattered asunder. So a little bit a mixture of lack of convictions. You've got to remember there was a generation of politicians that I would say, just as Blair was the heir to Thatcher, there was a generation of politicians that grew up in the rain shadow of Tony Blair. Very successful government within its terms. Clearly, I wasn't a fan, but within its terms, it was successful. It got re-elected for 2 terms, governed for 3. And there was a generation of ambitious politicians who clearly convinced themselves the only way you could get elected wasn't to tackle those arguments head on, but to ape and emulate those and to seek to hug huskies and all the other manifestations of that. So I think opposition itself is a cleansing process. Opposition is hard. The people who are only there for the journey or the red box sort of drift away, or they're not signed up for the hard work. There's nothing quite as strengthening as seeing firsthand the most socialist government that we have ever had as a country. More socialist than Ben, a bigger share of the state's wealth confiscated by the state than this country's ever seen outside wartime, and so on. And that itself is a galvanizer, I know, to a younger generation, people in business who've sat on the sidelines as commentators, but are now telling me they want to get on the pitch. And the fact that you are a smaller team means you're perhaps carrying a bit less baggage. So, the story you genuinely won't hear today is the story about a split within, or disunity within the Conservative Party. Now, it's easier to work as a team if there's 100 of you, or 120, than if there's 380. But all of those things. So you can't ignore the sociological aspect of who are the people that are your members of parliament and who end up being ministers in government. It is important where they come from and the convictions that they have, which is why the sort of conversations that we have here really, really matter. The intellectual arguments have to be won well before any government goes into power, because once it's there, I don't believe in the malice of the civil service, But you've got to recognize there will be events and there will be a machine that, unless you give it instructions, will continue unchecked on its own slightly left tilting course.
That's perfect jump off to my next question. You spent time in the centre of government and I think in the Treasury as a minister, so experienced what Whitehall is really like. What do you think needs to be done to improve the civil service to deliver the sort of agenda you highlighted at the end of your talk?
I'll keep it short, and I'll be like slightly antithetical to what consensus is.
Yeah.
I think it's leadership. I think it's the political leadership. There are some horror show departments, let's not be naive,
Sure.
but as a generality, because people talk about the civil service or the blob as a generality, actually, let's just travel optimistically. As a generality, civil servants are fairly dedicated, fairly well-meaning people. Many of them come from many walks of life and could just as easily be sitting across the road in some UK PLC. I would say the most fixable, addressable piece that when things go wrong is a lack of leadership. You need principles, policies, plans, and people. You can write that down. That is the 4 Ps. Some of my reform colleagues have started emulating it, so I know I'm winning the argument. Okay, so your principles don't change. They are the principles of the Conservative Party that I joined in the late 80s, early 90s, with some of those acolytes I mentioned, like David Young and Norman Tebbit and Keith Joseph. Your policies change from time to time. They're always consistent with the principles, but your policies are focused on the big issues of the day. And you set them out very clearly. What is our policy to deal with aging? What's our policy on housing? How do you get intergenerational fairness? What's our policy on restoring a free market economy and allowing businesses to grow? So your policies are important. But then the bit everyone forgets, and I've witnessed manifesto writing exercises, what's the actual plan beneath that? And then finally, who are the people that are going to do it? And they ain't just you as the minister. They're definitely not your private office. They are the people you co-opt, the couple of thousand people at least, who fill the appointed positions of government. Not to the same excess that we see in the States, but the same concept of having federally mandated appointments, political appointments if you like, but really just competent people who will help you bend the state and agency to your will. And that's the bit I think you just need. And maybe that's coming from a business background. It would be nicer, more folk from business, used to leading organizations, but you don't have to fetishize business. You just want capable people who've got principles and plans and know what they want to do.
I think that's very compelling. If you look at some of the 3 examples from living memory, which I think are most interesting, there's Rogernomics in New Zealand in the 1980s, which really turns New Zealand around from a very moribund country. Naturally, of course, Margaret Thatcher. And then Javier Milei, because you talked about chainsaws. But the interesting thing about Milei right now, actually Thatcher as well, and I don't know the politics of New Zealand too much, but Milei's approval ratings have collapsed. Obviously, he did win a great victory in the midterm elections, but things are looking quite rocky. When you want to deliver this kind of free market agenda, and free markets are often quite scary, how do you bring people with you through the rocky period? How do you ensure that you get a critical mass of voters, businesses, individuals who know that this is worth the course?
First, that point about brutal honesty. The sacrifices, if you like, that people will make. And it's not just Milei. I mean, Sweden managed to reduce its running deficit over a period of about 36 months. You've got to level with people. You've got to explain, I think Jack did a little bit of this, if every newborn child in this country is indentured from birth due to the debt that they will inherit, their share of the national debt, at least 40,000 and more so if you look at some of the IOUs and off-balance sheet liabilities. If you start to talk about that, you've got to do a better job than I in terms of household economics. You know, the great leaders are able to, like Reagan, are able to talk in a folksy way, but explain difficult concepts. The clear and present failure of state-applied socialism, which is having its absolute apogee at the moment, is certainly helpful, right? Young people who don't know which way to go, but are very, very clearly conscious that no one's on their side, no one's got their back, their ambition is not rewarded, their ladders of opportunity, whether it be housing or an education, are increasingly prohibitively expensive. It becomes easier to make those arguments. One thing you'll never do is win an argument by not having it. And that's what we've not done. What were we doing? Generational smoking ban. It's the rot started when well-meaning Conservative prime ministers started talking about regulating in statute the orientation of chocolate oranges near supermarket tills. But these things, it's trivial and slightly amusing anecdote. But once you concede the principle that it's not the role of the state to sort of stick to some of the basics, maybe invest in defence, try and keep our streets safe, for sure, make sure markets are trusted and that you've got a legal system that's respected. But once you start neglecting your core roles and wandering off in the ephemery of restricting individual freedom and regulating markets, you have kind of sold the pass. And so you've got to be able to make those arguments. You're all hired. You've all got to go and make those arguments, whether it's in the boardroom, the golf club bar, a policy institute. That's how we will win. That's how Milei has surrounded himself, with some disciples, some economic disciples, and he's a good communicator. But it can be done in lots of different markets. The worst thing of government, so don't blame the civil service, but when you really, I really don't. But when you asked for policy advice on a particular matter, this is important and insightful. When you ask for policy advice, you've got this wonderful treatise, sort of kind of a little bit Oxbridgey, but you've got this wonderful treatise of every twist and turn in UK policy since 1948. Masterful, appendices, everything. Would you ever get, oh, by the way, Minister, this is what Singapore's done, this is what Canada's done, this is what Argentina's done, this is what, any other country on earth, let alone the Commonwealth, where you can literally GitHub style copy and paste legislation because it all derives from common law. Would you help? And so my great optimism, foolish and naive though it may be, is that all of the problems we face are tractable. The solutions are out there somewhere. We don't have to emulate anybody else. We just have to be the best version of ourselves. But we've got the ability to go and test and learn and pick from what's worked elsewhere.
You'll forgive a minor digression on the subject of the regulation of placement of chocolate. In 2022, in the brief Liz Truss government, when I was a special advisor, we actually got rid of the rules which said supermarkets have to put sugary snacks in certain parts of the supermarkets, which obviously is a completely insane rule. After we got rid of those rules, a certain supermarket wrote to me very angrily saying, we've complied with this ridiculous rule, our competitors haven't, you've now given our competitors an unfair advantage over us. So it really shows the sort of absurd way in which we create regulations, and often at the interests of incumbent businesses. But to those intractable problems, Andrew and the audience will know you spent a lot of the last session of Parliament fighting in the trenches over the Employment Rights Bill, now the Employment Rights Act. That is going to impose some true absurdities on the labour market on top of the existing equal pay absurdities which have been going through the retail sector. Would you mind giving the audience a bit of a sort of exposition on the problems of this act, the sort of arguments you found in Parliament that you were tussling up against, and what needs to be done?
We've got 13 minutes and there's 330 pages of it, and I, possibly uniquely on earth, have read every single page and clause of that act. Rather than go through it in detail, because what it does is fundamentally change the relationship between employer, who is taking most of the risk in that relationship and almost all of the risk up front when you hire somebody. It really is an endeavor in risk taking. You can de-risk by having an interview or something, but essentially you are taking a risk on somebody's unknown future performance. And it really, really skews that. It takes us back to the 1970s in terms of trade union legislation. You're all far too young here, but it's literally the Trade Unions Congress is pretty much written down every single reverse as they would see it of the union movement. Those reverses are things like democracy, accountability to your members, the fettering of your inability to hold a general national strike and grind the country to its knees. So these are the sort of fetters that law over periods of time have put on them, and reverse them all in one go. And it sounds a little bit recidivist to say that, but over time we will see the recolonization of the private sector by trade unions.
Right.
Now, my best argument is, look, whatever you thought of him, Tony Blair never saw fit to do this sort of piece of legislation. It really is the most left-wing legislation that any socialist government could ever want in terms of the role of unions in society. And then it goes and takes an existing, very abundant area of law around employment tribunals and the ability for, as I said, unelected tribunals to be making value determinations between employers and employees, already hundreds of thousands of individual claims within that system, and it magnifies and amplifies that. What will we do? It's 330 pages long. We will repeal 329 pages of it. There are some unobjectionable clauses. One example, not the only one, would be extending the rights of bereavement leave to miscarriage. I don't believe there's an employer out there that wouldn't de facto be applying that, but if there was, I'm happy to put that on the statute book. But as for all the rest, it needs to go. We need to restore the status quo ante, go back to what wasn't the most deregulated labour market in the world, but compared relatively favourably with continental Europe, European employment markets, and thereby protected employment and jobs in the UK. That's just one example. The only thing I would go further to redress that previous consensus is in something called trade union facility time in the public sector. It is, because I'm a true believer in free markets. In the private sector, it is actually for private employers to reach those accommodations or otherwise with trade unions. But in the public sector, where you're talking about taxpayers' money, it is wrong for hundreds of thousands of public sector workers to be paid some or all facility time working for trade unions on the taxpayer dime. So I would shift that in terms of employment balance. And once again, everything I say, we will have clear plans to put in place. You talked about some metaphors. A decent one, none of them are perfect, but a decent one was Newt Gingrich's contract with America. Republicans have been vanquished in Congress. They'd lost their way. Many people say, I'm not a great student of US politics, but the great thing that did, not only did it bring in a new generation of congressmen educated in proper free market ideas or small state or constitutional liberty in that context, it also had adherence from them. So the other final weak link, rather than everyone blame the civil servants, is also blame the adherents of a political party, so that when you get your deputies or members elected, they're not immediately queuing up, to see the Prime Minister after PMQs each week saying, by the way, this footballer who's got an idea of, the state feeding everybody's children, we should go with that.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. And on the employment rights law...
Mustn't forget steel. I will talk about steel.
No, right back. It comes to a very interesting issue about getting public support for these things, which sounds scary. You're taking rights away. How do you sell that? How do you tell people who are looking for their first jobs or worried about worried about the cost of living? How do you tell them successfully that removing employment rights, as called, or even renters' rights, is a good thing for them?
It's not massively easy, and the first thing is to recognize it's not going to be easy. So then it's like any communication challenge. You need to invest in doing so. You need to find good advocates, good arguments, and tell it in a way that people get that message. So you recognize it. You've got to make that argument. Secondly, you surface the opportunity cost, the forgone opportunities. The law we pass the most in Parliament every single day, the law of unintended consequences. Renters' rights sounds like an unobjectionably good thing. There are a number of areas like that where the right has not had the best language, and you need clever people to come up with better forms of language. I was trying to think of another one, but there's quite a few where the language is skewed against us from the start. It would help. There's no point railing against the media, but it would help if you didn't have a leftist orientated, or a statist, let's be fairer, a statist orientated multiple national broadcasters commanding a very large market share of the broadcast spectrum, which automatically start every argument from a something must be done and the something must be done by the state perspective. I won't say it's politically biased, but I will say that their answers tend to default to a state interventionist view rather than seeking advocates. It's why it's always good to see Fred and you and others, and we have a number of brilliant voices on the centre-right to be on those shows outside of the political domain. and then just hold up the examples of clear and evidence failure. Millet's done this really well on the Buenos Aires private rental market, and you can just look at charts of what's happened to supply and price, and then what's happened over time with differences. Those stories are legion. Again, there's I forget the name, but Steve Moore's outfit in the US does this all the time. The US, yeah, exactly.
Oh, a great name.
But the US being a federal system has the much greater advantage of being able to say, look, this is what has happened where a red state has put up taxes. We all understand in this room the Laffer curve. You know, over time you can see there's some really good use cases here already. Government keeps putting up duty on spirits, and it keeps getting less revenue. Okay. Clever people, you know, again, the Spectator Data Watch does a decent job, but there's plenty of other places make those arguments, and we've got to somehow mainline those. Right? Remember, I'm not the professional politician. Get yourself some of those. I can make the arguments within my business domain, but you obviously need good advocates as well. That's why Kemi's great. She's good at this.
Before we go to the floor for a couple of questions, you said something must be done. That's a beautiful jump to the nationalisation of British Steel. Why does that have to happen, according to the government?
Yeah, it's just wrong on every level, actually. I mean, you've got some other speakers who, you know, I think you should give a good old mauling on. I mean, look, history teaches us that state ownership fails. Like, why does it fail? Because decisions that are made in Whitehall, remote from, no pun intended, the coalface or the furnace, are likely to be less wise than decisions made by responding to market price signals. Yeah. Once you start having the governance structure of a business within the political realm, the calculus changes. I mean, it is in a benign way, but the calculus has simply changed. It's not about, you know, how much revenue can we make? What's the bottom line look like? It's how much political noise are we going to get in if we advantage or disadvantage this particular group who's got a political voice. And a lot of the genesis, whatever anyone thinks, and I can understand people have local interests and local economies to speak for, but a lot of the genesis of this was about trade unions. Understandably, the incentives on them are trying to save the jobs of their members, but that doesn't necessarily reconcile with the need for the most agile economy. It also fails within its own terms. So if you believe, and I do, I'm not a complete capitalist libertarian. If you believe that the nation state matters and that sovereign capabilities of the nation state, whether it be semiconductors, satellite manufacturing, high-end armaments, critical mineral resources, are non-trivial points and rightly the subject of political domain and argument, this nationalisation fails even within its own terms. It does not keep the furnaces alive. The government has conceded that those furnaces will close. This is the end of primary steel making on Scunthorpe. The botched nationalisation of 14 months ago simply left the Chinese state in control of the equity. All of the liabilities have already been nationalised. It has cost the British taxpayer well in excess of £500 million for this 1 year alone. And what this is potentially doing is taking the equity from the Chinese state, despite Starmer going kowtowing to Beijing, wandering around, with President Xi, giving the Chinese a spy embassy in London, and coming back with the metaphorical equivalent of fortune cookie that says we will take the multi-billion-pound liabilities for decommissioning and decontamination onto the taxpayer's balance sheet. So even within its own terms, it fails. As I say, there are interventions you can justify in a market. There are much greater things I am worried about from a sovereign capability that we are losing. The government has started as a result of no longer being the referee on the pitch of industrial policy, but actually having put on the shirt of one of the teams, the government has now started rigging outcomes. So when it comes to the recent imposition of steel tariffs, middle market manufacturers, who, yes, may be importing some specialist grades of steel from other countries that we do not manufacture here ourselves anyway, are now subject to swinging tariffs of 50% on their biggest single input cost. And all that will happen is that manufacturing capability sovereign significant in some cases in the defence or aerospace industry, will simply move its tooling outside of the UK to deliver the same finished product, which then ironically can be imported tariff-free. It's properly nuts. It's a perfect Harvard Business School case study of what happens when governments and politicians decide to run businesses rather than let the private sector do that. If they want to support the steel industry, there are ways you can do that. They supported Paul Talbot on its transition from blast furnaces to electric arc furnaces. I'm happy to have that debate anyway as to whether that is or is not a good thing, but you certainly don't need to go back to 1970s style nationalisation.
Well, thank you for a superb preview of your speech this afternoon.
There's a more receptive audience I'm having in this room, I assure you. I shall be barracked by trade union-funded Labour members of Parliament.
So we have around 90 seconds before we go for lunch. Does anyone have a question for the Shadow Secretary of State for Business? So we'll hold it Claire here and then gentleman at the back.
Thank you. You mentioned centre-right quite a few times, and yet everything you talked about was actually gloriously right. Why use that word, centre?
Well, I mean, I want the 51% right. I'm in the business of actually getting our country back. So I want a majority government which is willing to implement the plans I espouse. I wouldn't compromise on any of those. I actually think the facts of life are conservative. I think if we are successful in making those, as well as providing rationales and explanations for our own past failure and record and convincing people we have genuinely changed, then 51% would be merely a starting point, a jumping off point from the number of members of parliament that we would have that would all be fully signed up to these plans. So that's my optimistic nature. I'm not trying to be too clever about that. You know, I recognize there's other, you know, and there should be. We believe in competition, right? So I believe in political competition. I'm not abashed by the fact there are other people out there making these arguments, and that's the right sort of thing to be doing at this point in the cycle. So I'm not trying to be clever. You know, I am a Conservative. I will remain a Conservative. I think the Conservative Party is absolutely the best vehicle back to government and to implement these plans. But there are others available. You know, people have choices.
Chap just behind Emmanuel.
You've touched on it a little already, but it was easy to place sanctions on Putin's Russia because we don't buy much oil and gas from them. But China's another matter. How do we reduce our dependence on Chinese goods, mobile phones, laptops? Who else could make them?
I think by just being objectively rational. Now, I support the United Kingdom as a global trading nation, partly because if you want to be, as I said, one of, if not the most prosperous nation on earth, you're just not going to cut yourself off from a very large, possibly the largest economy over time on the planet. And selling the Chinese architectural services, insurance products, you know, many of the myriad of modern everyday life that can enhance and make our own economy prosperous, big tick, all good. Allowing the Chinese state with, you know, some quite different values and objectives into the heart of sensitive technologies like quantum, not having a critical minerals resilient supply chain, you know, very foolish. And I would just observe, we've sort of commingled all of these things. We need it's not completely my policy area, trade is. My view would simply be, and this would be true of a number of different countries and economies around the world, you want a sort of wedding tiered style approach to trade. They're in the bottom tier, which would be super broad, and we would seek to magnify our exports and deal with anywhere we can find a market that will enhance our prosperity. At the other end, the slimmest end of that wedding cake, you want strong values alignment, confidence in trust and security, delicate intelligence relationships and sharing. And there are very, you know, there won't be that many partners in that. AUKUS, for example, the Five Eyes are very good examples of where you would be willing to have codependent supply chains. At the moment, you don't need me to tell you that the government is a hot mess on this, not least of which its energy policy, which by law is sanctioning our own domestic production whilst driving more dependence from other countries around the world. So we haven't got long enough to go through that in full detail. There are many categories that you would not want to have an entirely open economy and entirely free trade relationships. There's many others where you would.
We are coming up to 12:15, where we're going to break for lunch, and we will return here for 1 o'clock, where we will hear from Richard Tice, Deputy Leader of Reform UK. So let's give a great hand to Andrew for a fantastic speech.
I've been the most consistent. 7 years ago next month, I stood in Scunthorpe, I gave a press conference, and I said we need to turn it into a strategic national area. Invest in it, grow it, and I've been proven right. Finally, someone's listening. So that's where I should back. This, I can give you an exclusive preview you write the speech and I.
My question, two questions on that one. One will be, I think the government will come to declare how can we guard against user interest, fake and then the other one is how will it keep pressure on
Excellent challenge. Mark.
And if I have to, I might ask you about your Richard is going to be planning to combine lots of regulatory departments together.
Yeah, it's all within BTU. Business trade, business trade.
And also reducing the amount of
Yes. I mean, just in that alone, essentially, that's merged three into one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you need that.
21.
So imagine how many people, yeah, you have too many people around the camera there.
You were talking about 900 people.
You can run out of 5 minutes.
9 minutes people down. But what you really need is all of the people working.
What's your
Yeah. The word you're looking for is congratulations.
I think it's really good. And
Very tight. Yes, I was there. Sunday, a very good guy.
Yeah.
But anyway, the rest of the team big campaign. It will be very sweet. No, we can see already that it will be very, very.
what are the locals saying about big name,
Actually, he's not really well liked. He's not really well liked, but equally, it's up in my work. I like having my MP.
Yeah, this is a good independence.
All sorts of noise. And if you come down to a two-horse race, basically, there'll be an anti-burner vote, that all vote for, and there'll be an anti-reform vote, and all vote for. Everyone else will lose it. They'll become irrelevant.
Very, very well. I mean,
That's the game.
And everything is all right.
Tremendous. Well, except granted a whole load of bloody cents.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, all is good. We're doing a judicial review on one of them. A whole load of improper processes.
Okay.
But it's the county council that is suing the decision.
So that's was Sean. I really like it. He came to actually he came to the conference last time he was here.
He did.
Yeah, he was a really good test.
So that is quite significant to say 300 grand. Both sides within. So you've got to make a judgment, you've got a decent pace. Yeah. There's a good use of council resident funds. Yeah. What did Jack Rankin?
Jack gave quite a speech about the failure to actually speak in the language of principles of freedom of speech. Meaning he does speak in terms of this one, have spent decades conceding moral innocence of the left and find themselves with no ability to argue against insane military advice. Jack's quite good. And then we had a fun EU reset session on why the European reset the EU was disaster. Greg basically sort of channeling his little anti-populist that he was using. So he's always good value on that. Ali Renison providing detailed insights and what he had doing. Quite a fun agenda for the rest of the day.
Blockchain and freedom. Yeah, so we got the first floor outside. If I speak for 15, 17 minutes, so, and then we'll get your microphone, you speak to the left hand, and we'll just do it. How are you? Good man. And it went very well. Thank you for the team, did really well. Ground. Excellent. Just put this down. What you should, what I was just talking to Andy with, and it's a very clear statement. Yeah, I've got to remember that. Oh, actually, yeah, absolutely. Oh, there, that's.
Right, so. Perfect. Thank you, Richard. Righto. I think and hope we are now quorate for the after lunch session. Everybody, thank you for coming back into the auditorium a little bit earlier than billed. As you know, there is the bill going through Parliament on the renationalisation of British Steel this afternoon. And thanks to urgent questions and ministerial statements, it means that Richard will have to be back in the Commons chamber by 2:30. So we've moved forward a little bit this afternoon, but I hope that's no inconvenience. It's wonderful to welcome Richard back to Prosperity Institute for possibly the second or third time. Richard always provides a bracing and entertaining and thought-provoking vision of his economic philosophy, and today will be no exception. So I think Richard will speak for around 15 minutes or so, and then we'll do Q&A for another 15 for his departure. So Richard, without further ado, take it away.
Thank you, Fred. Crikey, no pressure then. A very good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the graveyard slot after lunch. But there we are. We will do the best we can. It's great to see you all, and goodness me, what a time. What a time to be alive politically. As I do my media interviews, I say to them, the word they're looking for is congratulations on our election success at the local elections. It doesn't come easily for them. But anyway, we're trying. And then fresh from that success, we thought we might have a little rest. But then, of course, given that our slogan was vote reform, get Starmer out, we seem to be succeeding. Someone with a little bit of humour suggested our slogan may shift. It may be now vote reform, keep Starmer in. But in all seriousness, there's a by-election in the glorious constituency of Makerfield. It's a two-horse race between the king of the flip-flop, king of the U-turn, Andy Burnham, and the king of the north, which is Reform. And every other party will lose their deposit. That's my first prediction of the day. And it will be, it is 4 weeks today, I think it is actually. Yes, so short, sharp campaign. And it sort of goes to the heart of everything. Do you believe in sort of socialist, vacuous waffle with no solutions and an economy that is basically flatlining and jobs that are being destroyed in front of our very eyes? Or do you believe that actually, yes, Britain is broken, but we can fix it? And as I talk about sort of my new slogan, which is free and fair and patriotic trade, we have a strong confidence that whilst Britain is broken, it can be fixed. Unlike, I think, my predecessor speaker before lunch, they're not quite sure if they can admit that Britain is broken, given that actually they broke it. So it is slightly problematic for them. But there are sort of many things going on, and I'll come on to steel a little bit later. But if you sort of take the base case of where we are, if this was a corporate P&L and balance sheet, you'd basically have the receivers outside the door. That's the bottom line. We are tinkering on the edge of bankruptcy. Our lender through the bond markets is obviously bond investors, and they are in a sort of slightly gallow humor way applying what they now call the moron premium to UK debt, which is pretty embarrassing. I mean, we now make Greece look a safe haven. And, you know, Greece is a wonderful country, but it did have a proper hiccup
just over a decade ago. And the idea that now our bonds should be trading at a 150, 200 basis point premium to Greece is deeply embarrassing, and is a sort of testament to where we've got to. If you think it's if I give the analogy of the house, where you can remortgage your house if the value is going up, but it doesn't look so smart if you keep remortgaging it when the value flatlines and then starts to go down. Very quickly you get into negative equity, and we are approaching that tipping point of negative equity. So we have to change course. We have to change course rapidly. We have to. The first thing we've got to do, there's sort of two-pronged attack. Given that basically the bond markets are now broadly in charge, contrary to what Andy Burnham thinks, he thinks that he might be in charge. Well, let's wait and see. But the bond markets are basically in charge, and so we've got to cut wasteful spending. And alongside that, we've got to cut daft and dither regulation whilst keeping the smart and the safe. And we're seeing lots of opportunity to cut spending in councils, and we're starting to do that. And on the back of that, our ambition is that we prove to people we can cut spending where we see it, wasteful spending, whilst also getting better value for the spending that you do want to do. And we're already doing that. An example is in Kent, where when our team wondered why the bills for adult social care, a statutory service, were just going up and up and up, and they queried it, they just said, well, we get the bills and we pay them, was the officer's response. And then our councillors did a comparative exercise. Well, what are they charging in the next door county and the next door county? And when the data came back that actually they were charging a lot less, there was a day of reckoning and a renegotiation of an existing contract. And that's the sort of added value where you can say you can actually get better value while still providing the service. And that's exactly what people want. And I think that people want a business-like attitude to running councils and to running the country. Wouldn't it be nice, actually, if we had a country where we were basically making a surplus? There was a year, I think, in the... I don't know if it was in the 80s or 90s, when we did actually make a surplus. It's a long time ago. Then Gordon Brown came along, and the rest is history. But we need to cut wasteful spending and then cut the daft regulation. And my God, there's a lot of it. I mean, wherever you look, I bet every week, every single one of you fills out some form where you think, why am I doing this? Of what use is it? Who's going to look at it? It's just, it drives us nuts. And the cumulative effect of that is really dramatic. And if you look back at, in the 80s and 90s, we were growing at 2.5% to 4% a year. We were doing really rather well in the North Sea. We had an oil and gas treasury, and we actually decided it was a good idea to extract it. Unlike the Muppets now, who think it's a good idea to legislate to leave it down there. Probably the only nation with that privilege of having energy treasure that then negligently thinks it's a good idea to leave it down there. But in the 80s and 90s, basically, we didn't have the ECHR to worry about in any real terms. We didn't have the Human Rights Act. We didn't have ESG. We didn't have DEI. We didn't have the Equalities Act. We didn't have mass immigration. And we didn't have net stupid zero. And you might then say, well, is that a coincidence? Or maybe cumulatively, all those things have a depressing effect on growth. And that is the reality. They all do. And that's the primary reason why, when everyone's looking around, scratching their head saying, why have we ended up in such a pickle where there's no growth? Those are the simple reasons. And yes, of course, what that's all led to is ever more taxation and ever more money wasted and an ever larger civil service that is becoming ever less productive. So we have to change course dramatically on the spending and dramatically on the regulation, which is why I am, and some of the things that I'm doing within my responsibility of business, trade, and energy, within that very small brief, I'm also looking at housing and infrastructure, and specifically looking at the cost and time to get planning consents, whether it's for an extension to your house or whether it's for a new bridge, is absurd. And we have to redo the way we do that. So I'm looking very strongly at that. And we have our party conference in September. You must all attend. There's my sort of party political broadcast. And we have a 3-day conference this year. You see, we're growing so fast. We're growing by 50%. If only our economy was growing by such levels. And I'll be putting then some of the serious plans we have to reset the whole planning system. And likewise, we're going to be looking at how we reset the whole issue of business rates. Because what I learned going around towns campaigning during this election campaign is, frankly, the state of many hundreds of our town centres is nothing short of a national disgrace and a national emergency. It is absolutely embarrassing. The number of people who said to me, literally, as we're walking through the town, they literally say, what on earth's happened here? How's it got like this? And many of our towns, actually, whether you go to the Cannocks, the Staffords, the Newcastle-under-Lymes, the Walsalls, the Coventrys, the Tamworths of this world, Hartlepool, and on the list goes. You've got a sort of donut effect. You can have some nice bits on the outside. You can have a couple of retail parks, a bit of nice housing, but there's no jam in the middle of that donut. No. It's a nightmare in the middle of that donut. It's a hollowed out. I mean, it's like, someone's just thrown a bomb in it. And it is, so we have to be bold and brave and radical in how we relook at that and how we say, yes, of course we need a lot more housing. And I don't begrudge the Labour government for having an ambitious target of 1.5 million. I mean, in all your businesses, you'll set a challenging target for your teams, of course. And many times you'll hit it, sometimes you won't. Nothing wrong with being ambitious. I mean, the reality is they'll be lucky to get to half of that. But I think we can achieve a complete regeneration of our town centres and our brownfield areas with a different planning environment, a different business rate environment, and a different tax incentive. Particularly at a time where basically the government won't have any money to give grants or subsidies, but tax incentives is the key, and you see that a lot used in the United States. So we sort of need to take the best ideas from around the world, bring them all into the UK, give them a good shake, and get a better sort of cocktail of attractiveness. So that's very much what we're working on. I've spoken before about the madness of net stupid zero. That's the energy piece. And the reason that my portfolio is covering business, trade, and energy is they're all interrelated. 25 years ago, no one was whinging about the price of electricity or the quantity of it or the reliability of it. Now, it's almost anything I ever hear from businesses every day of every week. That, despite the fact that we're sitting on a whole pile of energy treasure. That is a total failure of leadership and policy and courage. That's what it is, all caused by this obsession with net zero. Look, we love technology. I've got a Tesla. It's a great piece of kit. Is it going to save the planet? Don't be daft. So, we can all embrace new technology. You can let them compete. But here's the thing. If you go to the casino and you say, I'm going to play roulette, and you put all the chips on red and black comes up, you look a prat. And that's essentially what's happened. The Tories put all the chips on red, and then Red Ed Miliband came along. He got another pile of chips and he poured even more on red. And the reality is that that red hasn't come up. It's gone badly wrong, and that's why we're in the pickle we're in. So if you scrap net zero, you save tens of billions of taxpayers' cash every year. You dramatically, instantly reduce electricity prices. You change the profile of what the national grid is trying to do, and we can dramatically change course, which then brings me on to the critical issue of what we call reindustrializing Britain. And we've got into a state where not only have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of jobs been outsourced, not only firms, but businesses, whole industries have been outsourced. And that's because of high energy costs and this sort of obsession with the green agenda, to the point now where the public sector is quite happy to buy steel from overseas that they think is green, but actually it's being produced based on coal-fired power plants and coal-fired blast furnaces, as long as that means they don't use a blast furnace in the UK. Complete insanity. We need to reset that. And we need to reset, if I come back to this point about free and fair trade and patriotic trade, we need to have a public sector procurement policy that is passionately, enthusiastically pro-British. And that's the patriotic bit of trade. And that's why I want to create one of the largest British sovereign wealth funds in the world, what I call the British Sovereign Wealth Fund. If we take the whole of the local government pension schemes, we continue and we consolidate them into one strategically well-run overall fund that patriotically and proudly continues to pay all of the existing members, but at the same time patriotically backs British companies, backs British products, and builds British affordable homes and infrastructure. This is an absolute game changer. The cumulative value of the 98 local government pension schemes that are already, by the way, essentially taxpayer owned and guaranteed. The cumulative value of these, any guesses? Anyone done their research? Okay, you've all got a B minus, no, I'm only joking. 500 billion quid, £500 billion, where they're overpaying fees to the tune of 2 billion a year. They're underperforming against the benchmarks. There's no strategic thinking. They're investing a load of woke nonsense. You could completely transform that. And this fund, if you do that, if you close the LGPS from 2030 to new entrants on a defined benefit basis and put every new entrant onto a defined contribution at a sort of FTSE 100 style scheme, then you create a growing surplus of 20, 30, 40 billion a year as your liabilities dramatically reduce over time. And you create the equivalent of what Norway have got, that we all look enviously around the world, the equivalent of GIC from Singapore or some of the Middle East sovereign wealth funds. I've already got overseas sovereign wealth funds wanting to co-invest alongside it. This is the biggest potential game changer in the UK economy that is literally staring us in plain sight, that until I came along, no one else has had the common sense to look at. And within that, you could also own what I call strategic national assets. There are a very few things that are strategic on a 50-year view, of which actually the ability to make primary steel from blast furnaces is one of them. And a blast furnace, give or take, it's a 50-year gig. And we are in serious danger of about to become, I think, the only G20 nation that may not have a blast furnace able to make primary steel. And that's been on our minds very much. Yes, electric arc furnaces can produce great steel and use scrap metal, but in reality, it can't get the last few percent of the strongest, purest, finest steel. And that is critical if you want to make some of the strongest things, whether it be in particular for the defense sector. So this is a key thing. I've been talking for 7 years about the need to nationalize British steel in Scunthorpe. If the Tories had listened to me 7 years ago, we might be in a very different place, but we're not. But better late than never with this government. That's why I'll be talking about why they should go through with this bill to nationalize British steel. I mean, I stood a year ago and said, get on with it. I said to the minister, I said, show some cojones. And he was fired sort of later in the year. But at least this Secretary of State is actually, he's got it on the King's Speech, and it's the first bill in the new parliamentary term to come up, which is good, and they've got some energy behind it. That's the good news. The bad news is they've got no vision, no plan as to what to do with it, having nationalized it. But at least let's get it out of Chinese ownership that doesn't care about it. And then you can essentially reset it, and we need to invest and either renew or replace the one blast furnace that's left, because in the last year, this government has allowed the second blast furnace essentially to mothball and close, which is a form of negligence in itself. But we can do this. And I've identified how we can pay for it. I've identified what the vision needs to be. We need to build a new plate mill. We basically need to reset ourselves. This becomes the cornerstone of a new industrial strategy for the UK over the next 50 years, including critically within defence. We're very good at defence tech, but when a ship rolls off a shipyard in the Clyde and someone says, how much British steel is in that ship? And the answer came, zip. You know how embarrassing that is, how stupid that is. Why would you buy a whole load of steel from overseas whilst you're allowing your own steel industry to shut? So these are some of the important things that will get us back to where we want to be, which is a strong, sovereign, independent nation. And there's one more critical thing, which is challenging for many, in that for the last 25 years, we've all been told about the joys of globalization, just-in-time delivery, and don't worry, the sun will always shine. You'll always be able to get something from somewhere within a couple of days. That's all very well and good until at some point the sun doesn't shine. At some point there's a war somewhere, and all of a sudden you look very foolish when you're trying to get fertilizer from the Middle East and you can't get it because of the Straits of Hormuz being closed. You used to refine jet fuel at Lindsey Oil Refinery. No, we thought it was a good idea to mothball that oil refinery and rely on jet fuel from elsewhere in the world. Not so smart. So all of these things, actually, globalization, nice in concept. Lots of people have done very well out of it. But has it helped made the average Brit more prosperous in the last 20 years? The answer is no. Has it made us more resilient and sovereign independent? The answer is no. So core economic theory is now proving not to look so smart. And that's a real test on all of us. We all sort of believe in the concept of lowest point of production, outsourcing to the most efficient place. And as a theory, that's great. But when it collides with reality and risk and geopolitical risk, you have to have a core competence. Let's not forget, during COVID, we suddenly realized, goodness me, we don't make any paracetamol in the UK. It's all outsourced to India. Didn't look so smart in COVID. We were hardly manufacturing any vaccines. So all of this stuff brings us back to the whole concept of sovereign independence, which is why I bring back to conclude, actually, free, fair, and patriotic trade is critical. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard. That's definitely a departure from some of the conversations we've had earlier today. And you have
here to challenge them.
Absolutely. And you have developed the points you made when you last on this stage to talk about energy policy. And I think there's a lot to dig into in the sort of just under 18 minutes we have to go on to this one. So firstly, you're sort of sketching out an industrial strategy without really saying it's industrial strategy for both the pension stuff and the steel. In your sovereign wealth fund idea, of course, the Norwegian one, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't invest in Norway. It grows, it invests around the world and grows as large as it possibly can. Do you not see the danger for poorly thought out industrial strategy by the back door by a British sovereign wealth fund which invests in Britain?
Well, the truth is we've had a poorly thought out economic strategy, including an industrial strategy that basically was to destroy industry for the last 15 years, which is why we've ended up in the pickle where we are. And if I just flesh out some detail, of course, the sovereign wealth fund, if it invested, let's say, 75% in equities, the vast bulk of which would be listed, 2/3 of those could be overseas. You might have 1/3 of those in the UK, patriotically backing our incredible financial sector. And because we ended up in a state where the City of London that 25 years ago was the envy of the world and the most important financial centre, in the last decade, the reduction in IPOs is 80%. 80%. Nobody in the tech sector is looking to list in the UK. If you want to raise 50, 100, 150 million quid, you can barely do it in the UK. So, yes, invest lots overseas, but patriotically say, actually, I want to invest as an active manager in the UK stock market, active manager in the unlisted growth capital area. With that scale, you can make a massive, massive difference. And if you've got the best in class people, and goodness me, we should be able to have the best in class people, then I think you can achieve the best of all worlds. So if you had 75% in equities, primarily listed, 10% in UK gilts, why the hell would you invest in someone else's sovereign debt? Just invest in UK sovereign debt. Be patriotic about this stuff. And then the last 15% could be in British affordable homes, local infrastructure around the 98 regions of these funds. The sums are colossal. And I think you could do incredible things. And the ability of then others to co-invest alongside. And if you've got a smart planning system, smart regulation, people will say, yeah. And we know we can do it because we did it in the 80s and 90s. So, let's be optimistic about that. And let's get the best of all worlds and a sort of win-win. So that's how we do it.
On the pension point, it reminds me to a certain extent of the government's own pension bill. Its plans to consolidate private pension funds and sort of try and encourage them or mandate them to invest in British stocks and shares. Of course, this is for public sector pensions. Do you draw a complete distinction between public sector and private sector?
Yes, I do. And I'm setting a sort of overall strategic thought process and allocation, because that's the role of government. The role of government, set the framework and essentially, and then if you get it right, the growth will happen. But we can't carry on. You can't, my job is to negotiate on behalf of the taxpayer. So I don't appreciate the fact that the Muppets running the pools at the moment of the local government pension schemes are overpaying by £2 billion a year of all of our cash, right? 2 billion quid a year. That's proper money. You could build a whole new steel plant and plate mill for that, right? In 1 year. And they're underperforming the benchmarks, and nobody gets fired, and they're all, by the way, the best paid public sector servants in the country. I don't mind people doing well, brilliantly, if they do a great job.
But this lot are not.
I rest my case.
How do you expect to persuade existing pension holders of this move? Are you not retrospectively taking their property and moving it into something else?
Far from it. I repeat the point. The point about a defined benefit scheme is you have a defined benefit and someone is liable to pay it. The person liable to pay all of the 7.75 million pensions is the taxpayer. It is implicitly and explicitly already guaranteed by the taxpayer. The benefits are fixed, subject to inflation. So this is the key point. The better the fund performs, the less the taxpayer has to contribute by way of future employer contributions. That's the key that nobody seems to understand until I rock up. I mean, it's mind-boggling how this has been missed. And on the councils that we're now running and we're trying to renegotiate some of this stuff, we can save millions of pounds every year in employer contributions while still patriotically and proudly paying all of the existing rights and benefits and entitlements. And that is the key point. And actually, by doing it this way, the quality of the covenant improves for the existing pension members.
So to steal, obviously your position, you're consistent on your position, but it still doesn't go without controversy, particularly those of us on the right. Do you not think it'd be better to pursue a policy of regulatory reform and competitiveness instead of national ownership?
They're not mutually exclusive. You can do both. And the point about steel is, it's a bit like some of the monopoly utilities. There are certain things that can generate what I would call a mid-single-digit return, whether it's water and things, and probably including steel. But those sectors, they can't do mid-teens. They can't do private equity style returns. And if they do, you might be able to do that for a few years. So yes, someone, like a big private equity fund can essentially sort of rape and pillage Thames Water and then sell it to a bunch of suckers thereafter. And we will all end up, we're all suffering as a consequence of it. So actually, sometimes you've got to be strategic about this stuff. And with regard to steel, it is strategic. And it's not a total monopoly, but in most steel makers are making a modest return. But if you get long-term procurement contracts on the inputs, long-term sale contracts on the outputs, you know what the public sector needs by way of steel every year, then actually you can generate a sensible long-term patient capital style return that would work for sort of pension. If you can 5 to 7% is sort of infrastructure style returns. The idea that you can sustainably earn mid-teen returns from infrastructure, the only way you can do that is leverage the backside of it, and at some point that goes wrong.
Well, on that point about returns, it is worth bearing in mind, of course, that if the public sector is a big buyer of British steel and you haven't necessarily pursued a policy of actually reducing the cost and competitiveness of British steel, and this is an environment of national preference, are taxpayers not just worse off overall?
No, because what you do is you, and this is the key difference. I come from the world of real estate. You do a thing called a joint venture. So why not bring in some of the best steel expertise from around the world and pay them very well to do a fantastic job and negotiate the right long-term contracts on the inputs and the right long-term contracts on the outputs. And if they have to report to the board of directors of a very well-run British sovereign wealth fund, then you could bring in alongside some additional co-investment from other long-term patient capital. You can genuinely get the best of both worlds, a win-win situation. Am I saying it's guaranteed and easy? No, of course there's risks to it. You'll have good years, you'll have bad years. You'll get lots right, you'll get some stuff wrong. What you can't do is in your ideology just say, no, you can never have any form of public ownership. You'll just let the market decide and you end up where we are.
I suppose it's less a matter of public ownership, but one's concerns about public management. I think you mentioned the water companies. It is also very much a failure of regulation, not necessarily just the behaviour of bad investors. Isn't the danger of pursuing joint ventures or public ownership is, as actually the previous speaker said, you turn the government from a referee of a system into an active participant in the match.
That's all very well and good, but actually it's turned out they were useless referees, right? And some of the players on the pitch just ripped it off. And so you need a high quality referee, i.e. regulator, and then you've got to have the right players on the pitch for the right environment. And just monopoly utilities are not suited for highly leveraged private equity style ownership. They're just not. They are suited for long-term pension style infrastructure capital with a sensible amount of leverage. And that's the difference. And I think you've got to be prepared to look at stuff and say, okay, you've had this dream and this ideology for a while. Well, learn the lessons of what works, but learn the lessons crucially of what doesn't work. And I think the evidence is in. It comes down to, you go to the Midlands, you go to the North, you look at these towns and you say, how have we ended up here?
Let's go to energy upstream a little bit. We're sitting on a lot of treasure. Where is that treasure and how much is there? Do you believe that the North Sea is a mature and therefore declining basin?
It's a great basin, but look, there's lots of that treasure, both offshore and onshore. There is a lot more, there's a huge amount onshore, and technologies change. Yeah. So the viability of oil and gas fields change. And there are lots of areas in the North Sea that 5-10 years ago didn't look so viable. But with new technologies, actually, they could be viable as long as you have the right regulatory and tax regime.
So on that, what should that look like?
What should that look like? A regime where people say, I want to invest, I want to stay here, I want to keep the expertise here, as opposed to what they're all doing at the moment, is legging it. Now, I'm not going to give you an exact percentage of what the corporation tax should be, but you should have a smart pro-growth, pro-development regulatory environment. You can learn massive lessons from Norway about how, for example, they allow the appropriate allowances and write-offs for research costs. Yep. We've got a decade's worth of gas in Lincolnshire, right? For example, we've got actually waste is a key part of this. Biomethane, give or take about 1% of, I think, of our energy use at the moment. I was in a meeting earlier this week. That could be up to 10 to possibly 15% by using agricultural and other waste. What a great opportunity that could be with long-term contracts to our farmers. Again, being more sort of sovereignly resilient. And actually waste, we export a whole load of scrap steel. And what do we do with it? We give it to electric arc furnaces elsewhere in the world. What do? They process it using cheap electricity and then they sell it back to us. Why don't we process it ourselves and have cheap energy ourselves by scrapping net zero, have our own electric arc furnaces. Hey presto, we've created some growth and some excitement here in the UK.
Are you still committed to not recognising allocation round 7 and subsequent allocation rounds?
Yes, we are still committed to that. I keep telling these people, they got very grumpy with me a couple of days ago at a conference called Utility Week. I said, you can't tell us that renewable energy is a lot cheaper and then demand a 30% longer subsidy contract at a 30% higher price than the current wholesale price. Sorry, don't gaslight us. And I'm negotiating on behalf of the taxpayer, and I'm calling out the lie. And caveat emptor, they want to invest in that and run the risk that we come in and do things. All options are on the table. Just put it out there.
What place would renewables play in the energy mix under a potential reform government?
I love technology. You go to the Midlands. You go to Nottinghamshire, West Burton. You know, they've got some incredible research technology into step fusion. 20, 40 years down the track, that could be the energy of the future. Great. Let's invest in a range of technologies. Let's just remind ourselves that windmills, which is basically what these wind turbines are, it is a 300-year-old technology. I mean, it's not exactly cutting edge. A bit harsh.
Before I go to the audience, you hinted that you're going to be announcing some planning reforms at your September conference. Can you give us a preview, at least in terms of the principles you want? What should house building under reform government look like?
I'm not saying exclusive. We've got to create a system where brownfield development is significantly encouraged and incentivized through a combination of permitted developments, tax incentives, and you need to go back to the old system where the concept of a democratic debate around whether or not you do want to have a building in a certain place, that's a vital local debate, absolutely critical. But that's what planning officers should focus on. That needs a few drawings, height, size, color, scale, all of the conditions, right, is for the detail. You just have the concept discussion. Do you or don't you want that type of building in that location? That's the democratic process. You can do that cost effectively. 30 years ago, I could get planning consent outline for 50 units with a couple of drawings. It would cost me 10 grand. Take about 9 weeks. Now that would cost you 300 grand and it would take you a year, right? So what's happening is a lot of people are saying, I can't be bothered, it's too risky. So we need to relook at that and transform it. And that's regulatory reform.
That's very interesting. We have 3 minutes left. Any questions for Deputy Leader of Reform UK? Let's go John, Bullard, Ryan, and then Harry.
Richard, a very short question. Digital identity was contained in the King's speech, where Starmer was saying, oh, it will be used for government services. I would suggest to you that it's a very, very easy win, A, to save a lot of money, but also B, to start to define exactly what do we mean by government services, because most of us don't really want government services any more than we have to go near them. Perhaps you could comment on digital identity.
Thank you, John. Let's do all 3 questions before and then a quick answer.
Hi, Ryan Whitten. I wrote the Prosperity Institute's heavy industry paper last year, which you forwarded. So this is all very encouraging. I think this ideological open-mindedness explains a lot why Reform are ahead of the Tories. When it comes to grants versus sort of tax reform, we do already have full expensing, and we do already have R&D tax credits. And the capital stock for British industry is appallingly low. Like on an inflation-adjusted basis, it's about 75% of what it was in 1997. You've shown that you're kind of open to the use of government investment and grants via nationalising British Steel. Is it possible that grants could play a role when it comes to things like capital equipment, robotics, pumps, forge presses, that kind of thing?
Good. And finally, Harry, just towards the front.
Thank you. So according to the government's own actuary department and their review of the National Insurance Fund that was published in 2022, we're going to default on the entirety of the welfare state in 15 years' time in 2042 to 43. That means not being able to pay for pensions, not being able to pay for benefits, not being able to pay disability benefits, universal credit, etc. Can you assure us that Reform's plans, particularly on the spending cut side, will be radical enough to prevent the entire default of the welfare state?
Yes.
3 great questions.
Great question.
Digital ID.
The simple answer to ensure that is vote reform, because we will absolutely. We have to do that. I mean, I've already said, we're effectively give or take bust. If I come in reverse order, the industrial point, we're not going to be able to afford by then a whole load of grants and subsidies, which is why you have to do it through incentives. And the issue around capital allowances and everything, we've got the longest tax code in the world. So very often you have all these allowances, no one knows how to claim the damn things. And if you go to the North Sea, actually, we haven't got what they've got in Norway in terms of the offset of exploration costs, as I am reliably informed. They've got a much more permissive environment, and we need to get something like that. So we need to simplify things. A simple example is apprenticeships, critical for young people. The apprenticeship levy, big tax, but it's so hard to reclaim on it. Lots of people just write it off, which is a tragedy. 300,000 youngsters' jobs have gone in the last 18 months. 300,000 under 24. And then back to your digital ID point. Look, I mean, you don't need any more digital than what we've already got. We've already got a government website from which you can do great things, like retax your car, like check everybody's MOT status, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So we've already got all that. And of course you want to keep enhancing that. We've already got a national insurance system. We've already got passports. How many bits of ID do you want? That's plenty. Just use them properly, as I said to the minister a few weeks back when I waved that I was a user of the government website. Maybe you are too, John. And it now has sort of facial recognition technology, which is lovely. So I think that they're making progress, but that's very different to the concept of walking around, digital papers, please.
That sets us up nicely for our next panel, which will be on cryptocurrencies, blockchain, and the future of identity online. So a lovely segue. We are just over time. You need to get to Parliament. Richard Tice, thank you very much. As we're a little bit early, we will have a bit about a quarter of an hour break. So chat amongst yourselves.
just put this on the coffee table on the other side.
And let's get back to proceedings. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Forgive us for the minor delay there. We have our full complement of speakers, and let's get going for the next session. I'm delighted to pass over to Prosperity Institute's former financial freedoms researcher, now policy researcher over in Millbank Tower. James did a marvelous job at PI for the last year or so. I want to pay tribute to him for really accelerating the work we've been doing on financial services at deregulation, publishing recently a fantastic research paper called The Death of the Fiduciary Duty in Britain, which examines all the ways in which the money that you think is yours is actually not, and it's being thrown down the drain by the state and by ESG regulations, so where you have an unhappy retirement unless people listen to James's policy recommendations. But part of the Financial Freedoms Unit is not just an anti-ESG campaign, it's also looking at new technologies and the future. And this is what we want to talk about today with the session on blockchain and digital currencies. So James, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Fred, and thank you everybody for being here. It's a real pleasure to be back at the Prosperity Institute, and it's exciting to see the financial freedom work motoring on in my absence. I'm really excited to talk about blockchain today with our expert panel. How it will work, I'll just speak for a couple of minutes, then I'll introduce our guests, then I'll do a few questions, then we will allow you a chance to throw your questions at the panel. So blockchain is fundamentally about freedom. Blockchain technology and cryptocurrency, unfortunately, are still largely perceived by many to be fringe, to be the hobby horse of a few eccentrics and basement-dwelling millennials. But that is no longer the case. The crypto market is around 3 trillion globally. About 5 million people in the United Kingdom hold cryptocurrency, and that number increases hugely when you look at under 35s. And fundamentally, we're at the Free Market Roadshow. Free marketeers need to care about private property rights and about effective allocation of capital. And cryptocurrency and the blockchain enable both. They protect private property on the open ledger. They massively reduce transaction costs and give that back to the real economy as they make intermediaries, which have been important for a long time and have enabled markets for a long time, a lot less important. Blockchain, or cryptocurrency, I should say, is just the most visible element of the blockchain economy, but blockchain actually offers huge opportunities beyond that. Almost every real world asset can theoretically be tokenized, whether it be cars, shares, houses. We could have a world in which you could buy a house via the blockchain, cutting out thousands of pounds of solicitor fees. Imagine, but for that to happen, we need a nimble regulatory environment, which I'm afraid we do not currently have. Just last year, the Bank of England was threatening to limit stablecoin holdings at £20,000 per person in the UK, a mad capital control, which thankfully they seem to have stepped back from, but it shows their direction of travel. And next year, they're introducing a cryptocurrency regulatory regime under the FCA, which is scary, naturally. The ugly cousin of cryptocurrency and blockchain, which I'm sure we will touch on, is central bank digital currencies, which are a government form of control that allowed central banks to track your transactions, potentially to block them, etc. And in the United Kingdom, this has been coined the Britcoin by our former Chancellor, Rishi Sunak. Thankfully, progress in Great Britain is very slow, as with many things in the public sector. And hopefully we can stop the damage before it's done. But in Europe, sadly, things are moving much faster. And the digital euro is going to be rolled out on a trial basis next year. And it will be great to hear Barbara's thoughts on that. But I'm not the expert. We have 3 fantastic experts here who know a huge amount. Let me introduce them quickly. We have Claire Cummings, very pleased to have her, great friend of the Institute, who was a great inspiration during my time here. She's a leading solicitor specializing in crypto law. She's a partner at Cummings Pepperdine, a firm at the forefront of crypto and blockchain. And she is also the founder of a think tank called the Center for Digital Assets and Democracy, which advocate financial freedom for all and resist state attempts to undermine this right. And they champion blockchain and cryptocurrency technology and do a lot of educational work informing people on crypto issues. We then have, in the middle, we have Joshua Riviera, who is a partner at a firm called Blockchain Capital. He hasn't just been speaking about blockchain, he's been helping to build it through the role of Blockchain Capital, who are one of the largest investors in the world in blockchain and crypto startups. They have invested in firms and companies such as Coinbase and Kraken, some of the greatest. And he is the general counsel at that company. And we're very pleased to have him. He is a veteran of the Biden years in America. When blockchain and crypto were very much in the firing line, you had a debanking pandemic, but thankfully, America is now in a much happier place on that front and on many other fronts. So we can look forward to learning some lessons from him. And at the end, we have Barbara Kolm from Austria. She is the president of the Hayek Institute, and she is also, as of 2024, an Austrian MP for the Freedom Party. So she's trying to put some of her fantastic ideas into practice against much opposition. And it's also worth mentioning, of course, that she is the founder of the Free Market Roadshow, which is what we are all attending today. So very pleased to have you all. To start with, I'd love to just give each of you 2 minutes to talk through why you think blockchain is so important, what opportunities you're excited about. So Claire, why don't we start with you and go along the line?
Right, thank you. Well, I think what I would say about blockchain is it allows the creation of crypto and it allows for the exchange, transaction, trade of crypto. I would just say I'm using that as a very broad sense because CBDCs are also crypto, and as far as they go, just don't. But other cryptos, for example, Bitcoin, much maligned because of total misunderstanding or knee-jerk reaction. To my mind, it just gets it the right way round. There's no, it's summed up in one word, decentralization. Okay? There's no state control. We don't have to think about any type of financial sort of policies or philosophies which impinge on our own rights. And can I just say that it's very easy to talk about rights, but let's talk about responsibilities that go with those rights. They're hand in hand. It's not one without the other. And it's also a decentralization from a lot of the sort of unscrupulous work that you get from a lot of the big tech companies. So this is where I see the joy and the soaring freedom in the right types of crypto. You earn it, it's yours. Forget regulation for a second. We have legislation. You know, if you start using it for nefarious means or criminal means, you're going to get done. Of course you are. How much regulation do we need when we actually have 1,000 years of legislation, and it's legislation very much based on common law, the kind of ultimate focus group or the ultimate testing of what a populace and a nation requires.
Thank you, Claire. Very interesting. I completely agree. Joshua, please.
Yeah, so why I love crypto. I'm a lawyer, a solicitor, as you would say here. So not in court, thankfully, but my life is still miserable for the most part. And it was incredibly miserable as I was working at a very large law firm in the US doing international finance, learned a lot, worked with a lot of smart people, did not love the day-to-day of that, as you might expect. Moved to another large firm, but one that focused on tech. And my life was just a little bit less miserable, but still kind of not super fulfilling. Practicing in big law in the United States is very much a grind, and like you put your time in, and maybe one day you get to be the expert and kind of like do fun things. But that time is like 30 years, right? So like all the experts of the firm that run around, they've been doing it for a while, and you kind of just have to kind of stay in your lane. Thankfully, in around 2017, friends of mine at the firm were actually crypto lawyers, which back then was totally just like a fake thing. But they were trying to make it a real thing. And I started to get to know them and started to get to know their practice. And in 2017, the industry had what was called the ICO boom. So people were creating tokens just kind of out of thin air and getting people to pay them a lot of money to hold these tokens. Generally not a good thing for the industry, but it was kind of an inflection point in the industry where people realized that you could create digital assets that were extremely transferable very easily. And so at the firm, we had would-be clients almost breaking down the door to get us to represent them in these transactions, as one of the only firms in the country that did crypto. And I kind of fell down the rabbit hole of what is this technology? Is it real? You know, is this something that I should care about as a person or as a lawyer? And so I read the Bitcoin white paper, I read the Ethereum white paper, I started doing research on what the legal implications were of these networks. And ultimately what I realized was that, you know, people say there's nothing new under the sun. And that is generally true. But I do think that what blockchain technology has created is a scenario that we have never seen before in the history of value interactions in the world. Now I say value interactions because value is more than finance, it's more than economics, it's really everything. Any interaction that you have in the world could be a value interaction. You just may not be monetizing that interaction in a given instance. In the history of the world, if you wanted to transact a value transaction with somebody that you did not know, that you had never met before, you would have to do so via a trusted intermediary, right? And as you mentioned already, right, those intermediaries create negative externalities. And they aren't bad themselves, right? They have helped us scale commerce and finance and economics globally over the last several thousand years, right? But these intermediaries have limitations. And what they do is they essentially sit in between transactions, they facilitate them, but then they end up taking rent from that. And after you've been allowed to do that for a number of decades, a number of centuries, you no longer have to be better than you are, right? And so that's what we have in the state of the world today with most of our kind of traditional financial institutions that have provided a service that has not innovated, hasn't gotten better, hasn't gotten more efficient. And in addition to not getting better, they've also gotten worse, right? Because they're run by people. So people are subject to corruption, they're subject to mistakes. They're also subject to attack. So, you know, financial institutions hold all of our information, all of our value, and people like to attack those things. And so what blockchain technology does fundamentally is allow us to have those same types of value transactions, but to do so with people that you don't know at scale, right, globally, with people that you do not know, without having to rely on those intermediaries. And that is fundamentally different. And so when I realized this many, many years ago as a young lawyer, I thought this is different. And the implications of that around regulation and law are profound because all of our regulations are built around the assumption of an intermediary, right? And if that intermediary no longer is necessary, then we have to change the way we see these transactions and the way we regulate them. And so for me, it was an opportunity to break out of the private practice. And it has literally changed my life as 8 years ago, I joined Blockchain Capital, and I am not so miserable anymore.
Thank you, Joshua.
Yeah.
That's hugely useful. And I mean, I think what you say about intermediaries is so important, especially when you look 30 or 40 years ago, we had so many more intermediaries. But as the regulatory moat has expanded and become deeper, it's just been consolidating. So consumers have so few choices that the opportunity is huge. Barbara, would you like to come in?
Just to start out with, we have not heard two terms yet that are truly important when we discuss money and digital assets. Trust and private property rights. And both have been used for blockchains, and the history of the former blockchains, the ledgers. We've had, property rights listed up in books. Maria Theresia, who started out with land ledgers. But I was just at the bank, and anybody who goes to Naples should go there. It's the Banca di Napoli Foundation. We had a conference there, and they have in their archives the old ledgers of the first transactions, and which are a couple of 100 years old. And the blockchain they created is like, one sheet of paper above the other, and they had it in a huge sausage kind of thing, they called it, and they were still hanging there in their archives, and it was the double bookkeeping that they still used, and this was the first, blockchain, nothing else but a blockchain. So what we see now these days is, of course, technological innovation, but it's not only that, it's also, and this is important for also the policymakers and the politicians that were there before, for constitutional innovation, because your technology will drive politics, will drive politicians, and luckily it drives innovation, regulators crazy, because you're always not only one step ahead, you're many steps ahead of time. And that is very good when we talk about, especially when it comes to monetary policy. One thing. So what blockchain has helped us do is that we look trust versus control. This is one big thing. And we were talking about privacy in the previous panel, and we will talk about privacy in this panel as well. And if being a European, from a continental European, from Austria, and having to live with what is happening in Brussels, I really have my issues when it comes to control by Brussels, by big government, by the state. And, they have their hands into everywhere. It's not only the digital ID and all that, but it's everything where they want to look into. And the CBDCs, the European digital currency, is a big threat to that. So it's privacy and it's control. It's centralization. And you mentioned, thankfully, decentralization. And I think decentralization will be much better for us, because after all, as Hayek always said, who is creating knowledge? It's the decentralized individuals, groups that collaborate. And then, of course, it's also permission versus voluntary cooperation and collaboration. And that's another thing that this technology has helped us, and it will literally drive politics in the future if you succeed and if you can make sure that the decentralization works, especially in our monetary application works better. Because in the end, governments, and we've seen it in other little things like the smart cities, or the city-state, the small city-states, or the special economic zones that flourish around the world. And they are totally decentralized. And this is what this technology will help us get. It's not only monetary policy, but it's also our individuals' rights that will look differently. And so thanks for doing what you do on that front.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Everybody.
thank you, Rowan. Thank you for that big picture. That's really helpful on the opportunities. And I think the irony is that blockchain offers so many opportunities to deal with state capacity because of the open ledger, fraud, all these things that the state deals with. You can just look at it. It's not you don't need to troll through those ledger accounts and look for the mistakes and the crimes. It's much more accessible in a real way. I'd like to ask you a few questions, Barbara. Maybe we could just come straight back to you, since you're on a flow, and I could ask you about CBDCs and the threat of the digital euro. I think it's a conversation which in the United Kingdom has not really picked up a head of steam because it's not an imminent reality, but it's quite likely an imminent reality for you. So maybe just speak about the threats and why it matters.
Well, when the European Central Bank came up with the digital euro, they kind of said, we just need to advance money. I mean, come on. I mean, we've had money for more than a couple of thousand years in various forms. And we don't need to advance it by an institution. It's individuals who would advance it with modern technology and not the central bank. First thing. Then the second excuse they came up with, we have to protect ourselves in Europe against the Anglo-American finance industry. We depend on them, so we have to create something on our own. Well, fair deal. If you had allowed the European industry to develop something, and there were various initiatives, the European Payment Initiative and European Payment System that was well funded by various governments, and of course the European taxpayer via Brussels redistribution. But in the end, it was, and there were issues between the French, the Italians, who would lead this, and then in the end, nothing happened. So the European Payment Initiative, the private initiative, was dead. But now, we have the issue that our ECB is constantly printing, not only the API programs, but the PEP program. Now we need to fund the war in Ukraine. We need to fund the reindustrialization of many European countries. How can we do that? With new printing. And so eventually, in addition to that, all our governments are bust. So what can be done? We find a new way of kicking the can down the road for another one. So, and this is the CBDC. This will be the CBDCs and nothing else. The central bank digital currency, which are of course programmable. And second thing, of course, your privacy is totally protected. This is what the central bank claims. And this is what, I've been a central banker. I was the vice president of the Austrian Central Bank until 2 years ago. So I was involved in those discussions and projects. So I'm very critical about it. And we also went to several central banks across the world who had digital currencies in place. The Japanese, who cut the project right now, but we also saw the Chinese central bank and discussed with them. They have the digital renminbi in 8 provinces working out. They have rolled it out, and trust me, their technology is fantastic. They even promised us next time you come, you can use your cell phone and you can pay and you can use this. And we all said, well, thank you, but we love our privacy. One thing. So they have rolled that out, and that's a different case. Of course, China is not Europe, and democracies are different, but that's one thing.
And sorry, go on.
Yeah, and then there is the only country, thanks to what is happening in the US right now with stable coins and all the other things. Luckily, the Fed is not running the digital dollar. So there is only one bigger central bank left. And this is the European one. And they are pushing it. Right now, their legal framework is being finalized. We run the tests here. The test versions will be out by next year. Originally, Lagarde wanted it to start in 28. This will not happen. But the European Commission, and this is a duo infernale, Brussels and Frankfurt, they are really pushing for it. They are also trying to eliminate cash. I'm a fan of cash, but I want people to choose what they want. And I want private solutions, which is blockchain technology, and not which is on the market, and not a central bank solution. And that's a big thing. So what they will implement it by 29 probably. It will cost the European taxpayer a fortune. The banks will have their issues. They just don't fight it yet. because they
Hasn't
will,
happened.
you know, their business case will totally run out. But the third thing is they will force each and every individual, and they will stop by the way everybody will have to use the CBDC in one way or the other. Either you have to pay your taxes via CBDCs, or you receive your pension or whatever revenues you get from the government via CBDCs. So you are forced into the system if you want to or not. There is no way out. Otherwise, or you leave Europe, or you just don't run it. And then, of course, there are plans to run it even in non-Euro countries and transfer it. It is, you know, the fantasies are enormous, and they will just put everything into place. And they will crowd out the private investors and the private solutions that we have already in place that are functioning, and that is the worst thing.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. Many of the things which CBDCs claim to be able to solve could be solved by stablecoins without state control.
Exactly.
Yeah, the point on money printing, just to explain that a tiny bit more, are you saying that because there'll be a lack of understanding around CBDCs, it will be easier for the central banks to get away with printing more?
It will be easier for the central bank, and you know, there was something that we called the Weimar Republic, and
Yes.
if you remember what has happened with our money there, or with the money back then, and the value of the money and the trust. This is why I mentioned trust before, and value.
And it'll be
so you
psychologically
you
easier for them to get away
can
with
totally inflate
it.
your property away with
it's,
that in an easy way. And this can be done. I'm not saying they will do it, but it can be done.
Well, it's an evil thing.
Probably do it.
If it can be done,
I have to be careful.
I mean, if it can be done, it's highly likely that the European politicians will do it,
Well,
unfortunately.
they're bound to, aren't they? And the
Yeah.
other thing is, if you then consider digital assets, CBDCs, the theft of inflation, they are just craven inversions of the freedoms and sort of the invisible hand economics that you get within cryptocurrencies.
Yeah.
So, you know, frankly, which one are you going to put your pension in? Which one do you think is actually going to be your personal property within your control?
Yeah.
And you take your risks.
But like Barbara
So
says, there's a high chance that they force you into CBDCs via your pension and
But
different
of course they will, because it's, you know, it's also a way of stifling the kind of what you're doing.
Yeah.
They'll become, you know, they'll become more than an intermediary.
So
They'll be
people will move hopefully out into private alternatives, but we Europeans, continental Europeans, will still be forced into the system, because unless a big change happens in Brussels and there will be a move towards the right, center right, and free market politics, because the current so-called conservatives and socialists, they just want this.
I'm a little bit more optimistic. I mean,
We're all going to come and live in California.
I don't know if you would love that, but there are benefits and detriments to living there. But I do think, I mean, it's more from it's maybe the American entrepreneurialism that I unabashedly wear. I'm very sorry.
That was good.
But I do think, I mean, I've spent the last 9 years really kind of trying to establish the legitimacy of an industry that has largely been villainized or kind of ignored over that time. And I think the thing that has kept me kind of alive for that time is really understanding that ultimately innovation leads and regulation follows, right? Regulation and politics follow. At least that's what I believe, and I do think that's what has happened in the U.S. And so I think when you look at something like CBDCs, we do benefit in the U.S. from the fact that the kind of the roots of digital assets and blockchain and crypto are couched in pretty heavy libertarianism. And a lot of that has persisted. Not that we are all libertarians in the space, but we all believe in that idea that this is of the people, right? This technology is really of the people, and it's not one that should be controlled or promulgated by a central government or a central bank. And so that's driven the innovation in the space to make really amazing solutions. And so, for example, we're invested in the largest stablecoin issuers in the world, Tether, Circle, and Paxos. And the things that they are doing are so effective and so efficient that I do believe centralized governments and central banks will have to grapple with that, right? Because really what you're trying to do when you're trying to create an asset that exists natively in a digital space, which is what a stablecoin is, right? Is a dollar or some other fiat currency that exists natively in a digital space, as opposed to having like a digital representation of that thing, which is a different thing, right? We have that, you know, Visa, MasterCard, your credit cards, we have digital representations of dollars that exist somewhere else, right? But these stablecoins, they are natively digital. That creates so much more effectiveness and so much more efficiency, and your ability to move innovation in that way via private solutions is so much better than anything that a central bank can do by creating a CBDC, that I do think that eventually they'll have to kind of acquiesce to what I hope becomes a global standard, or at least a global expectation for the effectiveness of the technology.
I certainly hope so.
If that works out, then we will not have any central banks.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
That is what Hayek had hoped for. It's actually competing currencies and nothing else, and get rid of the fiat system.
Maybe,
but the funny thing.
Sorry, just conscious of time. Sorry, say what you're going to say quickly, but then maybe if you could just give a 1.5 minute top line on British regulation around crypto, then we can try and get the audience in for some questions. Before
90 seconds, go.
I was going to say, but the funny thing about all of that is that you're talking about potential competition. Because I have this wonderful theory that if the UK and the US could work together, common law jurisdiction, common language, ever, and create stable coins, anything that's an alternative to a CBDC, and it does it so much better, then hopefully that competition may force the central banks to rethink, but maybe I'm living in fairyland. So UK regulations, I suppose it's not as bad as it could be. The FCA seems to be, I think the regulators and the legislators just ran out of steam. They ran out of interest, and they've just decided, oh, well, we'll just sort of stick it in what we've already got. And there are various problems with that. You know, the first being it assumes that what we've already got is good and workable and right for the democracy. It assumes that the FCA is a democratic organization and that it knows what it's up to. So, yeah, dream on there. But it also takes no attention. I think, Josh, the key to me of what you were saying is the lack of intermediaries. It pays no attention to the fact that you can talk directly to who you want to talk to. You don't need intermediaries, because it's all about regulating the intermediaries as well. So it's not as bad as it looked if it's going to be in the first place. But to my mind, I would get rid of a lot of regulation, and I'd pour all my money into a functioning court system and rely on legislation, which is a much more even playing field.
That's a very attractive idea. I hope we
Burn
can
the
get there.
FCA handbook.
Yes. Well, get it down to a much smaller number of pages at least.
How much taxpayer money it would save as well.
I know. Well, it's all levied on our financial institutions and then passed on to us. So, let's turn to questions. We would love to hear from you. Would you like to put your hands in the air? And I think we have somebody with a mic at the edge. Francisca, thank you. Any questions from the audience, from the floor? Yeah, please.
James, I will be going to the blockchain symposium this August in Jackson Hole. I'm not sure if I'll be seeing you any. And one emerging theme that I'm getting from people that are going right now is talking about the financialization of blockchain, specifically IPOs. And so Obviously, you're seeing Kraken race there now, and it was announced today that blockchain.com filed to go public. I'm just curious, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? Because what we've seen from Coinbase is pressure from the SEC to delist coins. I think they've done that multiple times now. Does it erode user privacy? I'm curious if you think it's a good, because the good part is obviously more power to the people, right? It's shareholder primacy. Thank you.
Yeah. Happy to take this one unless either of you are just dying to answer this question. But I think it's hard to say that something like that, like like the tokenization of IPOs, for example, or natively crypto or natively blockchain companies going public. It's hard to say that itself is good or bad. I think it is an indication of the natural consequence of the maturation of an innovative cycle, right? So in 1996, right, the internet was just like, well, what are we going to do with this? And, newspapers like the New York Times were like, got an idea, let me PDF our newspaper and put it on the internet, which is effectively what we get today. It's just a digital copy of the news. But in 96, we didn't really have the infrastructure, ubiquitous enough to be able to make good use of that. So it was an innovative idea, but at the time, not good or bad, just kind of like useless because, you do it on a Saturday morning in 1996, you put the coffee on or tea here, if that's what you prefer, and, go out to the front. I don't know if you guys do this. You love newspapers, but I don't know where you get them from. We used to get them just like at the stoop, the front, And so you like pick up your newspaper, you read it, and then, if you had a computer, you might boot it up and say like, oh, it's on the New York Times. You're like, I've read this news already. It's not effective, right? Eventually, we started seeing companies use the internet in other ways. Like, I'm going to create a website. So like .coms. Well, that was good, but then it was bad because so many of them did it. And then there was this .com crash in 1999, 2000, and everybody was like, the internet's dead. Like, why? Like, nobody knows how to extract value from the internet. But that, of course, wasn't true, right? Then the next decade saw the largest companies in the world be internet companies, right? Google, Amazon, Netflix, right? And so I think it's impossible to say like it's good or bad. It is just how innovation happens. I think we will see assets be tokenized, equities be tokenized, natively issued in digital spaces, because that is way more efficient. And that's just kind of where we're going. Not good or bad. It's kind of up to us to make sure that we create as much value from that as possible.
Really interesting. Thank you, Joshua.
As long as governments allow you to do so, or you just do it without their permission. I mean,
which I think will happen.
And that will happen eventually.
No, we shouldn't need permission from the government to improve people's lives. Fred, please.
With the explosion of like rug pulls and meme coins and the Hawk Tour girls' famous disaster, does this have the potential to turn a political wave against crypto, which has hitherto had a lot of positive momentum?
Yeah, I mean, yes, and I think the technology overcomes it, right? I mean, any technology in the history of the world has been used for bad purposes, right? Bad people have used it in bad ways, and that's not new to crypto, right? That's not a novel thing. Yeah, FTX was terrible. We like lived through that. It was really bad, but it was also not surprising. Like, I was sad that day. I remember the day. But also I was like, I expected this. Like, we saw Sam Bankman-Fried in our offices twice, and we were like, not because we thought he was a fraud, but just like, we were like, you don't have the protections in place that you need. And so bad things will happen, but that's how you grow. And like the Hawk Tour girl, I think she ended up being bad for her at the end of the day, right? So like, people kind of get what's coming to them. Same thing happened with Three Arrows and Terra Luna. And so, I do think that over time, people realize that the headline is not the story, right? And you have to understand what's actually happening underneath in order to be able to make an informed decision about a technology.
That's right. Thank you, Joshua. Barbara or Claire, would you like to come in on that?
I think I would just like to sort of go back to my earlier point about sort of ignorance of what crypto is. Fire is a good servant, bad master. So are so many things.
Yes.
Yep. But where we have as Andrew Griffith is saying, a leftist media that doesn't like crypto, doesn't understand crypto, and will, for example, start pulling politicians over the coals for things which are not necessarily legitimate, but they have the word Bitcoin or crypto attached to them. Of course, it can be used in a political way, but if it wasn't crypto, it'd be something else being used in a political way. And if you want the truth about any of that, then I have somebody coming for drinks later who can tell you all about it.
And,
but I don't want to be too spicy about this.
Be spicy. The problem, obviously, to some extent, is that, sorry about the phone, is that people don't really understand crypto. It's a very mystified thing. And the politicians are always going to be able to use it as a scapegoat of the populace. How do we demystify it for the populace?
I mean, look at the AMLs. I mean, those laws are a disaster. They're bigger, because it's the distrust of politicians in their electorate. At least in continental Europe, I would not know about.
It's
Britain,
not. It's not better.
But you know,
west of
you
that,
just
though.
have to create more laws and more regulation because you don't trust your own constituency. You don't trust your own people, and this is a way for the people to free themselves up. This modern technology.
That's right. Claire, please.
Yeah, well, I also think there's a lot of misunderstanding and stupidity within politicians, to be honest with you. Here's an example. Yesterday, at Prime Minister's Question Time, Keir Starmer said that he's putting a moratorium on all crypto political donations. I'm sorry.
Wait, you said that?
If you want to know where your donations are coming from, the blockchain will tell you with absolute transparency and immutability. Do you know?
Yeah.
So why does Keir Starmer want to potentially, I would say, if you don't like crypto, what do you like? Cash. You know.
Yeah. No, I mean,
just suitcases of cash to
When-
politicians.
when-
That's way better.
Exactly.
That's, you know, you fight terrorism also with CBDCs and the new idea is to if people who are debanked we can now use CBDCs. This is what Lagarde officially said.
So you can't just debank them; you can decash them with the CBDC.
I mean, we did kind of fight against that, right? In over the last 8 years in the U.S., where you like question like how do you kind of change that narrative? And I think it's like adults, professionals who clearly are adults and professionals and have kind of the bona fides and the history and the resume to back that, believing in the technology and speaking to policymakers and regulators.
Yeah, educate. I mean, educate. It's like this, the task force that was Reeve said she's going to set up this, and the UK and the US were going to work together on crypto and have this wonderful task force. Well, the last thing I heard from Capitol Hill was that nobody knows what anything is on about. French Hill, maybe, but that's about it. And they're all just sort of desperate for somebody from a think tank to tell them what they should put in the task force. Fred, let's do it.
Opportunity's right. Go for it.
If they don't even run their budgets, how would they understand something like that?
I mean, wouldn't you love to put the EU's accounting onto blockchain?
I think you'd be terrified. But when you saw it.
Everybody would be leaving, wouldn't they? So
Okay, let's do one last question. Have we got any more? We could take 2 or 3 at the same time. John here and gentleman at the back right.
Very quick question for the lawyers. The one thing about the old world was with intermediaries, there was a liability model behind it. Who's on the hook for what when things go wrong? How do you envisage that in a distributed ledger environment?
It's a good one.
And then one more before we answer that.
Yeah. I mean, we can. That's a deep question. You might have to see me after class, John.
Sorry. One more question.
Oh, okay.
We'll
We'll
take
them.
Thank you very much. From my experiences and dealings with the CMA and other regulators, I think if we get a competition between currencies, which I love, I think it's a great idea, you will get one currency or 2 currencies that are going to be dominating.
Yeah.
And then they're going to come in and they're going to say, there's clearly market entrenchment here and we need to interfere and stop that. So how do you see market regulators, how do we avoid actually market regulators coming in on stuff like that? And how
trade
do you...
everything on spot, like cases. Fast.
Good. Anything else on that second question? Then we'll.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have a better answer than that. I mean,
it's a good idea.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I think I believe in free markets. I think if a currency is better, it's because it's in more demand, and that gives it more liquidity and makes it more useful. One interesting thing about stable coins is I think stable coins have like saved the US dollar in many ways. Like I think we're like 40 trillion in debt. You're talking about printing. Like we've just been printing our brains out for the last 3 decades.
It's back to the invisible hand that crypto allows. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Adam Smith economics.
Well, what's interesting is that what we've created. So now we have $320 billion in US dollar stable coins around the world. And what stable coins did is it revealed demand for the US dollar that was always there. It had always been there. It's just you couldn't get to it because you were using something that wasn't, like it's like pouring water into into dirt that has cracks in it.
Clunky, expensive intermediaries. And things.
Right. You can't get to the last mile
so
with
the
a physical
consumer now
dollar.
has access and
100%.
has access, much cheaper access.
100%. And so like, if you have a currency that is just more in demand, right? Like it's going to dominate for however long it is more in demand. And there's lots of, economic forces that Barbara, you'd be much better at kind of, parsing through than that will kind of lead to that. And so, but yeah,
I mean, I think some of it comes down.
Currency pairs on spot. And,
Yeah.
I mean, cable's very liquid, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why can't that happen with a digital sterling and a digital US?
I mean, I think theoretically there's no reason why it can't happen, but to some extent it comes down to the political will to keep the regulators at bay and stop them interfering, which is the answer to many questions, unfortunately. But on the second question,
On the second question, I was hoping you would forget. But yeah, who's on the hook from a legal perspective?
The lawyers, if they draft it wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, so I think so. I'll start by not answering your question. I think that the most important, I will get to it, John, I promise. But the most important thing from our perspective is that people who are developing this technology have to have the freedom to be able to develop the technology, right? So this technology, in large part, is code, right? So developers are writing code that other people can use to do a lot of things. And yes, bad people can use that code to do bad things with, but that is not the fault of the person who creates that code, right? And so those developers must be protected, right? That is, in our view, fundamentally a freedom of speech, right? You are writing code.
We don't have that here.
Well, yeah, but that's perhaps a conversation for alcohol. But we're fundamentally protecting someone's ability to speak something, to create something, and that's really important. That thing in itself is not inherently bad, right? It's just a tool, and people can use it in different ways. And so I think that is very important. The question is like, what happens when things go wrong? Who's on the hook? Well, I think when you have an ecosystem that is governed by, Claire, as you mentioned, smart contracts, right? So what the technology underlying crypto is mathematical, right? It works because it is code that executes against itself without any human individual or institution intervening in the operational cycle or process of that code, right? It just executes, right? If you have an input, it gives an output.
So the settlement time is so reduced that you reduce the risk automatically.
You do reduce the risk automatically. And I think it's also really important that when there are hacks, right, when there are failures, it's not the technology itself breaking down, right? It's actually someone's engagement with the technology being hacked, right? Or being kind of like socially engineered for nefarious purposes. And that is activity that we very much can regulate and assign blame to, right? So when people steal money in crypto, right, they're doing a bad thing and they are liable for that. Now,
and that's legislation, not regulation.
Exactly.
It's already criminal to steal money.
100%. Like we already have laws on fraud, right? If somebody creates a system, like there is maybe an example where somebody creates a system and they are aware of a very critical flaw that is very likely to be exploited, and they do absolutely nothing to make it known, to correct it, right? There is kind of a narrow circumstance where you can say, you probably should have known that something was wrong here. But that is not typically the case. And most of the time when developers find a flaw, they're like, oh shit, and they fix it or try to fix it. Most of the time when things go wrong, there are actors that are responsible for that we don't need like special laws to, or like, you know, or like special regulatory implementations to go after. But because usually it's not a failure of the technology itself. But this is also like, this question is not a crypto problem. It's an everything problem. AI, same question. Yeah. Like what happens when, right? And so I really just think like we have to start evolving our thinking on how we engage.
If something goes wrong, it could be our fault. It's our fault if something goes wrong.
Absolutely.
So, you know, back to Bankman-Fried, if anybody had done due diligence and realized they were doing everything on an Excel sheet, they would have realized probably wasn't the place to be trading with.
Or asked if they had a board of directors or a CFO.
Yes, yeah,
you know, it's like basic stuff. You
exactly.
know?
No, criminality has existed since the dawn of time.
It really has.
Exactly.
I think
sadly,
that's why lawyers have as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. Sadly, well, I was going to say sadly, Booth will continue to exist. Sadly, criminality will continue to exist. On that note, let's draw it to a close. Thank you all so much. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Great.
Do we have a break? Yeah, we have a 5-minute break before the next session.
We need 2 chairs on stage.
Claire didn't let you ask questions? They do. It's not that they're infallible or without flaw. Because they are
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Please take your seats. Please take your seats, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Please take your seats for the next penultimate session. Right, so we are heading into the home straight for today. We're into our second last session, which is Rhys Laverty from Prosperity Institute, making his debut on this stage, actually, which is wonderful, in conversation with the economist Alex Tokarev. Rhys, take it away, please.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you all for being with us in this afternoon slot. My name is Rhys. I'm the editorial and research director here at the Prosperity Institute, and it is a pleasure to be joined by Dr. Alex Tokarev. I was briefed on the pronunciation. He is associate, which is the second most famous firearm out of Russia after the Kalashnikov. Extra points if you were aware of this information. Alex is the associate professor of economics and philosophy at Northwood University in Michigan. He is originally from Bulgaria, and I would like to use this as an opportunity to congratulate him on the country's first Eurovision win. This past weekend.
My goodness.
A politically uncontroversial move. And our hospitality staff here are Bulgarian, so he knew he was in very good hands when we invited him to speak. Alex's research interests and teaching interests, they include classical liberalism, institutions, incentives, entrepreneurship, public policy, law and economics, economic history, the morality of capitalism, and economic development, many things that make him very qualified to be with us here. And he's written and taught widely on all of these things. But Alex, could you tell us a little bit more about yourself and your academic interests for those in this room who don't know you yet?
Absolutely. First, I'd like to thank Fred and Rhys and Francisca and everybody else at the Prosperity Institute who host this amazing series of events today. And of course, Barbara Combe, Brit Chair, and everyone at the Austrian Center and the Hayek Institute in Vienna, who have been behind this project for more than a decade now. 20 years now, my goodness. Yeah, I've been with you for about 5 of those. And it's so necessary for liberty-minded people to work together. What's happening today, what the Prosperity Institute is doing, what the Hayek Institute is doing, and other free market think tanks like the Institute for Economic Affairs, the Adam Smith Institute in Bulgaria, it's the Institute for Market Economics, where I live and teach in Midland, Michigan. It's the Mackinac Center for Public Policy. We need, and there are hundreds and maybe thousands of those institutions all over the world. We need to work together. We need to work together first to encourage each other, because we are constantly under attack by all kinds of people, some that even think they are on the right. And so we need to encourage each other to stand together, and that war that we are fighting will never end. We may win a few battles here and there, but the pendulum swings left and right all the time. So we need to encourage each other in meetings such as these. But even more importantly, I believe, is for us to learn from each other how we do our stuff. Because ultimately we are called to be evangelists for the system of free enterprise, for human dignity, for human prosperity that comes only through economic freedom. And when I'm saying all these things, you need to keep in mind, as Reese pointed out, I grew up under socialism in Bulgaria. I would not be here to talk to you today if I did not at least on the surface profess faith in socialism. But fortunately for me, it was easy because I grew up as a believing Marxist. So for the first 21 years of my life, I was a Marxist in a socialist country. And from kindergarten, I was reciting poems glorifying our communist leaders. My parents have my recordings from kindergarten, a poem dedicated to Vladimir Lenin, the first Soviet dictator that went on, and I don't know how many minutes. How did I memorize it at the age of 5 or 6?
Do you still remember any of it now?
No, I mean, it was
That'd be a great bit.
It was recorded on a capitalist device. My parents they were allowed to travel when I was very young to Germany, and even allowed a few hours to cross from east to west Berlin, where they bought one of those tape recorders, not even a stereo one, a mono. But they were one of the few fortunate people that had those. And when I started reciting, my parents recorded it, and then they lost the tape somewhere with the recording device. Anyway,
probably for the best.
Probably, yeah. I would be probably quite embarrassed to listen to myself saying all these things. Anyway, it was 1989, just a few weeks after I was released. I was drafted, as all the boys are after high school, into the Bulgarian so-called People's Army. We were part of the Warsaw Pact, and I was released to study chemical engineering. That was 1989. So at the end of October, my prison sentence is over. I'm out there after almost 20 years of wearing all kinds of uniforms. You have a uniform in kindergarten, then primary school, then middle school, then high school, and then the army. So 5 different institutions made me wear uniforms, which is why I hate dressing up. I only do it out of respect for you guys today.
Very good.
Thank you. I was out of the army, and one morning my mom is, it's cold and still dark. My mom has to go to work to the university, and I'm a student at that university studying chemical technology to be an engineer. And she starts the car to warm it up a little bit, and it's a crappy Soviet Moskvich vehicle. And while it's warming up, I'm turning on the radio. There's only 2 stations, all of them, of course, controlled by the Communist Party. And they are telling me that the night before there was a meeting where our 33-year in a row dictator was retiring. He somehow decided to retire. And it was the day after the fall of the Berlin Wall. So within a few days, information started coming out about what the regime has been doing for 45 years. And I have to tell you, it was a very, very painful experience for me to hear those things and to accept that the things that I believed in were all lies, that I have been fooled. So the experience taught me intellectual humility, if nothing else. So now when I'm defending the free market system, I'm quite aware that I'm not God, and that all the great thinkers, I started with Mises, and then Hayek, and then Milton Friedman, and the institutionalists like Douglas North and Ronald Coase that made me an economist. I realized that everything I believe today and that I say to you, well, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Experience has taught me. Experience has taught me what works and what doesn't work, and not only through empirical evidence, but also out of introspection. The famous Austrian method of studying human behavior, human choice. That is, we all are human, and we all understand how people respond to incentives and how people will make different choices under different circumstances, facing different public policies, for example. So I was visiting friends in my godfather and his family in Queens in the summer of 1998. So for 9 years, I've been waiting for that socialist system to finally disintegrate and to reap the marvelous fruits of capitalism. But even though the political system had changed overnight, it turned out that reforming the economy is a very slow and painful process, and sometimes it becomes impossible to change certain things. Well, I decided to find a different place to start a family. Went to the United States, and one day it was so hot and humid in Queens, and I entered the library, and I found a book by Ludwig von Mises called Economic Policy, Thoughts for Today and Tomorrow. And that was based on 6 lectures that he gave when he visited Argentina shortly after the end of the Second World War in the early 50s. So more than 70 years ago is when he was talking about socialism, capitalism, interventionism. And I was reading, and I couldn't believe how clearly he explained all the problems that Bulgaria had faced for 45 years, and why capitalism is a system that better fits with human nature. And I thought I had already earned my master's as in industrial management and chemical engineering, but I said to myself, this is what I want to do. If I'm to stay in the United States, I want to study and then teach those things. I visited a university, NYU in Manhattan, and the professor, after hearing that I had read those 6 lectures by Mises, said, well, here is another book that I believe you'll love, and that was Hayek, The Road to Serfdom. And I read, and once again, it blew my mind. It explained everything. It made so much sense. I went back in a couple of months, went back to Bulgaria and started applying for different economics programs. I got a scholarship to study at SIU in Carbondale, Illinois, and I became an economist. I got my PhD, and I applied for jobs, and I stayed and raised my family. And I'm very thankful for everything that's happened to me. Most importantly, for the fact that I had the ability to change my mind. Not too many people are willing to embrace the fact that they are fallible, that they could be wrong about the things that they deeply care about and believe at a point of time. In my case, well, I found out I had been a fool for 20 years, and I allowed facts and reason to change me. And I walked all the way from the far left as you can go, Marxism, all the way to classical liberalism, to free market economics and philosophy. And I'm teaching now at a school, have been in Michigan for 14 years now. It's called Northwood University. We market ourselves in America and the rest of the world as America's free enterprise university. We were created with a special mission in 1959. In the darkest time of the Cold War, a couple of people thought America needs such an educational institution where the students will come and they will learn about the beauty, not only the efficiency, but about the beauty and the morality of a system which is based on consent, which is based on mutually voluntary interactions of free individuals instead of the government telling people what to do, what not to do. So that's in a nutshell my story. I teach 3 main courses. I've been teaching in 6 different institutions since I graduated, and I've covered probably more than 24 courses by now. I've had thousands and thousands of students. I teach 5 courses in the fall, 5 in the spring. I'm currently teaching online every summer, usually 4 courses online. I mostly meet the students as they come. In their first semester at Northwood, and it's a course, it's a philosophy course. in which I'm trying to explain the morality of capitalism. Because the young people, if we are to win their hearts and minds, we need to win them on the question of morality. I mean, we obviously have the best arguments when it comes to efficiency, but this is not what's going to persuade anyone who is a passionate socialist because they don't know any better. You need to explain to them why socialism is rotten, why it's inconsistent with human nature, as Mises did, as Hayek did, as Milton Friedman explained. And only then you proceed into explaining the economic side of it. So our program is structured in this way. They come, and when they come, they usually know the mission, that we are the institution that's going to prepare them to be the leaders of the global free enterprise system. So most of them, I give them an anonymous survey at the beginning of their first class with me in August, and they take it, and I find out that the majority of them lean conservative, mostly libertarian, some in the middle, and very few to the left. But my job by the end of the 15 weeks of instruction and then a 16th of a final is to radicalize them as much as I can. And I'm very proud to report I give them the same exact political philosophy test, 10 questions. It's the shortest political quiz you can find online, and the same students take the same quiz anonymously 15 weeks later, and I see a definite shift. Okay, they are asked, where were you at the beginning? Where are you now? And I can see plenty of students moving from more left toward more free market principles, appreciation at least. I mean, maybe they won't vote necessarily in that way, but they become more appreciative of what the free enterprise system has to offer in terms of morality. And then I'm also happy that I see those same students 3.5 years later in their last semester before they graduate. They have another mandatory course that they take. And it's economics of public policies, where we revisit the same topics, but now we see them from a purely economics perspective. And so we talk about efficiency, as every course should be, discussing why some things work, why capitalism works, and why socialism sucks. They learn it as economists would explain it. In the middle, I have some students, not too many, depends on their major. It's a course that they can take or not. And it's called Comparative Economic Systems, in which we study in detail the history of socialism, the history of capitalism, the various manifestations of those two economic systems. And it's a great course. We watch this almost 3-hour documentary called Heaven on Earth about the rise and fall of socialism. It has a lot about Great Britain, by the way. It talks about Attlee, the nationalization of the commanding heights of the economy, the way that England goes into a steep decline over the next few decades, to the extent that economic prognosticators say if things don't change, sometime in the 70s, if things don't change, it's not going to be long before England has the same standard of living as Albania. And Albania was the worst of all the socialist countries, all the Eastern Bloc countries. They were so fearful. The leader of that country was so paranoid that he did not even want to have anything to do with the other socialist countries. They only had some connections with Mao's China. That was the only thing that they dared to do outside of their boundaries. And England was heading that way until Margaret Thatcher. And then, of course, this magnificent segment about Thatcher coming to power with, it doesn't really matter how much he understood economics, but she understood the morality of the issue, okay? Just like Ronald Reagan. I mean, I don't know how much economics he understood, but he had the right instincts.
On convincing teenagers of that, I've had several years of voluntary church youth work and made the mistake of getting into arguments about politics with teenagers. And it is often the case that when you begin that argument as a conservative, someone on the right, free marketeer, you begin by conceding the premise. But I think actually over time, I shifted and began to think, no, it isn't nice in theory.
It's not.
And I should not concede that from the outset. Is that a tactic that you deploy when you try to convince people?
Absolutely. The first thing that I try to explain to them, it's not that it produces horrible outcomes, which it does. It is that it is a horrible idea. Okay, you have to take the foundation from under their feet. Otherwise, they might just
from that point. What
Yes,
you're saying it's a horrible idea. How do you make the idea?
Absolutely, yes. You have to make it. Otherwise, they might simply say, "Oh, what happened in the Soviet Union wasn't real socialism," or maybe it was an attempt to instill that kind of economic system, but it was run by people who were corrupt. Or the people that were the leaders of the country, maybe they had the right ideas and they had the right approach, but the people themselves that they tried to convince, that they tried to command, they were not ready yet. Maybe socialism had come too early. People had not been conditioned enough to embrace it as their own system. And so how do you convince people that socialism is a corrupt, from a moral standpoint, system? Well, we need to start with a British philosopher, and that would be John Locke. And I credit him with both the Glorious Revolution here in the United States and also the American Revolution. The American Revolution is not...
the United Kingdom. Sorry, the Glorious Revolution in the United Kingdom. Yeah. And the less glorious revolution that happened in the United States.
So... where does John Locke start with his development of this theory of the origin of private property? He starts with something which I believe is self-evident, even to the most radical leftist teenager that you and I will meet. Ask them, who owns you? Ask them this question. I have a friend in Hawaii, Ken Schoolant, and he wrote a fantastic book about public policies. He wrote it in the style mimicking the adventures of Jonathan Gulliver. It's the adventures of Jonathan Gullible. And in each chapter, very short chapters, just a few short pages, and he is making fun of certain contemporary economic policies, just like Jonathan Swift was doing with Gulliver's Travels. So ask them in the epilogue to the book. He develops very briefly this philosophy of liberty. You can find it on YouTube, by the way. Just type philosophy of liberty with voiceover if you want. And it's about 6-7 minutes long. And it gives you in a nutshell what I believe, what every libertarian almost would embrace, and what every leftist teenager should be asked kindly. Of course, don't try to, from the start, alienate them and tell them they're stupid and what they believe is rotten. Just have some patience and take them by the hand and ask them a few questions. I stopped lecturing a few years ago when I realized most of my students are not listening. They're not able to follow a lecture more than 5 minutes. And so I adopted what Aristotle had been doing with his students 2,300 years ago, just asking questions. Ask them to reach their own conclusion. So start by asking them, who owns you? Okay. Do you believe that slavery is okay? Can a human own another human being? And I'm pretty sure that none of them, I have always asked this question on day one of my classes, and no one ever came up with an answer that would justify slavery. So if this is true, then what about your labor, the fruits of your labor? Do they belong to you? How much of what you voluntarily obtain, either from the state of nature or through some voluntary exchange with another human being, how much of that, let's say it's $1 or a pound, how many of those pennies should belong to you if it was a voluntary exchange between you and another free human being who owns himself and you own yourself? And the only answer that makes sense is, if I earn $1, 100 cents should be mine. I should control 100 pennies. And of course, that leads them, if they want to take the path to the libertarian, the most famous libertarian conclusion, taxation is theft. Yes, it is. I wish we had a different way to fund some of the absolutely necessary, in my opinion. I'm not a anarcho-capitalist, as David Friedman, the son of Milton Friedman, or Marie Rothbard, or Hans Hermann Hoppe, whose book, Democracy, the God That Failed, I helped to translate in Bulgarian. So I try to take them step by step through this process of reasoning about people who own themselves, just as Locke did, and if they take something out of state of nature, which does not belong to anyone, if I cross the Atlantic, as the Europeans did 500 years ago, and I find forest with some berries, and I pick some of those wild berries, well, I make them mine. I can now make a blueberry muffin, or I can then eat it, or give it to my family, or share with my hungry neighbor if I'm charitable. And so the origin of private property rights. And what is capitalism? Then is what you have to ask. Capitalism is private property. Private property under, of course, a legal system that would not create the private property, because those pre-exist under our logical reasoning. They pre-exist the state, the law, and every other man-made institution. So when you take something out of state of nature and make it suitable for human enjoyment, well, that thing becomes yours. You become the private owner of this thing. And then you can exchange it voluntarily without using force or fraud with other individuals who have acquired property in other parts of nature. And that is the beginning of a free market. Okay, so the whole purpose that John Locke would contend for the existence of the government is to secure to everyone what is theirs, to each his due. Okay, this is a much older than John Locke, by the way, in terms of exploring what justice requires. Justice requires that everyone is guaranteed, okay, access to the things that are their own. Okay, that neither your neighbor nor the government will take arbitrarily from you things that you don't want to part with. That it will be only based on voluntary consent that you will give something that belongs to you to another human being. So that's capitalism in a nutshell. It's private property. It's free markets. And so socialism, which goes against this, denies a fundamental human right. Socialism enslaves you. And as I said, starting in 1989, I realized that for 21 years, I had been a slave. There are plenty of things I didn't like. I thought, well, the system doesn't work perfectly now. We have flawed commanders-in-chief, and then eventually it will improve. Maybe I'll run to become a dictator one day, and I'll fix everything. Get rid of all the corruption that I'm seeing around myself. But also keep in mind, Marx was promising that socialism is just a temporary step. It's the one before the last, the end of human history. Under communism, we are not supposed to have the state. We're not supposed to have any laws that restrict us. We are supposed to be perfectly free and not constrained in any way by another human being to pursue whatever makes us happy, fulfilled as human beings. So once you realize, it takes a whole semester, of course, 15 weeks instead of 15 minutes. Once you realize that capitalism is freedom and that socialism is slavery, then the foundation upon which any socialist theory or policy proposal stands crumbles. You cannot sustain it, even if it might promise some kind of positive outcomes. You know that what you're doing is wrong. Okay, the only thing that's left for you is to claim that, well, there are no human rights. We should only be driven in our decision making by what works. If we are able to accomplish some desirable result, well, then heck with human rights. The means will be justified by the goal that we pursue. And that's not where the young people like to be.
You've done a wonderful job of laying out these two opposing systems and how one can begin to take sensitive young men and women from one to the other. And personally, I was shifted from being left-leaning by being told that's stupid. We were having a conversation about this earlier with some of my colleagues. That sometimes it takes, I mean, being told you're an idiot, or maybe the collapse of your entire economic system to convince you that you're wrong. But more often than not, sympathetic, Socratic reasoning probably does the job. We laid out those systems wonderfully. So one of your disciplines and interests is comparative economic systems. Would really value kind of applying this to Britain. You've wonderfully joined us. This is your first visit to London.
Yes, and I loved it. Yesterday I had 8 hours walking from the Parliament to the Tower and back, and it was just amazing.
London maxing, wonderful. So as an outsider, your interest is comparative economic systems. In your opinion, what is the current British economic system, and how does it compare to others around the world and to these two antithetical models that you've set up for us? Because there's a lot of chatter about quite what strange hybrid the British economic system might have become through the patchwork history that you've already touched on, from Attlee through Thatcher through Blair to wherever we are now. What is the British economic system in 26?
So between the first semester freshmen and the last semester seniors before they graduate, I have this, I offer this course. It's a boutique experience. It rarely has more than 20 students enrolled. I start on day one by explaining what you're asking me about, socialism and capitalism. Think about it. How can we interact with our fellow human beings? There's only two ways you can interact with another person. Okay, it could be either freedom or force. Okay, freedom means voluntary mutual consent, which is what the free market under capitalism offers you. The other is coercion, and of course there are all kinds of forms of coercion. You can think about private criminals that are kidnapping people and exploiting them, using them for all kinds of nefarious purposes, slavery, feudalism could be a couple of prime examples of this. The other is what you and I all consider to be the only moral way to interact with people. Sadly, the only way we interact with the government is through force. What is government? Government is coercion. A law does not make you an offer that you can refuse. It's like the first movie, The Godfather. I made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Well, that's how the government deals with us every day. Okay? And so then the question becomes, what should the government be used for? And if you are indeed a human being with unalienable, natural, God-given rights, then the only way to use the government, to think about the government, is as a gun. Okay? A gun can be used legitimately for what purpose? When you are attacked, okay, to repel this act of aggression. But you cannot use legitimately your gun to take away, not to take away, I'm making a mistake here, rights cannot be taken, but they can be violated. You cannot use your gun to violate the rights of other people. And neither should the government. Where would the government get rights which exceed the rights of the individuals who elect the government representatives to make laws on their behalf? So where does the United Kingdom, was your question, stand right now between these two extremes? Well, every real world economic system that you can study from antiquity until 2026 has been a mixture of freedom and force, voluntary mutual consent and coercion by the political mechanism. I'll say something that you might think is rude, but I'll say it nevertheless, because it's good news, actually. And
you can tell them they're idiots.
Yeah.
Stupid.
No. What I'm going to say is that there is nothing special about the United Kingdom in 2026 or in the past several decades. We've seen it before. Even the United Kingdom has seen it before. Now they're talking today. One of the most interesting parts of the presentations was discussing the idea of nationalizing the steel industry. Well, Robert Attlee did it. In 1945, when the Labour Party came to power, and they were still socialist, explicitly socialist, in their constitution, there was this open statement that they want to make the country socialist, starting by nationalizing the commanding heights of the economy, the infrastructure, the energy sector, the production of steel, and then slowly, gradually, one day to take away even the small businesses and nationalize them. We've seen those things that work and don't work in the past. So we have the examples. All we have to do is now study the history. The United Kingdom today has plenty of problems, but it's not a lost cause. Okay, I was very optimistic today by the open and polite conversation that people had, bringing ideas, not from the same necessarily ideological point of view. I've heard some stuff that I am very fearful as to how they might play one day. For example, the idea of bringing a key strategic, that's usually the way that they justify strategic industry under state control, so that our enemies will not control it, or so that one day if there is a pandemic or a natural disaster or a war, then we will have a steady supply and not rely on the global free enterprise system to deliver those goods. Trump, for example, in the United States has had a much more moderate idea, not to nationalize industries and companies, but to take a stake, the federal government to take a stake in some key industries and companies. I wish I could talk to Trump and ask him, do you think that you will be with us for 1,000 years as a president? Do you think that your party, the people that you can trust within your party to follow the same line, would be in control forever? Well, that thing can change in 2028 or 4 years later. And the other party, controlled currently by some radical socialists like AOC, Bernie Sanders, the Squad ladies, if they come to power and you have just handed them control in some of the major industries, would you be happy with your decision to control it now in 2026? It is a very short-sighted, very dangerous idea to hand the government control over anything outside of protecting our unalienable God-given rights.
So is that a point of principle? The state should not ever, as a matter of principle, take a stake in, control XYZ strategic industry, or is that just a bit of hard-won prudence and wisdom that it may, in the abstract, be allowed to, but we know that it will always be inefficient at doing so? And then Richard's point earlier, if I understood him correctly, from a broad free market perspective, was that prudence and wisdom seems to suggest that actually taking control of an asset like steel is a good thing for the state to do because of the level of return it generates. Doesn't generate the high returns that a major capitalist venture would want. It's a relatively smallish yield, 5 to 7%. I wanted to ask him about whether we should therefore take control of supermarkets, which have a 3 to 4% return. That's been in the news again this week. So is it a point of prudence or a point of principle that the state should stay out of these things?
It's a point of principle first, and then you have to explain why it's imprudent.
And on your point of, if we had 1,000-year MAGA Reich to come,
it will still be wrong.
Inshallah, it may be a very sensible thing to do. This is a funny thing for trads who like the free market and the empire, of course. The economic settlement that made Britain great, how you want to fit the British Empire into a free market paradigm is, one for another day. But if you had 1,000-year control of the economy, then you could make those kinds of
No, I would still make a case that it is morally wrong, repugnant to me, to allow a politician to control anything outside. I mean, they are our servants. Okay, and as I said, Milton Friedman explains the government is just instrumentality. The only question that remains once you realize It's not something above and beyond the individual. It's just a tool. The question is, how do you use that tool? And I earlier mentioned that the chief characteristic of government is its force. Okay, so it's like a weapon. It's like a gun. It's like a Tokarev gun. And you should never use a gun for creative purposes, which is what the economy is, which is what any key strategic industry is. They create wealth. They create things. They create new things. They innovate. You should never use the gun to paint a picture. Maybe you can paint something. I dip the gun in some paint and then I try to draw a Mona Lisa. It's not going to be very pretty. Okay, you will have some result, but it is from the earlier conversation we had. I own myself, you own yourself. None of us has the right to coerce the other to do things in a different way than the individual has chosen. And so we should not be using coercion, government, to own or even to control anything. Now, granted, there are certain points that we have to take into account here. And the Chinese Communist Party comes, of course, at the top of the list. This is an existential threat for the West. Okay, we have the threat of Islam, okay, which is something that the West has been fighting for centuries because we believed, okay, in Christianity. Maybe not everyone was a Christian, a believer, but they understood the value of Christianity as a culture, as a set of moral principles. And so we resisted very effectively. Europe resisted Islam, its advance. They stopped it in a war in southern France. Around the same time, not too many people know, the Islam tried to take Europe from the other end through the Eastern Roman Empire, and it's the Bulgarians who stopped them. It's the the Bulgarians that came to help secure Constantinople. Bulgaria and the Eastern Roman Empire were enemies, and they fought against each other. But when the Arabs came and laid siege to the capital of Rome, the Eastern Roman Empire, the Bulgarian king, Khan Tervel, he said, I don't like the Romans, but these new guys, okay, with those, with those curved weapons, I don't trust them to be my neighbors. And so he sent his horsemen, his cavalry to break the siege. And so Europe was saved at the time. And Europe has been able for centuries to resist the advance of Islam. And Islam is inherently expansionary. Okay, this is what their prophet Muhammad claimed, that they have to take the world. Okay, one way or another, they have to take it. They have to convert everyone by convincing, by economic pressure or temptation, or by the sword. They have to take them. Well, the West is now losing its Christian identity, and it's losing its ability to resist. So Islam is definitely a huge threat. But I fear much more, because the Islamic countries are weak economically. I fear much more the Chinese Communist Party. Some people here in Europe these days, because of the war in Ukraine, they think of Putin as the major threat. He is not. The economy of Russia is as big as the economy of Texas. I mean, we can economically outlive them. Okay, if that war drags on for another couple of years, okay, the Russians will crumble economically. They cannot sustain it. Just like the Germans could not sustain the Second World War. They did not have the capacity that the United States had in producing weapons or anything else that's necessary for the war effort. So my main concern is China. And once we realize how dangerous that is, because they don't have free elections where the people can change the leaders if they do things that inflict some economic pain. They can sail through all of that, and they have goals which might be 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now. The Chinese have been like this forever. Well, here in the West, what do we have? In America, we have elections every other year. In the United Kingdom, you don't know even when the next one might be this fall. Okay, and so here we have this short-term focus. For the Chinese, it's a long-term strategy, a of global domination. So when we take into account this threat, yes, in that case, it makes perfect sense, and it's not a violation of the principle that the state should be used like a gun for self-defense. In that case, yes, I would agree, and I have to examine the particulars of the proposal, that the state might be involved in a certain way to prevent the enemy, an existential enemy like the Chinese Communist Party, from controlling certain things which are absolutely necessary for our economic and cultural and military survival.
But the best thing for long-term security resilience is a free market.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, that's how the United Kingdom became the global leader 250 years ago. It wasn't because the state wisely guided and controlled and owned things. It is because, well, eventually in the early 19th century, the United Kingdom embarked on a completely free trade without asking, by the way, others to remove their mercantilist barriers. They did what Milton Friedman suggested. If others are hitting you with tariffs, don't retaliate, don't put your own tariffs in place. Well, engage in free trade. Retaliating with tariffs is like two people in a boat, and one of them is so stupid that he takes his gun and shoots a hole in his side of the boat. And what's smart for you? Take your gun and shoot another hole on the other side of the boat? No, you're in the same boat. And so the one who, in the long haul, persists with their belief in the free enterprise system and does not inflict corresponding pain when others engage in protectionist measures is the one that will win in the long haul the economic race. That's how Great Britain became great. That's how America became great. And so I'm not completely sold on some of Trump's games that he's playing. I'm just hopeful that everything he does is just a game. As a smart, prudent, shrewd businessman, he's not a politician. He's just trying to put pressure on everybody else to remove their barriers. That's my hope.
Okay, so a plan truster here on the stage. A final question from me before then a few minutes of questions from the floor. She asked you about what is Britain's economic system. It increasingly is described as some form of command economy. I'm sure a few people here read Chris Snowden's recent piece, Britain is a capitalist command economy, which seems to crystallize something about where we've ended up. But these, and supposedly Britain now has worse wage compression than the USSR did at its peak. But these comparisons to full-blown socialism abound. You've talked about, very inspiringly, genuinely, about your experience growing up and your conversion into free marketeerism after the wall fell down. What do you think when people in the West, in Britain, begin to compare their economies and their political systems to the USSR? I worry, as I hear it said, that it takes something of a liberty and is in poor taste, especially if you have someone with you who actually grew up under or over the other side of the Iron Curtain. So what do you think when those comparisons come up? And then we'll go to a couple of questions from the floor.
Yeah, I think they're overstating it. I think that there's obviously plenty of things to complain about and many things that need to be changed. And people need to be, first of all, convinced morally that the free market system is the way to go and why socialism not only cannot work, but it is also a rotten idea, not only in its outcomes, but it's rotten as a principle. Now, people usually confuse a couple of things. One is the political system. Whether we have freedom, people to select those that will represent them in the legislative process, and they call it democracy, and the other is authoritarianism, and then the economic system itself, which is either a socialistic or capitalistic. Of course, in real life, as I mentioned, it's a mixture of both. There are a couple of questions when it comes to the economic system. One is who owns it? So the matter of ownership. And if it's mostly privately owned, as the United Kingdom is, as the United States and most of the world today, if it's privately owned, then it's capitalism. The second question, the much more important one that you're raising here, is about allocation. Every economic system needs to answer three questions: what to produce, how to produce it, and who gets what, for whom. What, how, for whom. And well, the free enterprise system, free markets answer that question. And some of the previous speakers made a great case for free markets. Actually, Lord Monaghan stole many of the points that I was planning to make, but he did it so brilliantly, I don't have a reason to complain. Now, as Milton Friedman explained when he created the Free to Choose series for the public TV stations in the United States in 1980, which actually is the thing that brought Reagan to the White House. He was so far behind the incumbent, Jimmy Carter, that he took a brilliant communicator with impeccable academic credentials like Milton Friedman to explain to the public what the free market system means and why America needs to reclaim it. And this is what the United Kingdom, as I said, there is nothing special about the problems that you're facing. We've seen that happen before. We know how to get out of this system. And so we need to evangelize the people. We need to do what I believe before Margaret Thatcher became prime minister, it was Edward Heath.
Mm-hmm, yep.
He's the one that was evangelizing on college campuses like Charlie Kirk was doing in order to help Trump come back to the White House in 2024. So we need to explain that the voluntary interactions of people result in certain prices. The price is just a signal. It's an incentive for people to do certain things, to avoid doing other things. But it's also information about the scarcity, relative scarcity of different things in the market. So the prices that we consumers are willing to pay, we call it capitalism. I think the more appropriate, more descriptive name for the system that we have is consumerism, because the consumer is the sovereign. The consumer is the one who will determine what the economy will produce if you let the economy to be free of government intervention. And so the prices that we are willing to pay, okay, higher or lower, will determine what the entrepreneurs who want the profit is going to produce. The prices of the inputs, land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship, will determine how we are going to produce those things. And the market value of those things, of labor, my labor as a professor, the other productive resources that we have, land, labor, and entrepreneurship and capital, those things will determine ultimately the answer to the third question: for whom? Who gets what out of this generated wealth by the free enterprise system? And so, yes, it is a command system, increasingly so. And we know what the result is of a command system. That's the reason why socialism can never work. On the one hand, it rejects the idea of human rights. Okay, it does not recognize that you own yourself and by extension the fruits of your labor. So you don't have the incentives to be productive, to innovate, and the economic system stagnates. And then you also don't have prices. It's a command system, which, as you point out, the United Kingdom becomes more and more. And as a result of this, you are in the dark. You are wasting resources. You don't know what to produce. You don't know how to produce it. You don't know who should be getting what. You're telling me now that the most productive people in the United Kingdom are getting only, 3 times more than the least productive people? Well, it doesn't make any sense. If you're 30 times more productive, you should be getting 30 times more. You're 30 times more valuable to the consumer. Okay? If you're trying to equalize it, you are on the one hand encouraging failure, you're encouraging people to be less productive, and you are driving away the most productive people in the United Kingdom to go someplace else. Florida, Texas, just like people are leaving California and New York for the same reason. You're punishing the success, you get less success. You're rewarding failure, whether by that insane law of equal pay for everybody or through welfare, and you end up with more failure. I mean, that's human nature. People respond to incentives. Okay, you reward something, you get more of it. You punish something with taxes or restrictions, bureaucratic restrictions, you get less of it. And so we know what to do. Okay, it's very simple how the United Kingdom can be revived, how Britain can become great again. We know how. So the only question is, can we build enough political public support for that change, for that reform. Okay? In the Mackinac Center for Public Policy, there is this guy who was a scholar some time ago, and he developed this concept of the Overton window, named after himself. The Overton window is a set of policies that the people will support. When I started teaching, I received a letter from Milton Friedman asking me to sign a petition to legalize marijuana. Well, at the time, nobody thought this would be possible one day. I signed it. Nevertheless, I trusted the guy enough, not even doing much research on the topic. I decided if he's for it, I should be for it, and I got behind it. But we were radicals at the time, those who insisted that the government should not play your father, punishing you when you misbehave and take some dangerous, harmful substances into your body. Well, 20 years later, well, most states have legalized it, and now the federal government has done something very close to that. Trump had lowered it from the most dangerous list of substances down to categories, and it's much more easier now for people to obtain that substance. I'm against it. Don't get me wrong. I've never smoked marijuana, but and I would not recommend it. But I don't think the war on drugs is a profitable way to handle those issues. And that's the only thing that I didn't like about Thatcher and Reagan, their war on drugs, the escalation of that effort, because it backfires. It doesn't work.
A contentious note to conclude on. I think we are possibly out of time for questions, so we will break there for a break before the next session. But I'm sure people can come to Alex for
absolutely
questions on his work and his experiences. But a round of applause for Dr. Alex Tokarev.
Well, commerciality Ready? So how's Roger? Roger was great. He's fantastic. No, it's nice to see him have this vindication. Amazing. And he's got a great global network now of people who are following his blog and helping to amplify his work. Our time is ready.
Hmm?
You ready to go?
Yeah, we're going to go there. You can run this. One or two. Yeah, one or If you if you just sit there, I'll call you up quickly. Oh, what a picture with Yeah, fine. So this Wait. Just spin this. That's fine.
Okay,
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Good work. Okay, come on in for the final session. Reese, can you get the stragglers? Make sure people are coming. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Reese. He's doing his Sunday school routine, so he can. Marvelous. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the Free Market Roadshow today. We are coming to our final session where we are going to continue and potentially complete the free markets versus a strong state discussion, which has actually been running all day, particularly around energy and industrial policy. But before we turn over to Harry to run this panel, I wanted to say thank you to the person without whom the Free Market Roadshow doesn't exist. I want to say thank you to Barbara Colm and offer her a chance to say a few words of thanks to all of you for coming. This is the third year in a row that Prosperity Institute has hosted the London leg of the Free Market Roadshow. It has been incredibly fun to take the baton on and keep spreading the good news about free enterprise. So Barbara, before you have to leave, please do take the stage for 1 second and say thanks.
Well, thank you very much. I will be very brief because the only reason I'm here is I wanted to thank Fred, and I wanted to I wanted to thank the Prosperity Institute and Fred de Fazar and his entire team for hosting us here, for getting such a great line of British speakers here to not only edutain us and to entertain us and edutain for us Europeans. This was continental Europeans. This was kind of edutainment, I have to say. And on the other hand, I have to admit, well, you know, obviously Britain is as socialist as Europe is. And this is sad to see for us, but I just can only warn, don't fall into the same trap. And yesterday, just to give you two examples, at our parliament in Austria, we were just voting on this European Migration Pact, which is a disaster, and only my party, the Freedom Party, was against it. And the conservatives, the socialists, the liberals who are forming the government, and the Greens, of course, were pro this pact. And you know where we will end up with that. And there's not only this kind of policy, it's inheritance tax, it's wealth tax, it's also state-owned organizations that will kind of spread and grow. It is a disaster. So never ever turn back in this way. I wish Britain well, and especially the Prosperity Institute. And thank you again for hosting us. This was a marvelous job. A big round of applause to Fred and his team.
Well, thank you very much, Fred. Thank you, Barbara, for hosting this wonderful event today. It's been such a brilliant event over the years and has done a lot to promote sound thinking on a range of subjects. And you know, nowhere could we have gone more socialist than on energy policy. And we're debating an important question today, which is, will free markets or a determined state deliver energy abundance? And I think this is a really important time to be having this discussion, because after a long battle, at least on the center right, there is a growing acceptance that net zero has been a disaster. It has led to industrial carnage, and we have lost so many industrial jobs. We have lost jobs in industries such as steel, cement, ceramics, and many, many more industries, which are crucial, foundational to the British economy and foundational to our state capacity when we're thinking about more dangerous situations like wars. With the geopolitical uncertainty we have at the moment, those issues are also coming to the fore. And I'm delighted to have an excellent panel with me today. We've got Ez Hazlitt on the left of the stage there, who's writes as head of energy at the Centre for British Progress. He also has an excellent energy blog called What Direction? Do check it out. We've got Ryan Whitten in the middle there, and he is an analyst and researcher at Bismarck Analysis, and he's described himself as an upstream statist. So we're looking forward to hearing more about what that means. And he's written an excellent report for Prosperity called Destroying the Foundations: How Net Zero could wreck British industry for good. And finally, we have Rupert Darwell, who's a long-time energy analyst and very sound commentator on energy affairs. He writes for Real Clear Energy. He's a fellow at the Centre for Policy Studies. He's written also an excellent prosperity report called It's Broke, Fix It, where British energy policy went wrong and how to get it right. So I'm sure they will all have plenty to contribute. So without further ado, perhaps I could ask Ed to say some opening remarks.
Okay, I'll try my best to follow on from that. Look, I think energy abundance itself is worth defining. I think it means a lot of very different things to very different people. Some stats from DESNES. So the UK spent 70 billion on electricity in 2024 and about 80 billion on oil and gas, so about 150 billion on energy spend. The labour cost in the UK is about 1.4 trillion. The depreciation on capital's 450 billion. So letting the energy tail wag the dog of the rest of the economy is a flawed idea. We need energy to be available when it's needed and at reasonable and predictable prices. So I think renewables can provide value to the system at the right prices, but ephemeral gusts of wind and bursts of solar are not the same as energy abundance. And I think it's important to accept that. If we look at the UK, energy mix is useful energy. So about 20% of our useful energy comes from renewables and nuclear. We then have about 30% from oil and then about 50% from gas. If we look at our French neighbours, they're about 50% from nuclear and renewables, mostly nuclear and hydro. The same 30% from oil roughly, and then 20% from gas. So there's a big historical story there about the French being in a hydrocarbon poor position, building out a nuclear fleet, which Britain did to an extent as well. And then the North Sea came online for Britain. And that may or may not change in the future. We know production is declining there, although I think policy has a very, very large role to play there too. So government policy in the UK is nominally to electrify things really quickly to reduce emissions. That's a slight problem when you have some of the most expensive electricity in the developed world. And I think the major problem there is one of successive governments trying to hit targets and procure capacity centrally without a firm view on cost. I think it's perfectly reasonable to procure renewables and nuclear on long-term fixed price contracts. I think consumers often prefer less volatility in their energy exposure. I think businesses do too. I regularly buy insurance, even though it's perhaps a negative expected value bet. It's nice to have some level of security. But I don't think the state has done its job in setting the market framework for the electricity and energy sector properly. I think we should move to a polluter pays principle where the costs of intermittency and extra grid investment are borne by those that create it. So there's some opening comments. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Ryan.
Thank you. It's great to be on the Free Market Roadshow, although I think Fred may have invited me as a speed bump. It turns out I'm in really good company because our prospective business minister in waiting has called for the use of people's pensions to invest in British companies, has called for the nationalisation of British Steel, and is threatening to tear up private law contracts. I imagine everyone here, or almost everyone, was appalled. I was exhilarated. It was brilliant. As an upstream statist, that's great. And I should confess, I have said I'm an upstream statist, or at least an upstream corporatist, and a downstream anarcho-capitalist. I'm very pro-smoking, very pro-alcohol consumption, very anti-public health. So I think we are in a very weird situation where the government of today cannot even conceive of the idea of publicly funding nuclear power fully, but is very interested in fixing food prices. So it's a very strange situation we're in. On the question of whether it's private markets or the state that gets us out of this problem, we have to understand what the problem is. And I think the truth is we have, when it comes to our electricity system, the bureaucracy of Brezhnev and the banditry of Yeltsin. On the one hand, you have all these interventions. You have the ZEV mandates. You have the boiler upgrade scheme. You've got these carbon taxes, which add 25% onto gas, which raises the wholesale price for the entire sector. And then you have all these problems with planning and all these regulations that get in the way of development, adding costs upon costs. At the same time, you do have the market largely approving of this, only really offering criticisms when they're the ones suffering from them potentially, and generally trying to game the system. As an example, one of the largest offshore wind developers is RWE, the German electricity company. They are also they also own, I think, and operate the largest gas fleet in Britain. So on the one hand, they are getting contracts of difference, they're getting renewable obligation certificates, they're getting subsidized for intermittent energy, and then they are also getting a subsidy from the capacity market, which exists because of intermittent renewables. Do you think they're particularly worried about energy abundance or adding, more people onto the grid or getting the cost lower for the consumers? I don't think they really are. So I think what I'll probably end up doing is agreeing with a lot of what Ed and Rupert say, or Robert, and generally, my view is when it comes to some generation assets, there is actually pretty strong evidence that government borrowing is better than what we have at the moment. Certainly in the case of the CFD scheme for Hinkley Point, and certainly RAB financing via Sizewell C. It's just come out recently that Sizewell C is actually expected to cost more per megawatt hour than Hinkley Point. And obviously the whole point of RAB financing was that it would be cheaper in the long run. I think fundamentally, if you want nuclear power to be a part of the solution going forward, you're going to need to replace capacity that's going to come offline relatively soon. So you're going to need about 8 to 10 gigawatts, I think at minimum. That would be like, starting development. And that's going to have to be publicly funded. There's going to have to be a state-backed nuclear development corporation that's going to manage this, because ultimately the state will be able to borrow at a much cheaper rate than the private sector. Now, this will go on the government's balance sheet. It would be a large expense, but overall it would be much cheaper than how we're currently financing nuclear. And it just comes to a question then of whether we believe nuclear should be part of the situation. I personally think it should. So that's my view. That's my most clear view in terms of how involved the state should be. But I think overall, the challenge of the electricity grid as we have it, or the Franken grid, is so multifaceted that solving it is not going to be a case of the state versus the free market. It is going to be a 5-year, incredibly intellectually taxing, technocratic puzzle to solve. So that's where I stand.
Thank you. And Rupert.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Ron. Dissent is great, and we're going to have dissent on this panel. I'm going to dissent as well from Dr. Tokarev on his view about socialism and capitalism. And because I wrote a paper for the CPS, you mentioned the CPS, I looked it up. It was in 2014, and it was called Central Planning with Market Features, because that's exactly what we have in the electricity sector. And what it is the inherently inefficient hybrid of state control and private ownership. And if you're going to have a hierarchy of efficiency in terms of those types, at the top, I believe, you've got markets and private ownership. In the middle, you've got state ownership and state control, which in Britain's case is the Central Electricity Generating Board. And at the bottom, you have what we have at the moment. And why do I say that? Because the CEGB had technocratic capital allocation expertise, which politicians and civil servants don't have. And secondly, when under a current system, you've basically opened up a feast for renewable predation, which is why we've ended up with a situation where over about 14 years, we got rid of around 34 gigawatts of dispatchable capacity. That's the capacity that keeps the lights on, and replaced it with 45 gigawatts of intermittent capacity, which, as we know, is incredibly inefficient and can't keep the lights on. And if you look at the reason why we have ended up with this hybrid, it wasn't because the market failed. If you look at Ed Davies' electricity market reforms under the coalition, he actually says in that document, privatization of markets worked, but now we need the state to mobilize capital, i.e. let the green predators into the game. And they did. Now, the outcome of that is that we've had, because you have to double up, essentially you need, with intermittency, you've got the intermittent generating capacity, and you've got your dispatchable capacity. And the result of that, we've had, over 14 years, we've had around about 20% increase in generating capacity, and output has fallen by nearly 30%. So you've had a massive decrease in the efficiency of the grid. And that is the fundamental reason why electricity prices in this country are some of the highest in the world. So the big task is, how do you unpick that all? And the question is also, could it get any worse? And my answer to that is yes, it will get worse, because there's a kind of we've been living in a slight dream world, and that is that we've been freewheeling off the legacy, or ever since privatization, we've been freewheeling. When the CEGB was broken up and privatized in 1990, there was a 30% there was a 30% margin of capacity over demand. Basically, the CEGB loved building power stations, and they built too many. Then what happened was you had the privatization of the generators. Two generators created a duopoly. So for a number of years, we had very high wholesale prices, and that helped induce the dash for gas. Now, we've taken 24 gigs of coal off the grid, and the dash for gas, the CCGTs that came in the 90s, and they were built phenomenally quickly. Average of 3 years, you could put up a new gas-fired power station. One was put up in 18 months. This stuff was incredibly efficient. It was very cheap compared to the wholesale prices, thanks to the duopoly. But that kit is nearing the end of its operating life. So we have a big problem of replacing this generating capacity in very short order. And one thing I say to Ryan is there is absolutely no way that nuclear can meet the timescales that we're talking about getting stuff on in the early 2030s. And there's absolutely no way that, in my view, that is possible, even with the most efficient technocratic state in the world. And one thing we don't have in this country is an efficient technocratic state.
Thank you, Rupert. On that note, I'd like to pick you up straight on that. And one of the things you do really well in your report is charting the history of British energy policy. And you pinpoint Nigel Lawson's 1982 speech as a moment which eventually unlocks a more liberalized energy market that brings down electricity prices over time. But that process did take time. It didn't deliver cheaper prices immediately, but those came in over time. Do we have the time now, given where we are with the heavy, the highest electricity prices in the developed world, the industries that we're losing that are so much harder to replace, once they're lost than saved when they're still there. So given those time constraints, do we have enough time to be relying on the markets to fix things?
Well, I'd say, first of all, the experience of privatization, I mean, what went wrong with privatization, and this is there's been a lot of revisionism over the British nuclear power program. What privatization revealed was that nuclear was fundamentally uneconomic. So it was going to be, to get it into the private sector, initially they were going to put it into the national power portfolio of power stations. And then they realized the economics of nukes were so bad they pulled it all together. But we ended up with a duopoly, and that is why wholesale electricity prices remain so high. To your question, what do we do now? Actually, I do agree with Rhiannon that
the Irish curse.
I do agree with you that the state, there isn't a substitute for state action. Where I disagree with you is I think the focus should be on getting gas in, not nuclear, simply because nukes, I mean, for one reason, if for no other, that nuclear power takes a huge amount of time. It's inherently, it's a really, really difficult technology. The idea that you can knock out SMRs like their gas turbines is mythical thinking. But you do need, the market has been so broken, there aren't the investment incentives to get the private sector to go in and the other thing that should be said about CCGT, combined gas turbines, is that you can't buy them for love or money for the next 5 years. That they are absolutely maxed out thanks to the huge demand for gas powered generation in the United States. And that's why this is a really tough nut to crack. And you're going to need a great deal of improvisation to get the necessary replacement dispatchable capacity in time before the lights start flickering?
Just to my other two panelists, while energy markets are clearly very complex, an electron is an electron. Electricity flows around the system, and the products that these different generation technologies are providing is the same in terms of the electrons that it creates, and the way that the grid treats those electrons once they're on the system is the same. Clearly, there's many other properties of those generation technologies that vary, and those variations make them very hard to compete against each other. We have the length of time that it takes to build nuclear power stations. We have the intermittency of wind. And given the differences between generation technologies, is there actually a way in which you can have a unified electricity market where these technologies can compete against each other? What would you both think about that? Ed, do you want to start?
Certainly have a go. Look, it's not easy. I think historically, if you go back 40 years, you had a coal gas nuclear system, basically always had like a fueled generator setting the marginal price, and then nuclear effectively accepted that wholesale price. That is more difficult with wind, solar, nuclear, and gas. I don't think it's impossible. Our current procurement mechanism for renewables is a CFD, which essentially says we will buy all of your volume pretty much at this price. Not only do you have a CFD mechanism for renewables, each one of those goes into a different pot, so they're not even competing against each other. It's a sort of cargo cult of competition. Ed Miliband says, we need to procure this much to hit our 2030 target, and then the civil service goes away and procures that much, having told all the generators that much needs to be procured. So yeah, great negotiating leverage it creates. But I think you can either do more radical reforms, but you can make those processes much more tech neutral. But you need to start charging some of the costs they create back to them. Rupert mentioned the inefficiency of massive grid build out. Well, if you have to pay for the more of the grid upgrade that your technology causes, suddenly your price in that allocation mechanism rises, you don't win the contracts anymore. If it starts to get costed that building a wind farm in the most distant part of Scotland, say on the Shetland Islands, isn't actually a great place to put it given the grid constraints, if you start having to pay for grid constraints, suddenly that bid disappears. So it's not easy to put it all in a perfect market structure, but you can start paying for firm capacity. You could start making the costs of the capacity market charged back to generators that cause it. So I think there's a lot of progress that can be made on that.
And where would you start? The first one or two policies that you would implement, and that could be implemented tomorrow?
AR8, completely tech neutral. I'd start changing the clearing price of it based on the firm value of each power unit. So, something like hydro would effectively get clear at a higher price than wind because it provides value to the system in winter. I'd also have just a price limit going into the auction that if it doesn't cut bills or isn't consistent with cheaper power, then I'd can it. And then another reform I'd make is I'd stop paying generators for exporting power that we don't need. So a slightly complicated one, but if you're a wind farm getting a £90 a megawatt hour fixed price, if we're exporting power to France overnight at 10 quid, we're all paying for that £80 top up. So I'd have a clawback based on net exports. It's not perfect, but you can start to see a system in which, because my correlated with the rest of the production, it's less valuable to the system, and that's hurting me, and I'm not getting awarded contracts because of that.
Thank you. Ryan.
Yeah, so I think as demonstrated there, this is going to be quite a technocratic exercise in actually solving this issue, and therefore the state is going to have to remain involved for the foreseeable future. On the issue of nuclear power taking long, it is true Britain has a particularly bad record because of some very bad decisions made regarding procurement and the technology type that we've chosen. However, Sizewell B, which was kind of built during the transition to privatisation, but nevertheless benefited from low state financing costs, that was, I think, somewhere like a third of the expected cost per kilowatt of Sizewell C and Hinkley. and it took about 8 years, and that was considered to be delayed far beyond what it had to be. So we do have a case in Britain of a nuclear power plant being built within 8 years. And abroad, we have some much more positive examples, right? We see the Koreans being very successful. They want to export that model. We have seen tremendous success in China. We see some success in Japan with them reopening their nuclear plants after Fukushima. And there is a lot of money going into new nuclear, and not just SMRs and the sort of sexy technology, but actually just standard large modular reactors, the good old kind. And I think, you are seeing an increase in generation globally from nuclear as well now. I think there's going to be significant money behind the technology, and it's been done successfully before. So there are plenty of case studies of nuclear being fairly cheap and not taking over a decade to build out. So as long as we have those case studies, and if we have a determined government that wants to get firm power, it's not really out of the equation, I don't think. Regarding SMRs, I'm much more sort of skeptical about them. And therefore on your side, I think they first need to demonstrate their viability. I'd be perfectly open to, opening up some CFDs for them as demonstrators, but that's, a peripheral question. And I think, SMRs are going to be a peripheral part of the overall energy and electricity question going forward for some time. I'm curious, on the case for essentially refounding the gas fleet, which is going to go offline pretty soon based on current projections. A lot of the cheap prices when it came to gas sort of in the 90s was related to North Sea output, and electricity prices really started to rise not after the Climate Change Act in 2008, but really around 2005. This is when Britain became a net energy importer again, when the North Sea started to deplete. But also when a lot of transmission and distribution spending, which was perhaps deferred by the private operators, suddenly had to be paid for. So given the fact that we also have a very large number of renewables on the grid, which are going to eat into the economics of these new CCGT plants, what's the kind of expected price decrease that we can expect from them? If we look at, what would the capacity factor have to be in order to make them economic? Or do we just use the capacity market to essentially subsidize them?
Well, I mean, my view, this is where there is a role for state intervention, which is we have to improvise to keep the lights on. That we've got an aging gas fleet that will become is getting more expensive and will become less reliable. And we've got to get dispatchable capacity onto the grid. And the wholesale market for a long time has not been giving investment signals. Basically, the putting loads of renewables on the grid has completely trashed the wholesale market in generating investment signals for new capacity. And that's why there's been so little. I mean, when both when Ed Davey and Amber Rudd were energy secretary, they would say, well, coal's going to come off the grid, but new gas should come on to replace it. And that never happened, simply because the incentives from the wholesale market weren't there. I think, anyway, that relying on spot markets, essentially you're relying on spot markets to drive very long-term investments decisions, is not really very sensible, and that you therefore need to have a capacity market with long-term commitments. And I think that is downstream from fixing the short-term generating crunch that we are coming to, because you could see the next government, unless it takes action, you could actually see the lights going off. For example, over 14 years, the amount of electricity, the percent of electricity as a percent of final demand, final consumption rose from 2% to 16%. So we're on a decay curve of our dispatchable capacity, and that needs to be fixed. Nukes won't fix that, as you say. My issue, if I can pivot to the problem with, if you look at what you mentioned, Sizewell B, and how successful that was, that came about because after about 2 decades, we gave up on our own brilliant British technology of the advanced gas-cooled reactor technology. And you can see the same sort of thing happening with SMRs, because Rolls-Royce is going to develop the thing. It's going to have that lovely logo on the side of the shiny new nukes. And you can just see the Union Jack being hauled up over the super duper world-beating technology. And as likely as not, it's not going to be a world beater that the press and the politicians and everyone have hyped it up to be. So it's partly that, I mean, my skepticism of this is that you get the Union Jack is raised and basically policy is captured by a vested interest.
Thank you, Rupert. I want to bring in some audience questions, but just a final one for my panelists from me, which would be, Reform have spoken about maybe cancelling CFD contracts. These are the contracts signed with renewables because of the legacy impact of costs that it will impose on the grid for some time. How do each of you view the potential cancelling of contracts in this context? Ed?
Yeah, very quickly. So, look, ultimately, renewables, nuclear, and indeed now gas are quite capital intensive. Someone's going to have to finance it. So you don't want to take that decision over cancelling a contract lightly if it's going to increase your financing costs for every other generator that you want to fund in future. On the CFDs specifically, if you actually look at the numbers on this, there's an absolute horror show round, which was the first one done in 2012, where we're paying over £200 a megawatt hour for wind farms. Like wholesale prices, like probably 90 quid, 80 quid. Those start expiring, I think, in 2031 and 2032. It feels like there might be a conversation to be had over like ending those early, some kind of payout. I don't know, but like the horror contracts on the system and the ROCs do at least they're within sight of ending, which I think is at least a positive thing.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be reasonably sanguine about it. It's a bold move, as you say. It could increase financing costs, but if you get out in front of it and make your position very clear, then as long as you're meeting it with supply side reforms across the economy, I don't think it need be prohibitive or have a totally negative effect. Ed's right that ROCs and FITs together form a much larger component of our bills than CFDs at this point in time. The question is, can we do something like a network levy charge where we actually make generators pay for their intermittency without breaking these CFD contracts? And on that, I think the answers are pretty shaky. I think it's a very difficult one, but I think taking a hard line on it and hoping that this defers or deters, bad investments going forward, I think is the right thing to do.
Rupert, very quick word.
Yeah, when you had the push to decarbonisation, you had people who bought, often foreign investors who bought gas and coal-fired power stations, and in 2 years they racked up losses of around about £2 billion. Their economic losses were even greater, and those are essentially from regulatory change. And yet money poured in anyway for investment. So I'm very skeptical. I'm with Ryan on this. If you've got a good case, and if you're saying, and you've got a good supply side reform case, money will come in to back, will flow to profitable enterprises, notwithstanding what you've done to CFDs. And actually, I think the big one is ETS, which is actually enables wind farmers to pick up basically a tax. They become tax farmers, and getting rid of that stuff, I think, is an economic necessity, because we need to have our electricity prices down by around 30%, because we need to get this economy moving again. You get the economy moving in again, capital will come flowing back into this country.
Of course, energy is so much bigger than just electricity, and the ETS, while has a big impact on electricity prices as well, of course, but it does also particularly harm many energy-intensive industries, which have large parts of their profit margins eroded away completely by the impact of the emissions trading scheme, which is effectively our carbon tax, primary carbon taxation system that we have in the UK. So can I open it up to questions from the audience? Fred.
Thank you very much. I wanted to touch on the final points just raised. Regarding breaking contracts, if you will know, but maybe the audience don't know, that Spain broke some renewable subsidies contracts in 2013, and there were all manner of predictions of capital flight. Spain would be a sort of broken economy, no one would touch it again. Capital left the particular renewable sector, the subsidies they ended, but it actually flew into sectors like natural gas regasification plants. So it wasn't a sign that Spain was a basket case. It was just a clear signal that the Spanish government, I think the Partido Popularis government at the time, said, we don't like this industry, but the others are fine. But on that, others are fine. You both talked about supply side reform package. What package might that be?
Thank you. And can we have one more question from the audience, and then we'll go to our panel.
Yeah, I'd be interested in the panel. I was recently up in the Norwich Food Enterprise Park up near Norwich, and was at a vertical farming company. It's called Fisher Farming. And at the moment, they do things like lettuces and tomatoes, but it won't be long before they would be able to do wheat, barley, rice, you name it, will be done in enclosed environments called vertical farming, even fish farming. And at the same time, my own farm has gone down to a nature recovery scheme. So I've taken entirely out of food production. So actually, the problem that Fisher Farming has at the moment, why they cannot grow, is because of sky-high electricity bills. It's the same for data centers, but particularly for farming, for vertical farming, that we're sitting around here still talking about how to divvy up the cake and do all this good stuff. Yet in this room 6 months ago, we had a company called lastenergy.com who was sitting in the chair where Ed's sitting. And they are a mini nuclear firm, and they are able to develop mini nuclear plants that would instantly give Fisher Farming enough locally generated power so that we're not all sitting around talking about the national grid and all that stuff. We're actually generating stuff relatively locally to where it's being consumed. Now, we still seem to be miles off that situation. We've got to get to it or run out of food.
Thank you. So, Ed, do you want to take those two questions, or whichever one?
I'll take the latter one, actually, because and I'm not sure on this debate myself. Like, if you can have behind the meter power, be it nuclear, solar, on-site gas, you can avoid a load of grid costs, a load of legacy subsidy costs, a lot of supply costs as well. Like, so, and there are limited sites in the UK. There's a chemicals plant in the northeast that's got its own like private wire grid. So like that is like one option for this. My hesitancy on that is that a big structural problem with the UK electricity grid is falling consumption. Like if you look at the numbers we've added, the length of the network in the last 20 years increased by about 0.5% per year, but consumption's fallen at 1.5%. It's like you've had a 2% productivity decline because you're getting less electrons through the same network. So I don't want, it's the same with encouraging rooftop solar. I don't want a solution that's everyone, this system is so rubbish that we all defect from it. There is actually an advantage to having everyone on a system where you can share the risk and generation profile. But I agree, like action needs to be taken pretty quickly to make sure that large industrial users can access that power. And part of the conversation might be that actually large industrial users get rates that reflect, lower costs on the system. That their profiles are not the same as households. Like maybe we need to make sure that firms have access to competitive electricity prices. We can get the consumption up and start sharing the fixed costs and bringing prices down collectively.
But if I was Vladimir Putin, the first thing I'd be looking at is blowing up a few pylons on the national grid to bring down this country. It seems to be so vulnerable, the basics we're trying to work with at the moment.
There does seem to be just a complete lack of seriousness from our Energy Secretary, Ed Miliband, about the state of electricity prices in this country. It should be his first priority. Instead, it seems like a footnote and something he's not taking very seriously at all. Rupert, do you want to go on Fred's question?
Yeah, the supply side issue. I think the conceptual error that was made by people like Adair Turner was that energy is around 2 or 3% of GDP, and therefore if the costs increase by 15, 20, 50% is not a big deal in terms of the GDP. But what that completely misses out is the impact on business competitiveness, where an increase of that amount, and it's actually been a lot more, on a business's profit and loss account is the difference between profit and loss. And therefore the best supply side reform you can have is rapid action to cut electricity prices. And to Ed's point, if you have lower electricity prices, you're going to have more electrons running through the grid because we have a downward sloping demand curve.
Right.
Yeah, to the second question, you're totally right. Yeah, I mean, I think it's important, I think, for any reform or conservative incoming government or even some distant Labour voices to understand that even fixing the energy situation does not fix the entire industrial decline situation. Energy is a very big component. And I think for about 30% of the industrial sector, it's pretty much existential. Now, I think that, as talked about, the capital stock of the current grid is so enormous now that if you don't have large users sort of using it, you're going to get this death spiral in costs. So I would actually be perfectly prepared to prioritize producers, that would include agricultural and industrial, over households. If that means that's already being done through the supercharger and the British Industry Competitiveness Scheme, and I would be willing to go somewhat further on that to the point where households are paying, perhaps considerably more, because we need these large users to be on the grid. Otherwise, the overall costs are going to go up significantly. On supply side reforms, I think you're going to. I don't think I'm going to know supply side reform as well as you, Fred, and certainly not as well as any incoming government. So I'm sure they have lots of goodies in the box.
Thank you. I think we've got time for another couple of questions, and then I'll ask my panelists to respond to those and make their closing remarks. At the back there.
Thank you very much. How do you foresee a demand side increase through data centers, etc., as technology develops? What's the thought there? Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think we had a question on the left of the audience over there.
Sorry. It's about a market. Market is driven by demand, obviously. But if the market goes into abundance, it also means that the price will drop. But if the price drops, then basically how do you get a return on investment? So how is the private sector actually going to make money on it? So energy abundance in a free market cannot exist, in my opinion.
Thank you. And so if I ask our panelists just to respond to those and make your closing remarks. Rupert.
Yes, to the last question, there's a huge chunk of state-imposed costs which you want to get rid of, basically. I mean, that's what you have to do. In broad terms, if one's looking, stepping right back, I think there have been three phases to this to the debate. First of all, it started off as climate. We've got climate change. It's an existential crisis. We've all got to do so, and that kind of was that's put us on the path. To net zero, and then it shifts to energy, and we're saying, well, what's the most efficient way of producing energy, and then we have the debate about, well, renewables have very low marginal costs, and it's reflecting the wholesale prices, but somehow, and if we link the wholesale price, blah blah, we're going through that at the moment. You can see the climate industrial complex people making those arguments. I think where we need to then move the debate is onto the economy as a whole, the impact of having some of the world's most expensive energy on the economy. It's not just, and it's a macroeconomic question because you're talking about off the book taxation and off the books expenditure. So the fiscal consequences for a country, an economy with debt to GDP heading up to 100% are absolutely critical.
Thank you. Right.
Yeah. To the first question, yeah, I mean, Britain really is a bit of a spectator to this data center boom at the moment, and Britain, I mean, looking at the overall like figures on like compute electricity consumption in Britain are pretty vague, but what it indicates, you know, if you look at the EC UK tables, is that really for the last 5 years, consumption in the compute sector has, which covers data centers, has either been declining or is pretty much stagnant. And this is, you know, coming at a time when there's been just a boom in data center electricity consumption. And that's ultimately because of the price differential. And it's very hard to imagine that narrowing anytime soon. So it's very difficult, I'm afraid. And when it comes to, it's not helped by the fact that the vast majority of the data center build out in Britain is, for understandable reasons, around London and the southeast. And yet all the new generation is generally in the north of England and Scotland, which massively increase the transmission costs. So yeah, it's a very ugly picture. On the question of, you know, energy abundance and, you know, whether you, private investors can make a return, I think there's something in that. I think if you want energy to be abundant as possible and as cheap as possible, fundamentally, I think you look at China, you look at France, you look at Britain in the past, you look at even, you know, American electricity grids like the Tennessee Valley Authority, and you look at Ontario, like state investment is generally ubiquitous. And it generally has also been quite successful at getting prices quite low. So I think, you know, as far as generation build out is concerned, I see no problem for, you know, heavier state intervention. That's what I'd conclude on.
Ed.
Yeah, just very quickly on the first question, like as far as I know, you know, we really want these demand side users. We want data centers. We want that consumption benefit on the UK, particularly if they're happy to pay full tariff for the electricity and then pay for our historic levies and split those costs. Look, there are massive grid queues at the moment. There's something like 50 or 70 gigawatts of data centers in a queue, I think. That UK average electricity demand is like 33. So we've got a sort of slightly odd speculative bubble and no one quite knows what's real and what isn't. But I think we need to be speeding up the rate at which they can get connected. If they can agree to flexible connections in the short term, which means they might constrain power use a few days of the year, then that can get you over some of the short-term lag before we build new gas capacity and firm capacity on the system. But I mean, fundamentally, I agree with Rupa on this. I think we do need more firm power quite quickly, and that's probably going to have to be some gas done in a bit of a hurry.
Thank you. I think if there's one message that we can take from our different panelists' views, is that the government needs to treat energy prices and getting those prices down with the utmost of seriousness. There's so many other angles we could have explored. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but perhaps you could just join me in thanking our excellent panel.
Thank you very much, Harry, for chairing such an interesting conversation. Thank you to everybody who joined us today, particularly those who stayed all day long. I think it's been an absolutely fascinating third edition of the Free Market Roadshow. Barbara herself might have been horrified by some of the things we heard on stage this afternoon. Some of it's a little bit too dirigiste for the Austrian Economic Centre, but we always bring an interesting debate at the Prosperity Institute. To wrap up, I think there's still a lot more work to be done. I'm sure you know. The fight for freedom and free markets is endless, as Alex said. You never win this war; it always continues. And I was delighted to hear about the work he has done in trying to shape bright young minds, sensitive young men, and sensitive young women towards the direction of free markets in the future. And long may you continue your work in America. Thank you so much, Alex, for coming to speak to us and for coming to London for the first time. So I hope you're enjoying your visit here. Thank you to all the speakers and attendees for coming this year. And now let's go next door to have a drink. Thank you all. Thank you all. Onwards.